According to a report by the State General Administration of Press Affairs, the Chinese video game market has exceeded 2 trillion. The traffic light turned green, giving those in a hurry the opportunity to move forward as quickly as possible. The leather shoes of a crowd of people who were in a hurry to get somewhere immediately began to stomp loudly on the asphalt. There are currently 583 million gamers in China, representing a growth rate of 3%. The actual sales revenue of the Chinese gaming market has reached 2 trillion yuan. Soon a completely new period will begin for China, and the crowd around saw a red glossy sports car. The young girls were delighted with such an attractive car, and one of them filmed it on her phone. China is about to enter a new period of incredible esports, and things will change for the better. The weather was clear outside, and yellow autumn leaves were falling from the trees, making a soft crunching sound. Someone was throwing a computer headset out of the door of a huge building, which fell loudly to the ground. The young people stood silently and watched as computer equipment fell to the ground and broke. Suddenly, a luxurious red sports car stopped in front of the building, driven by a blond man in a leather jacket. The young people turned their attention to the stopped car, trying to figure out who this person was. One of the young men shouted with joy in his eyes that it was their respected boss who had arrived. The guy with the yellow backpack and dark blue hair was glad that the boss was finally here. The respected boss looked like a very serious blond man, who had black glasses on his face and was wearing a black jacket. The guy screamed and told the boss that they had been kicked out and that they were saying something about the club being dissolved. The young people nervously asked the boss calmly what was the matter and asked him to say at least something. But the man remained as calm as possible and made his mind cold, looking sternly ahead. Through the lenses of his sunglasses, he saw 2 men in business suits looking at him. One of them turned extremely serious and looked at the boss of the young people. 3 young guys gathered around the boss and treated him with respect. A man in a business suit asked him if he still remembered what he promised 5 years ago, but the blonde only grinned slightly, because he didn't hear anything that was said at all. He pulled out the plugs from his ears, which stunned those around him, and asked them not to look at him, but to continue the story. Such boorish behavior on his part greatly angered the man in a business suit. He ordered the entire premises to be torn to pieces and all computer equipment removed. The subordinates immediately began to fulfill the boss's demands and destroy everything around. The entire computer headset scattered in different directions, and the noise did not stop for a long time. The young people looked at the destruction of computer equipment with pain, and their boss turned his back. In fact, it is easier for a person to start all over again than to simply fold his arms and give up. 5 years is 1,825 days, namely 43,800 hours. Over the course of 5 years, a person changes dramatically, for better or worse. In the same way, not only a person changes, but also the world around him. Team Korea managed to defend their crown in the S6 final, becoming the first team to achieve this, unlike the Chinese teams. But in the year 2005, Jin stood on the podium of an esports tournament, holding the Chinese flag above him. The blonde boss was driving his car at great speed, and a flock of white birds was flying behind him. The wind blew through the young man's hair, and suddenly someone called him on the phone. The phone's ringtone was playing loudly, and the phone itself was vibrating from a call from one of the young men. Something was preventing the boss from picking up the phone, and he was extremely doubtful whether he wanted to pick up the phone. He gritted his teeth and a bead of sweat ran down his cheeks as he was very nervous at that moment. Still, he threw the phone aside, and the young man continued to call him. That day, the shock he experienced at the sight of his compatriots crying with joy on stage. He made an extremely deep impression on the young man, which made him very surprised. This whole story happened 5 years ago, which also surprised the guy a little, because time flew by very quickly. The man told the guy that he must be completely confident in his actions, because there would be no turning back. The confident young man told the director that, of course, he was confident in what he was doing. He said he wanted to assemble a team of the best players and make them world champions. The first was Blade Rider Lu Jingcheng, who could only stop watching the championship if he paid a lot of money. The second of the young players was Soul Guardian Yuan Shao, who wondered what a soul was worth. The third player was the bloody shadow Zhang Minglian, whose armor would be on him until he defended the crown. The fourth player was the confident arrow guard Wei Lai, who considered his opponent weak and pathetic. The last of the team's players was the bounty hunter Jean Tu, who said that he was serious from the very beginning. Having gone back 5 years, the main character will not miss another chance to change everything. It was already getting dark outside, and the news reporter announced breaking news. She said that a representative from one of the gaming companies, Ed Zhu, held a press conference and announced the closure. The girl said that he himself was also on the verge of bankruptcy due to economic disputes. 2 working men moved through the building with everything they needed, dressed in blue work uniforms. The young man nervously held his boss, but Ed Zhu responded by asking him to leave him alone. Saliva was flowing from his mouth, and he hiccuped, looking at the floor with his empty and disappointed gaze. Posters with the happy faces of team players were peeled off by a man in a blue uniform. One of the workers glued a new poster to the wall and began to smooth it evenly across the wall. The poster showed a sweet young girl sitting on the floor, hugging her knees lightly. The young man anxiously told the powerless boss Ed Zhu that everyone had left the club and the winter season was coming. The boss got angry and shouted and asked him not to say anything related to the club in front of him. Out of anger, he threw a glass bottle, which subsequently hit the poster with the girl. Ed Zhu grabbed his young friend by the jacket, shouting and asking him to answer the question. With pain in his voice, he asked why she left him, because he did everything for her. Ed shouted that they had been together for 8 years. He knew that everyone else could betray him, but not her. Zhu desperately said that who would have thought that in the end only one fool would be left with him. The guy hugged the boss and said that there was no need to kill himself like that and he would never despise him. Ed Zhu vomited near the water dispenser, and the young man still stayed by his side and supported him. He handed the boss a water bottle and asked him to drink some water and also rinse his mouth. But holding the bottle in his hand, the young man saw that it had run out of water. Ed Zhu was still very ill, but the guy asked him to wait a little and said that he would buy him water now. The boss covered his mouth because he was still feeling sick and continued to wait for water. Soon he stood up from his knees and put his palm to his forehead, sighing very heavily. People around him noticed Ed Zhu and realized that this was the same guy from the news. Some were surprised to see the guy, and some mocked him, saying that he had gone bankrupt and was loitering around. Ed Zhu blushed slightly and sweat ran down his cheek, while he tried to remain calm. The young man said that this machine could break his head, because he did not understand how to get water out of it. Boss Ed Zhu, meanwhile, happened to notice the girl's poster. His gaze immediately became very stern, and he bit his lower lip out of anger. Rage consumed his mind and he kicked as hard as he could at the poster of his ex-girlfriend. Ed Zhu snatched the change from the guy's hands and said that he didn't even know how to use a vending machine, hinting at stupidity. The boss picked up a coin and inserted it into a special hole to quickly buy water. At the same moment, the machine dispensed a half-liter bottle of cold water, which immediately fell. The young man drew attention to the poster and asked who this girl was, because there used to be an advertisement for their club here. He couldn't figure out who this girl was and read that she was the owner of some company. Ed Zhu said that she is the winner of the Best Performance by Lead Role Award for Qingqing Lizhua. The boss reached into the vending machine to finally get a bottle of water and drink. At one point he became wary because he saw that something was written on the advertising poster. Ed Zhu translated the hieroglyphs he read and realized that the machine was faulty, and you could use it at your own peril and risk. He realized this too late, because his hand was already in the machine gun and he grabbed the water bottle. Ed panicked a little and couldn't believe it, but his hand got stuck in the machine gun. The electronics of the vending machine immediately burned out, and the boss could no longer reach his hand. The young man asked the boss what was wrong, to which Ed Zhu told him that his hand was stuck. The girls standing behind the 2 young men were frightened by what was happening, and Ed's friend was no less nervous than them. A few seconds later, something indescribably strange happened, and the young man asked the boss what was happening. He asked Ed Zhu how he ended up inside the machine, but for the first few seconds the boss only remained silent. The guy couldn't understand how he got there, because the hole was small, but the boss asked him to immediately help him get out. Those around him didn't care about Ed Zhu, but his disciple asked him to be patient for a while and said that he would call someone. A smoking young man passed by, who was in the company of a friend and girlfriend. He immediately opened his mouth wide, because he saw that behind the glass wall of the machine there was a man he knew. The guy sarcastically asked if this wasn't Boss Ed, and if this was some kind of new game or performance. Ed Zhu looked at the boy and realized that it was the scoundrel Jiang Tong, whom he really disliked. Jiang asked why he should be so upset about bankruptcy and said that he would be glad to welcome him to his team. But Ed's friend Zhu covered the boss with himself, and with an angry cry asked the scoundrel to shut his mouth. But the scoundrel Jiang Tong only smiled insidiously and said that I was just sympathizing with his boss. He also told the guy that he was not at all surprised that he was treated like the last dog, because he is uneducated. These words greatly offended the club's young player Ed Zhu, and he angrily asked him to repeat what was said. Jiang Tong grinned, because he wanted to sow enmity, and he succeeded. With a slight grin, he asked the guy if he didn't know that Ed Zhu had sold out their entire team. The young man continued to cover the vending machine, looking at Jiang Tong with great surprise. His eyes opened wide at what he heard, but he didn't want to fully believe his words. The guy immediately turned around and with pain in his voice asked Ed Zhu if this bastard was lying. But the boss desperately replied to the player of his disbanded team that Jiang Tong was telling the truth. After the boss himself confirmed the information, the young man became very angry and clenched his teeth. He hit the machine and asked why Ed Zhu did this, because he despised those who treated their players this way. The glass of the vending machine cracked as the young man hit it with all his might. He was disappointed and said that they all trusted Ed Zhu, but he did this to them. The boss spoke up at that moment and said that in fact there was a reason. He tried to string together a few words to explain the reason for his actions to the young man, but in the end he asked the guy to forget it and said that he still wouldn't understand him. The disappointed team player Ed Zhu took a few steps back, intending to do something. He did not take his eyes off his boss for a second, continuing to maintain his anger and resentment towards him. The player from the broken team clenched his teeth in pain, and tears of disappointment flowed down his cheeks. At one point, he began to run away and finally shouted to Ed Zhu that he was completely disappointed, and Jiang Tong just smiled after him. The scoundrel rejoiced in his heart because he managed to set off those who treated each other well, and took a couple of steps forward. With a wicked grin, he asked Ed Zhu why he didn't run after his pet. The scoundrel Jiang Tong's ridicule irritated the man extremely, and he gritted his teeth in anger, after which he called him a petty degenerate. But the insidious scoundrel suggested that those around him take a bunch of photos with the head Ed in order to make him look like a laughing stock. A crowd of people immediately started taking pictures of the guy with their phones, which annoyed Ed Zhu very much. The blonde clenched his teeth tightly and continued to endure, feeling indescribable humiliation. Ed imagined the news would talk about the incident where he got stuck in a vending machine. All this seemed to be corroding the young man's brain, and he imagined how humiliating it would be on the news broadcast. Ed Zhu wondered why something so awkward happened to him, and why he was such a laughing stock. In his head he had memories of the director calling him a loser and telling him to get out of his sight. Then the words of the scoundrel Jiang Tong and his ridicule were leaked, which got on my nerves. In the end, the words of a member of his team finished him off, because he trusted him, and Ed betrayed them. In his thoughts, Ed Zhu told himself that he was just some kind of clown, and he could laugh as much as he wanted, but there was one thing. He finally decided to gather his strength and break this vicious circle forever. Ed Zhu clenched his fist tightly and said in his mind that he gave it his all. He reminded himself that his dream was not some kind of stupidity, and closed his eyes and prepared to break the glass of the vending machine. Gritting his teeth, he told himself that he would not allow them to laugh at him and finally swung his fist. The people around were excited and realized that Ed Zhu was trying to get out of the machine. The vending machine moved from side to side as the young man really wanted to get out. People were very scared and screaming because everything that was happening was unexpected. Soon the police arrived. They did not understand what the noise was about and asked those around them to get out of the way. 2 police officers ran up to the vending machine and asked people around what the noise was coming from. Those around him looked at each other with excitement and tried to understand why the guy stopped moving, and whether he really died. Strange noises were coming from the vending machine, and the police came close to it to investigate. The clock began to tick loudly, and Ed Zhu was out of consciousness for a while. The blonde's eyes were closed for some time, but little by little he began to come to his senses. Having come to his senses, the main character wondered why the clock was ticking here, because it seemed very strange to him. The ancient clock continued to tick, and Ed Zhu tried to look around and understand what was going on. At one point, he fully opened his eyes and was extremely amazed, not understanding what was happening around him. An ancient, but at the same time very beautiful chandelier hung above the head of the main character. The light from the chandelier blinded the young man's eyes and he covered them with his hand, while complaining of headaches. Turning his head slightly, Ed Ju noticed a pendulum in the corner of the room and tried to figure out where it was. A woman's voice suddenly asked him with a cry how long he would lie there. Ed Ju became wary and took notice, wondering who it was. A girl with a child entered the room and asked the guy a question why he was sleeping here. The main character immediately jumped out of bed, and the girl angrily called him ill-mannered. Ed Ju had light shoes on his feet and began to quickly move forward towards the exit of the room. A strange room awaited him ahead, and he tried to figure out how he got here. Ed Ju looked around and realized that he was in a furniture store, which was even stranger. The store had many luxurious sofas, one of which cost 80,000 yuan. Ed Ju was very nervous and began to quickly move towards the exit of the store, apologizing to those around him. In the end, he started jogging because it all seemed so strange to him. On the street, people advised each other on furniture stores, and someone said that they might miss out on the latest models of the year. The man lured customers into the Jiahui Furniture Center by greeting everyone politely. Ed Ju stood still and tried to catch his breath, because he was very out of breath from running. The man shouted that all the newest furniture from 2013 was in their stores. He said it was their duty to provide them with the best service to improve the health of their customers and make their lives easier. The news said that in 2013, Shenzhou 10 was able to automatically and manually enter the dock. Ed Ju didn't understand what was going on, because it was already 2018, and a moment ago he was in the machine gun. The loader asked the guy not to block their path, because they were carrying a mirror that could easily be broken. Ed turned around and wanted to ask for forgiveness, when suddenly he fell silent, because he saw a reflection in the mirror. In the mirror he saw not a serious blonde man in a leather jacket, but a brown-eyed boy with glasses. He looked at himself in the mirror and wondered if this was what he looked like 5 years ago. Ed Ju was very surprised and wondered if he had traveled back in time. He recalled the picture of one of his team players giving him a cigarette to light. For some time Ed Ju stood still and could not come to his senses. He kept wondering if he had really returned back in time. Suddenly, he felt a vibration in his pocket and it turned out that it was a phone call. The main character noticed this and reached into his pocket to get his phone. Ed Ju turned on his phone and saw 253 unread messages. He saw messages from his mother, Li Ziki, Zhang Li, He Shen and other people he knew. Ed grabbed his head and said that even though he had gone back 5 years, it was still the same mess all around. But at least he no longer has to worry about the story of him getting stuck in a machine gun making the news. At one point, Ed Ju literally had an epiphany, and he opened his eyes wide, as if he had realized something. Standing still, he began to think deeply about everything that was happening and realized that if everything was so, today there will be a meeting with one of the teams, which could not but please the main character. Ed Ju realized that he could also now ask Team Light to sign the poster for him, which he was unable to do then. Thinking even deeper, the young man realized that now he could get a special edition of the skins of this team. The crowd of people were very happy and rushed towards Team Light, whom everyone admired greatly. Ed Ju squatted down and leaned his back against the wall, looking at the poster with his favorite player. Meanwhile, the weather outside was excellent, and the leaves of the trees were blown by a light breeze. The two loaders were doing their job and moving the wooden platform, while warning each other. Ed Ju, meanwhile, did not waste a minute, and soon stood at the entrance to the club. For several minutes he stood silently in front of the club entrance, thinking deeply about something. The movers entered the club through the main entrance, and Ed Ju silently thought about his own thoughts for a while. Looking at the club logo, the main character realized that his esports team was formed only yesterday. His eyes were still surprised and he stood in a stupor for some time. But soon Ed Ju decided that he needed to finally gather his strength and enter the clubhouse. He began to slowly walk towards the main entrance of the building, thinking about the esports team along the way. Red roses and white lilacs bloomed around, which could not help but attract the attention of the main character. Looking at them, Ed Ju recalled how the player whom he had offended asked what they should do with the plants, because they were withering. Soon the main character entered the room and continued to move forward with a calm step. He walked over to the computer desk and put his hand on it, silently remembering the past. Ed Zhu recalled his team's frustrated players frantically asking if the team was really disbanding. Walking further down the corridor, the main character noticed a small photograph showing the players of his team. The photo showed 5 happy players from his team who were loyal to their leader. After looking at the photo, Ed Zhu bowed his head slightly and stood there for a few minutes, thinking about life. He put his hand to his face and thought deeply about everything vital and what concerned his team. At one point, he removed his hand from his face, and in his thoughts, turning to the team, said that he had returned. After some time, Ed Zhu again stood at the entrance to the club building and said that everything starts with a clean slate. He took out a black marker from his pocket as he wanted to make some notes on the board. On the board, the main character wrote the name of his team and added that they are world champions. Smiling slightly, he told himself that this time he would fulfill the promise he made to his team's players. But quite unexpectedly, a sweet female voice addressed Ed Zhu by name, which could not help but surprise him. Ed Zhu turned around and, in surprise, stuttering a little, asked Sweet Yao why she was here. It was Li Yao, a girl who had been dating him for 8 years, but who left him without a second thought as soon as his business failed. In a gentle tone, the beauty told Ed Zhu that she had brought him, and the guy immediately asked who they were talking about. Li Yao introduced a young man in camouflage boots and said that he had recently come to them from the village. Ed Zhu was stunned because he knew the man, but he tried not to show it. Li introduced the man as Jiang Tong and said that it was time for their team to be replenished. Yao said that he was an honest guy, and Jiang asked Ed to tell him if he could help. The main character did not show any positive emotions in response, and was simply silent for the first few minutes. He carefully examined Jiang Tong, and at one moment noticed something interesting on his hand. The man's sleeve lightly covered the very visible gold watch that stood out on his arm. In his mind, Ed Zhu didn't believe in Jiang Tong's honesty because he was wearing shabby clothes, but he had a new watch on his hand. The main character recalled how in modern times Jiang sowed enmity by telling his player that Ed had sold the team. He also recalled how he viciously mocked and told the main character that he had upset his little dog. These memories made Ed Zhu very angry, and he clenched his fist tightly out of anger at Jiang Tong. But still, the young man managed to restrain his anger, and Li Yao was a little confused about what was going on. The girl asked in a sweet tone why Ed was so silent. Did he really drink too much last night? But the main character just waved his hand with a smile and said that nothing had happened and he was completely fine. After which he carefully adjusted his glasses and continued to remain silent for a few more seconds. Ed Zhu asked Jiang Tong's name again, and promised Li Yao that he would take good care of this person. Some time passed, and the main character was still having a conversation with a man in the clubhouse. His gaze was completely cold and serious towards Jiang Tong, for whom he had no positive emotions. Ed asked if there were any positions he was interested in since he was an old friend of Li Yao. Jiang Tong and the girl looked at each other, and at the same time they grinned suspiciously at each other. The man at that moment joyfully exclaimed that, in fact, he already knew what position he would like to get. Ed Zhu decided to break off his joy at that moment, and lightly hit his own palm with his fist. He smiled in the same way and said that they had one very important vacancy. When the main character had not yet finished speaking, Jiang Tong began to thank him, and Ed pressed the call button on the phone. He asked Chiu to bring him the contract documentation for the janitor position, which amazed Jiang. Chiu was glad that there was a candidate for this position, because the toilet had been clogged for several days. Ed Zhu told Jiang Tong that he could start after signing the contract and expressed hope for cooperation. But the man was extremely dissatisfied with this and shouted that he wanted to say something. But Ed Zhu decided to continue playing on his nerves and said that he needed to leave for a second, which surprised Li Yao. Jiang Tong turned sharply to the girl and angrily said that this guy wanted to deceive him. He was still very nervous and irritated and kept thinking about the whole situation. Jiang Tong kicked the table and shouted that this guy was really making a fool of him. With an angry cry, he told Li Yao that she had said that he was easy to deceive, but he was just making a fool of himself. The girl thought it was strange and said that he used to be a good boy, but now something had come over him. With a smile, she asked Jiang Tong if his rags could make Ed Zhu become serious, which made the guy even more angry. He shouted that he wanted to join the board of directors, because only with the help of determined people could they earn a lot of money. Li Yao began to reassure Jiang and asked him not to panic, because the club has not had enough fun since Ed quarreled with his father. She smiled sweetly and said that Zhu was running out of money and was looking for investors, but Jiang Tong had money. The brown-eyed guy calmed down and looked calmly at the girl, continuing to think. Jiang hugged Li Yao, about to kiss her, and said that she was very smart, and the girl said that Ed might catch them. Suddenly, the door to the office swung open as the boss decided to return and finish the job. Li Yao and Jiang Tong immediately quickly moved away from each other and sat in different chairs. Ed Zhu was still stern and remained silent while bringing the contract documents. He placed the contract document on the table, after which the young man had to familiarize himself with it. Ed Zhu asked to first read the contract and sign it if the conditions suit his requirements. Jiang Tong's face at that moment was very serious and thoughtful as he doubted the correctness of this. Suddenly, the protagonist's white smartphone rang in his pocket, emitting a strong vibration. Ed Zhu immediately answered the phone call, which could be very important for him. The main character began to discuss the topic of shares on the phone, and looking seriously at Jiang Tong, asked him to wait. He decided to leave the office so that no one would interfere with his phone call. Ed Zhu said that he had already decided to sell these shares and asked him to stop dissuading him from doing so. He realized that the fish were on the hook and added that he did not care about their future billion-dollar value. Jiang Tong overheard his conversation and said in his mind that it looks like Ed really needs money. He told himself that if he could make billions by buying his shares, he wouldn't need the team's earnings at all. But all this needed time, and in the meantime Jiang Tong had to do the work of a cleaner. After some time, he was already in the restroom, from where the most disgusting smell could be heard. Jiang Tong covered his face and wondered why he signed this agreement in the first place. After a while, the sun began to set below the horizon, and Ed Zhu arrived at the internet cafe. He was full of strength and with a smile asked the secretary where Uncle Lao was. The nice girl replied that the boss had gone upstairs to answer the phone. Suddenly, Ed Zhu heard the sounds of fingers pressing on the keyboard, which were quite loud. This attracted the attention of the main character and he turned his gaze to the source of this sound. Ed Zhu saw a young man wearing headphones, doing something while sitting at the computer. He immediately approached the guy and lightly touched him, which immediately attracted the young man's attention. The main character and the guy with ashen hair looked at each other without saying anything. Ed Zhu was trying to figure out who this familiar person was, and the young man asked if he wanted to sit down. The main character had an epiphany and in surprise he slightly bulged his eyes, because it was a guy he knows. It was a member of one of the teams, a player chosen by the best mid-player of 2014, Pan Zishuan. Ed Zhu asked the young man with a smile if he was also playing God of Battle, and suggested playing around. After some time, the sun set below the horizon, and the main character was still in the internet cafe. Ed Zhu and Pan Zishuan sat down next to each other and began to play God of Battle. Both players hit the keys on the keyboard deftly, because they really wanted to play. God of Battle was a multiplayer online battle arena where hundreds of players could compete with each other. These battle arenas use the classic map format, and players are divided into jungler, mid laner, support and laner. The middle line that Pan chose is usually dominated by mage-class characters. Zishuan moved the mouse across the mat from side to side with sharp movements. Ed Zhu said in his thoughts that only a professional could carry out such precise and necessary actions. The news in 2013 talked about the defeat of the team's mid-player due to wrist problems. Pan Zishuan kept a cool head, but continued to fight hard to win the round. Ultimately, all his efforts paid off, and he won the round. The young man's hands, which he held on the keyboard and mouse, began to sweat heavily. Pan Zishuan bowed his head slightly, and finally exhaled calmly and tiredly. Ed Zhu was pleasantly surprised by the results, but said that the young man tried long and hard to win. His words put Pan in a stupor, because some absolutely left-wing guy was running into him. Ed Zhu provocatively called the young man a simpleton and asked if this was all he could do. The main character suggested having another match, but Pan said that he had a problem with his hand, to which Ed ridiculed him. The protagonist's provocations angered the young man, and out of anger he clenched his teeth, trying to restrain his anger. With a shout, he asked Ed Zhu, who told him that he couldn't have another match. At that same moment, the young man grabbed the mouse tightly, sharply moving it to the upper right corner. His nimble fingers began to tap on the keyboard, and he himself was serious about winning. Ed Zhu was absolutely calm during the match, and Pan Zhishuan was extremely concentrated. After some time, the match ended with the victory of the guy who managed to make a double kill. Victory was again on Zhishuan's side, which seemed a little strange to him. The main character yawned and, putting his hand to his cheek, asked the nervous guy if he wanted to play again. Pan was not going to give up and agreed to hold another match, which again ended in his favor. This made the young man very nervous, and out of anger he shouted that he had lost again. Rival matches continued one after another, and each of them ended in the guy's favor. Pan Zhishuan managed to carry out serial killings, and victory was constantly on his side. Pan was very nervous and sweaty, but still made every effort. The rivals found themselves in close contact on the battlefield, and it was this minute that was decisive. Pan Zhishuan's wrist suffered severe pain, which greatly hampered the young man's play. The young man was sweating, and his eyes were wide open from tension. Ultimately, the round ended with his victory, but he could no longer continue playing. Pan leaned back and exhaled tiredly, as the intense game had pretty much drained his strength. In his thoughts, the young man told himself that he could no longer play because he was in too much pain. He turned his gaze to Ed Zhu and wondered if it was possible that this guy was deliberately instigating him. The main character showed some concern and put a bottle of drinking water on the table. He smiled at the guy and asked him not to stress so much about the game, but rather to sit down and relax. His words shocked Pan Zhishuan, and he looked at Ed Zhu with great surprise for several seconds. The young man reached for the water bottle and told the main character that he was too pompous. He added that he seemed to take other things seriously, and this was just an excuse for his incompetence. But Ed Zhu said that Pan Zhishuan looked like a professional gambler, which surprised the guy even more. He screamed and asked the main character where he even knew about being a professional player. Ed Zhu opened the article on the computer and asked Pan Zhishuan if a winner should sit with such a face. He zoomed in on a photo from the article showing the young man with his team after the victory. The lady jumped out of her chair in fright, because all this seemed very suspicious and strange to him. In his thoughts, he told himself that he had been recognized and he needed to immediately run away before the others noticed. But when he was about to leave, Ed Zhu tripped him and the young man fell face down on the floor. The vile action angered him, and with a cry, Pan Zhishuan asked the main character what he was doing. Ed Zhu said that he should act more modestly with people who know his secrets, which made him look like a fool in the guy's face. Pan told himself that this guy originally knew who he was, but pretended to be a beginner so that he would beat him all rounds. A logical chain formed in Zhishuan's head, and he realized that after secrets and means to achieve the goal, there was blackmail. He looked at Ed Zhu seriously and said that he didn't even have to try to blackmail him for money. But the main character calmly answered him that the situation was problematic, because he even took several photographs. Ed Zhu also said that this could be resolved differently if he paid him with his body. These words angered Pan Zhishuan even more, and he shouted and asked the guy if he was a pervert. But Ed Zhu in response only calmly turned to him and handed the young man his business card. Pan Zhishuan fell into a slight stupor because he did not understand what the stranger's business card could say. The main character told the young man that he could call him whenever he wanted if he got into trouble. He also asked not to put pressure on himself, because a pro player needs to take care of his health as well as his honor. Ed Zhu began to leave and finally told Pan that he still had a long way ahead, so he shouldn't be so reckless. Zhishuan remained silent and lowered his head to read the inscriptions on the main character's business card. The name of the main character was written on the business card, as well as the fact that he is the owner of an esports team. The worker left the internet cafe and was glad that the workday was finally over. But suddenly his joy was destroyed by a blue car that drove through a puddle and got him dirty. Ed Zhu was sitting in the car and asked Uncle Dao if he really couldn't buy himself a normal car, because he was a businessman. The uncle replied that he helps reduce carbon emissions into the atmosphere, and besides, he gets free advertising. On the back window of the blue car was written about an internet cafe, and the rates were 10 yuan per night. After a while, it was already dark outside, and Ed Zhu and Uncle Dao arrived at the right place. Behind the door, a man told an unknown guy that crying is not a crime at all, because his singing is terrible. Ed asked if this was the 7th meeting, to which Dao replied that 7 years had passed and only the two of them were involved in video games. But the main character answered in a calm tone that at least the two of them were still left. Ed Zhu said that it was almost time and suggested that they go and choose someone. Uncle Dao asked with a smile how important a person you need to be to go and choose people yourself. The main character began to walk forward and told him that he would see everything when they were already there. In the locker room, meanwhile, there was Pan Zishuan, who was there all alone. The guy held his head and said that the inflammation was getting worse and complained of severe headaches. In the locker, among his personal belongings, he found a business card that was given to him by a strange stranger. Pan Zishuan remembered that Ed Zhu allowed him to contact him if there were problems. The young man read the transcript of the esports team, and it turned out that it was not what he thought. Outside Pan's door there are complaints that because of his poor health they have been losing all night. The guy immediately opened the door with a sharp movement, behind which stood two team members. One of the guys mockingly said that there was some tension in the air. It looked like it was going to rain soon. Pan Zishuan got angry and began to run away, and the guy followed by asking if he really considered himself so strong. Those around him were curious to listen to the conversation between the young man and the man, which they conducted behind the glass. After some time, Pan Zishuan suddenly opened the door, still angry. He began to confidently move forward, and the rest of the team members scattered to the sides. Looking at his back, one of them said that he was glad he left, and the other asked him to be quieter. Pan was not going to waste time on them, and after a few minutes he left the building. It was raining outside, and Zishuan stood with a backpack on his shoulders, while holding his blue suitcase with things. He was extremely upset and disappointed with the whole world around him. The director called him an old player and said the team couldn't afford to keep someone who didn't do anything. He asked Pan Zishuan for forgiveness and said that after all these years, they still could not win the world championship. The young man's eyes filled with tears, and he raised his head to the sky and simply gave vent to his emotions. But suddenly, someone put up an umbrella behind him and told the guy that he would get sick if he stood in the rain. Pan Zishuan angrily asked Ed Zhu what he was doing here, to which the hero replied that he had come to pick up the guy. But the hot-tempered young man began to leave and called him crazy, because his idea was crazy. The guy was still angry and began to quickly walk away, and Ed Zhu only stood under the umbrella in one place, looking after him. But unexpectedly, Pan Zishuan slipped on the wet ground, after which he fell along with his suitcase. For several minutes the young man did not get up and simply coughed from his own impotence. Ed Zhu approached him and, bending down, picked up the wet paper lying in his hands. It contained a medical report about Pan Zishuan's hereditary joint disease. The young man with a sharp movement snatched the paper from the hands of the main character, because he was very tense. With a cry, Pan asked what he wanted, and had he really come to mock him too. But Ed Zhu remained completely calm and only said that it was not the young man's fault. But Pan Zishuan only continued to scream in mental pain, calling it all pathetic. He thought that all he had to do was train hard until he got used to the pain, but he was kicked out anyway. The guy grabbed Ed Zhu by the jacket and cried with tears that he could no longer participate in tournaments. Disappointed and powerless, Pan Zishuan continued to burst into tears, realizing all his hopelessness. Ed Zhu watched him for a few more minutes, giving him a chance to blow off some steam. He then asked in a calm tone why he couldn't see failure as a new beginning. Pan Zishuan replied to the main character that he must be joking, because who needs a crippled player? Ed Zhu suddenly said that he needed such a player, which made the guy very surprised. The main character asked him to join his team and said that he had found the best doctors for him. But Pan Zishuan only grabbed the envelope that was given to him by Ed Zhu and tore it. The guy said that he would rather leave esports than join another team. His behavior angered the main character, and with a cry he asked him whether the opinions of others were really so important to him. Ed said that there can be no hope of any kind if he gives up without even doing anything. The main character continued to motivate the guy, asking him not to forget why he chose this path in the first place. After his words, Pan Zishuan thought deeply and began to ponder why he chose this path. The guy thought extremely deeply and thought so much that he stopped paying attention to the world around him. Soon he lost consciousness, and the main character immediately began to lift him from the ground. After a while, Pan Zishuan was lying in bed with a special compress on his forehead. he still continued to think about why he chose the path of an esportsman. It was always difficult for the guy to find the right words, and no one wanted to be friends with him. Deep down, Pan wanted to be more active and interact with people, but he could never find the right time. Zishuan recalled how at school he handed the boy something he had dropped, attracting the attention of the entire class. The guy immediately turned around and panicked, because it was a cheat sheet, and there was an exam in class and Pan set him up. Little Zishuan was very scared at that moment, and his relationship with no one had improved. It seemed to the boy that all the people around him lived in a world inaccessible to him, and only in video games can he find a place in which he feels like himself. While enjoying video games, Pan Zishuan did not notice the passage of time, and was completely immersed in them. The young man always concentrated as much as possible on the matches and was extremely attentive, which brought him victories. Those around him always admired him, because sometimes he managed to win 10 times in a row. The rest of the team players supported him loudly and begged him to drag the whole team. The guys patted the object of admiration on the shoulders, because they were very happy and grateful to him. Support played an important role, and when Pan Zishuan knew that they believed in him, he could bring the team many victories. The promising young esports player brought victory one after another, because each time he made every effort. The rest of the team players were very happy and recognized that he was really good at this. Pan Zishuan told himself that this was the only way he could look for friends, and it would be wonderful if this lasted forever. But many of his friends left, and the memories were of his friends refusing his offers to play together. He recalled how someone's parents found out about everything and did not allow him to play, and someone dropped out of school because of work. Each time, Pan Zishuan became more and more upset, and sadness filled his heart. The game without his close friends had no meaning, and he remembered how sad he spent his time. But still, Pan Zishuan clenched his fist tightly and told himself that he did not want to leave and give up the business. There was a sparkle in his eyes, and in his heart there was still hope for a happy future. Pan Zishuan had to answer one question for himself, namely, why is this so? The young man tried to understand whether he really didn't want to give up and stood his ground for the sake of the others. After which Pan Zishuan wondered if this was so, or if it was all for his own sake. He recalled Ed Zhu shouting and asking him if he still had the confidence to be on stage. It was as if a spark had ignited in the guy's heart, and he himself imagined how he would be on stage again. He imagined the bright and blinding yellow spotlight he would be able to see on stage. Pan Zishuan recalled how he covered his eye from the spotlight and heard people shouting his name. The young man recalled how he looked into the crowd of people, where everyone was happy to see him and truly admired. Before his eyes was a crowd of happy young people shouting his name non-stop. Pan Zishuan recalled his friends talking about how cool his actions were. There were tears of joy and happiness in the eyes of the young man, and he himself was enveloped in support and love. The young man cried with happiness and joy, while laughing slightly, because he had succeeded. Finally, Pan Zishuan found the answer to his question, and he does it in order to win. He does this for his own sake, for his desire to be accepted, his desire to win, and for the sake of his dream. Suddenly, Pan Zishuan opened his frightened eyes as a bead of sweat ran down his cheek. He rose slightly, removing the compress from his forehead and trying to figure out where it was. There was a green cup of tea on the table, and under it was an envelope with papers that Ed Zhu had handed him. Pan Zishuan became wary and realized that he couldn't waste another minute, because it was time to act. He jumped out of bed, grabbed the papers and began to walk quickly somewhere. The young man took his will into his fist and, gritting his teeth, said that he could not give up now. After a while, he came to the rest room where Ed Zhu and Uncle Dao were. They were having fun and talking about various topics, when suddenly Pan Zishuan entered the room. Ed Zhu immediately drew attention to the young man who entered the room and was ready to listen to him. Pan Zishuan opened the paper and slammed the table, about to make a loud statement. With a confident cry, he declared that he wanted to return to the stage as soon as possible. His words made Ed Zhu smile slightly, because he couldn't help but be glad that the guy had come to his senses. He smiled at Pan Zishuan even more and said that this could be done even now. The next day, Pan Zishuan was studying in the practice room, while the other players were getting ready to go to lunch. While others were worried about what was for lunch, the young man stubbornly continued to train. Uncle Dao smoked a cigarette and glanced at Pan Zishuan, saying that he had been like this since he had surgery. He told Ed that the guy's finest hour was almost over, and now he had also injured his arm. Dao asked if Zhu really had so much money and wanted to do everything for those guys on the team. The main character smiled slyly and asked his uncle what he thought about this. Dao opened his right eye and paid attention to the place where Ed Zhu was pointing his finger. The poster was about a friendly match in the game God of Battle, and also that esports is alive and well like never before. Dao was dumbfounded and asked if Ed Zhu really wanted to pit Pan Zishuan against his old team. The main character replied that he had long lost his confidence, and he needed to taste the taste of victory. Dao realized that it looked like he had planned this from the beginning and asked for more honesty. Ed Zhu pointed his finger again at the poster where it was written that the match would take place in September. He smiled at Dao and said that since he had nothing else to do, they could go together. After some time, the main character and his uncle were already at the airport, and a charming blue sky stood above them. In addition, they were with young guys from the team who admired the views around them. One of the young men could not get enough of it because it was his first time in this city. Dao asked Ed Zhu where he found this monkey that makes noise all the way, to which the young man smiled. By accident, the boy crashed headfirst into one of the men, which did not go unnoticed. It was the captain and mid-player of the team, Huzhe, who turned around and looked at the boy with a serious look. The guy got very nervous and didn't know what to do, because he had never encountered such serious people. Huzhe said that before they had time to kick him out of the team, a rich daddy had already taken him, to which he was asked to watch his language. But the team captain continued to smile and said that if he beat them, then he would put on airs. Huzhe provocatively asked Pan Zishuan whether a cripple like him could defeat him. His words greatly angered the young man, and he could hardly restrain the outbursts of his anger. The rest of Huzhe's team also mocked Pan Zishuan, who simply stood there silently, clenching his fists. But when the opposing captain began to leave, Ed Zhu put his hand on his shoulder and asked him to stop. Pan Zishuan was still standing in place with his back turned, but he paid attention to it. Huzhe turned around boldly and with an impudent cry asked what this man wanted. Ed Zhu said with a smile that if he loses, he wants Hu to apologize to Pan Zishuan on stage. These words angered the team captain to such an extent that he could not find the words to respond. Still, he shrugged it off and said that he would never do this in his life, only if in his dreams. After a while, Ed Zhu and his team stood behind the stage of the arena, and he told Wen Jing that a random fan would take his place. A young player with brown eyes listened carefully to the main character and said that he understood everything. Ed Zhu told the team that although it was just a friendly match, it would be their first time against an experienced team. The main character was confident in his team and said that they must win this match. All 5 team members symbolically put their hands on top of each other and shouted that they would defeat the opposing team. It was announced that one of the oldest teams in the country would take on a team that was not even 3 months old. The commentator invited the audience to first greet the champions defending their title, namely the old team. After that, the commentator asked to greet their today's opponents. Huzhe cast his serious gaze at the opposing team, not having the most positive feelings towards them. His team discussed Ed Zhu, calling all this nonsense, because some major is also performing on stage today. Those around him were happy that Pan Zishuan had left the old team and would no longer drag them down with him. People in the crowd were cheering for the old team and shouting at the top of their voices that Huzhe was the winner. In the crowd there was a suspiciously secretive young man, who had a white cap on his head. The commentator said that the old team's roster will consist of a leader, 2 bottom laners and 2 fans. And for the new team there is Ace Pan Zishuan, 2 players on the bottom line, the owner of the team and a happy fan. The commentator said that the time has come for the character picks and ban stage, and asked the question of who the new team will choose. Pan Zishuan said to himself that now they were no match for the old team in terms of character selection tactics. But at that very moment he remembered how Ed Zhu asked Huzhe to apologize to Pan on stage in case of defeat. Zishuan guessed that Ed Zhu wanted him to play for a rarely picked champion. At one point, the main character looked at the guy and in a calm tone asked him to play for the Fox. This stunned the guy and he immediately asked if Ed Zhu really wanted him to pick him when playing against his former team. But the main character just smiled at Pan and asked him to be himself, and promised to do the rest himself. During the match, Ed Zhu asked Tiao Tiao and Little Bai to focus on farming the bottom lane. The guy smiled at the owner of the esports team and said that he understood everything. Ed Zhu asked Little Bao to remind the newcomer about the frequency of camps, to which the guy immediately agreed. The main character asked Little Xian if he could fight Huzhe, to which Pan immediately confidently stated that yes. Ed Zhu smiled because he understood that everything was going according to plan and said that it was time to start the show. Pan Zishuan smiled and said to himself in his thoughts that he had not experienced anything like this for a long time. But suddenly his joy was interrupted by something that he noticed and became wary. He shouted and asked Ed Zhu why he was moving so slowly, because they were playing against professionals. The main character tapped his head lightly with his finger and told Pan that he would need this if he wanted to win. There was a loud sound of keyboards in the room, as the situation was as tense as possible. The commentator announced that both teams are now loading, so the clash of the old and the new will soon begin. Huzhe was confident of victory because he had been following Pan for 4 years and understood all his weaknesses. The commentator announced that the RH team was creating pressure, and NSD played quite passively, and may have been afraid of the pressure. Pan Zishuan understood that he will not be able to give his best unless the forester helps him. Tiao Tiao was extremely focused and told the boss that he was being taken out and needed a gank on the bottom lane. Ed Zhu kept a cool mind and asked the forester to help him immediately. The newcomer was confused and asked what about the mid, to which the hero asked him to camp the bot lane, and the mid would take care of himself. Pan Zishuan, hearing this, became very tense and wondered if this was Ed's plan to quit mid. The commentator said that it looks like an epic battle is unfolding between former teammates Pan Zishuan and Huzhe. The NSD team's mid-player tensed up even more and told himself that he would have to rely on himself. The commentator said that it seemed that Pan Zishuan had decided to go on the offensive first. His actions irritated Huzhe too much, and he tried his best to fight back. Pan Zishuan got close to the enemy, but after looking around a little, he realized that an ambush was waiting for him. The commentator said that Pan was too impatient, and the RH jungler was already waiting there for him. He added that 20 minutes had already passed, but no team had shed blood yet, and killing him would be important. The enemy was about to inflict maximum damage on Pan Zishuan, and was about to strike. Huzhe shouted to the guy that there was no way he could defeat him, and laughed joyfully because he was confident of his victory. Pan Zishuan was very nervous, because he understood that he was about to give first blood, but Ed Zhu said that he was nearby. The young man turned his attention to the boss with a little bewilderment, because he did not understand what he was talking about. The main character remained completely calm and even smiled while looking at the monitor. He did something that made Huzhe stand up from the table and hit the table with his fist in anger. He continued to get very nervous and hit the table, not understanding what was happening and how this was possible. The commentator said that not only did Trent fail to cancel Ed's ult, but he was forcibly teleported to mid lane. The situation in the mid lane was tense, and the opponents were extremely focused on the game. The commentator said he thought the audience was as shocked as he was because Ed did something shocking. He said that the developers just found this bug with Ninja's ultimate, and Ed was able to recreate it the next day. Viewers were shown some reconstruction of the bug, which was supposed to clarify things. In it, a funny man with red horns grabbed onto a man who asked him to be moved from one zone to another. A teleporter formed under the second man's feet, which could teleport him from Area B to Area A. Huzhe was still very nervous and didn't believe it, saying that Trent should have cancelled Ed Zhu's ult. Pan Zishuan was no less nervous than him and did not understand what the hell was happening on the battlefield. Ed Zhu smiled and answered the boy that it was all very simple, and Pan turned his perplexed gaze on him. Ed said that Ninja's ult lasts 3.5 seconds, and the developers haven't fixed this, and the ult can't be stopped that quickly. Pan Zishuan asked how he could know about this vulnerability if he had not played for the past 2 days. But Ed Zhu just grinned and didn't say anything to him, because of course he knew all this. He talked about everything from the time of beta testing, everything that happened in the game until 2018. The main character played for Nindi and decided to use one of his signature techniques, namely, purification. Ed Zhu at one point shouted at the top of his voice that he was using the ninjutsu dash right now. The protagonist's character rushed from his spot with a sharp movement to cause damage to the enemy. The commentator was surprised by his quick movements and said that he uses Trent's cleanse, then immediately stuns through a charge. He said with a smile that this provocation caught all three players off guard in the mid lane, and the RH team found themselves in trouble. Ed Zhu asked the players not to stand there uselessly, because he would not be able to kill all three with his damage level. Pan Zishuan understood his situation and asked him to leave this matter to him, promising to finish off all three opponents. The young and promising player of the NSD team hit the keys with deft finger movements. He focused as much as possible on the battle and managed to use the character's ultimate. Pan Zishuan stated that he would immediately use the demonic attack, namely Fox Flame. The commentator said that the young man had just activated his ultimate. He inflicted enormous damage on his main opponent, who was unable to resist. Pan Zishuan shouted to the rest of the team to return immediately. The commentator said that Hu Zhe was under the control of the taunt and was forced to take all the damage from the ULT. The system declared the first bloodshed, as well as the double and triple kill committed by the Fox. Ed Zhu smiled at Pan Zishuan and said that this is far from the end of the match, so he needs to pull himself together. The young man himself was not going to give up, so he continued to use techniques against the enemy. Hu Zhe was killed again during the battle, which greatly irritated him, because defeat enveloped him. Ed Zhu told Tiao Tiao that they needed to go mid, to which the guy was very happy, because he was already tired of being constantly pushed. The efforts and maximum concentration bore fruit for the NSD team members, and victory was on their side. The commentator announced that Team RH was defeated and asked to congratulate NSD on their incredible comeback and victory. Hu Zhe was extremely furious, and threw his headphones at the monitor and shouted that most likely they were using cheats. Tiao Tiao told the boss that he was already out of bananas, and Little Bao told Pan that he was incredible. The NSD players looked at the RH team members who were defeated and looked at the floor desperately. Ed Zhu did not forget for a second his agreement with the leader of his rivals, and looked at him with a smile. He pointed his finger at Pan Zishuan and said that Hu Zhe had lost and now had to apologize to him on stage. Tiao Tiao took a sharp step forward and asked his opponent if he was going to apologize. Drops of sweat flowed down Hu Zhe's face, and for a while he just stood silently in place. The commentator suddenly announced that some kind of emergency had occurred, which attracted the attention of the players. He asked for calm and said that the NSD team may have used illegal methods of fighting. RH team players immediately began to discuss this and say that their opponents were most likely cheaters. Hu Zhe immediately began to sneer viciously and asked if those damn cheaters really wanted him to apologize. But all commentators said that no illegal software was used and declared NSD the winners. He once again asked to congratulate the team on their victory, and Hu Zhe again became very nervous. He wondered if Ed Zhu had found some residual bug in such a short time. Hu Zhe exclaimed that he did not agree with the jury's opinion, but the audience did not understand what was going on. The commentator decided to distract viewers from this and said that now it was time to invite a special guest. With a smile, he waved his hand and said that their favorite diva, Shi Qingyu, would give out the prizes. The sweet girl waved her hand to the audience, and with a sweet smile introduced herself and greeted everyone present. The players of the RH team were stunned by her beauty, and with love in their eyes they shouted how much they loved her. Shi Qingyu approached the winning team and presented Pan Zishuan with a silver cup, congratulating him on his victory. The young man held the NSD team's well-deserved award tightly in his hands, just looking at it for a while. He remained calm and looked with warm pride inside at the award he had contributed to. Tiao Tiao hugged little Xian and said that he was the best, while Ed Zhu and Uncle Dao looked after them. Dao was delighted as Ed tricked Hu Zhe into focusing on mid and drained Trent before teleporting. But the main character said that he could not compete with him, to which Dao asked him to end with this business-like tone. Pan Zishuan and Tiao Tiao walked forward, but suddenly someone's feet stood in their way. It was Hu Zhe who addressed the young man and thereby attracted their attention. Tiao Tiao covered Pan Zishuan with his hands and shouted and asked his opponent if he really wanted them to hit him. Hu Zhe took courage and asked for forgiveness, saying that he could lose with dignity and admit defeat. Pan Zishuan was surprised by his revelations, but his rival asked him not to forget that one day he would take revenge. Ed Zhu, passing by, put his hand on Hu Zhe's shoulder, intending to say something to him one last time. He called him a good opponent and said he would look forward to his performance. Hu Zhe stood in a stupor for several seconds, remaining silent and thinking about his words. He looked into Pan Zishuan's eyes and became fixated on Ed Zhu, calling him an opponent. Pan smiled and invited them both to give their all, after which he said that they would see each other again at the tournament. The young man joined the team and began to leave, and Huzhe stood silently in place for some time. He closed his mouth completely and continued to think that they considered him a good opponent. After a while, the team was outside, and Uncle Bao was glad for the fresh air, and Ed asked if he would die if he stopped whining. RH team members said among themselves that NSD only knew how to use cheap tactics. But suddenly, a red-haired guy appeared behind the two members of the RH team and said that their dreams would not come true. He said that the strategy of using Huzhe as the main force against NSD would definitely not allow RH to win. The guys from the RH team immediately began nervously asking what he was talking about and asked him not to talk nonsense. The boy confidently stated that Huzhe would suffer a worse death if he fought him one-on-one, which attracted Ed's attention. Tiao Tiao said that he was just showing off, and Little Bao called the boy arrogant. Ed Zhu said that this guy's statements would not be empty in the future and asked if they wanted to take him on the team. After a while, the main character, Uncle Dao and Pan Zishuan were in an establishment where aromatic food was waiting for them on the table. There was an awkward silence at the trio's table, and Pan felt a little awkward. Dao, smoking a cigarette, said that he hates it when such a quiet environment reigns around. He hit the table and asked Ed Zhu when these idiots would come, since he was already dying of hunger. He also looked at the main character's phone and asked if he was checking the rating tables again. Ed Zhu said that currently the main players of the four teams MZ, GCC, N1 and HR are at the top of the rankings. He said that these teams would be the biggest obstacles in their way and he thought that the main player HR would come to the match. Dao asked if this was the reason why he used a bug to hide the team's true strength from them. Ed Zhu said that in fact, thanks to this bug, they had a chance to resist their opponents. Suddenly, the main character received a call from Tiao Tiao, and a loud ringtone played in the room. Ed Zhu answered the call, and Tiao shouted into the phone to his boss that he tried, but he couldn't stop them. The hero asked where they were, to which the guy replied that they would not be able to come to dinner, and then hung up. The young man's action angered the main character and he shouted and asked what was the matter, but the call had already been completed. Meanwhile, in one of the rooms, a yellow light shone dimly, adding romance. Shi Qingyu enjoyed the hot water in the jacuzzi, and her long, flowing hair became wet in the water. The girl's look was charming, and her hair gave her even more charm. The camera assistant slammed the numbering clapper, making it clear that the scene had been filmed. The producer asked everyone to take a break, after which the scene with jumping on a horse would be filmed. A crowd of fans handed flowers to the charming Shi Qingyu, and some shouted that they loved her very much and asked for her autograph. She signed autographs, and people said how polite and friendly she was, and that she had absolutely no star fever. Tiao Tiao held up his yellow backpack and asked the beauty to sign directly on it. Shi Qingyu asked if they didn't say that they couldn't come because of dinner with the boss, but Tiao said that she was more important. The girl smiled sweetly and asked if they would like a tour of the set, since they finally came. Tiao Tiao immediately raised his hand and exclaimed that they would not refuse the excursion. Uncle Dao, chewing his food, wondered where these three fools could have gone. Pan Zishuan looked at him silently as he was also chewing his food at that moment. But at one point it dawned on him and, opening his mouth, he wondered if they had really gone there. After some time, the trio finished their meal and went to the film studio, where the boys could be. The girl in the lilac skirt saw Ed Zhu, and waving her hands asked him to come to her. She bowed before him and asked forgiveness for his unceremonious answer and for the inconvenience she had caused. The girl said that the guys were in the recreation area, and Miss Qingyu was worried when she learned that they came here without telling him anything. Ed Zhu and Uncle Dao walked towards the trio, who had fallen under the wing of the sweet Shi Qingyu. Tiao told her that training is boring, they are not allowed to rest, and the boss is generally an old fox. Shi Qingyu smiled sweetly while covering her mouth with her finger, saying that it seemed like they were having a hard time. Ed Zhu heard Tiao Tiao's stories, and standing behind him asked, "Does that mean training is boring for them?" The boys were very scared, because they did not expect to see the boss here, and did not know what to do now. Within a few seconds, the trio lined up, and the stern Uncle Dao looked at them with anger. Ed Zhu, meanwhile, greeted Shi Qingyu and thanked him for taking care of the guys. But the girl did not reciprocate his politeness, and in response she only cast down her serious gaze. She didn't say anything to him and began to walk away, while Ed Zhu looked after her in bewilderment. He still held his outstretched hand in the air, and the three behind were stunned by everything that was happening. The guys laughed quietly, saying that the goddess responded to the boss with coldness, but was kind to them. Ed Zhu immediately turned around and, laughing terribly, asked, since they were having so much fun, would they like to eat only vegetables for the whole month? The trio immediately fell to their knees in front of the boss and began to beg him not to do this, and Dao said that he could not help them. Ed Zhu and Dao walked around the set, taking in all the sights. The blonde asked the main character if he teased this girl in kindergarten, to which Ed replied that it was only in his dreams. Pan Zishuan waved to his friends and said that he had finally waited for them, because he had been waiting for a very long time. He told Tiao Tiao, who was hugging the autographed backpack, that the boss didn't want to bring him here, but he snuck in anyway. One of the guys said that Shi Qingyu patted him on the shoulders, and now he will never wash this t-shirt. Ed Zhu asked to address the team, and meanwhile, a guy with red hair stood behind him. He shocked the hero by saying that they won thanks to a bug and got her autograph thanks to their connections. The main character turned around and saw a confident red-haired guy who was looking at him seriously. In his thoughts, Ed Zhu said that he was going to look for him in a few days, but it seems that fate itself is bringing them together. The red-haired guy was still serious and said that it was just an autograph and there was nothing to brag about. Tiao Tiao was about to attack him for these words, but Pan Zishuan stopped him with a smile. The red-haired guy shouted angrily that he had never won a match with the help of bugs, and was much better than his old team. Pan Zishuan was hurt by these words and at that moment he simply fell into a slight stupor, being turned his back. He immediately turned around and looked sternly at the guy and asked what he wanted to say. The red-haired guy called him an old cripple and said that he only won because his boss took advantage of a bug. Pan Zishuan got angry and grabbed him by the t-shirt and offered to fight one-on-one, but the guy was not afraid of him. But suddenly, someone exclaimed that Shi Qingyu was here again, and the boy's eyes were filled with admiration. The eyes of the crowd of guys immediately filled with love for the girl, and the red-haired boy shouted that he wanted her autograph all day. People in the crowd shouted that they loved Shi Qingyu and asked him to look in their direction, but Ed Zhu remained calm. In a moment, they crossed paths with cold glances, while fans greatly admired the girl. Shi Qingyu looked at the main character angrily, and Ed Zhu himself did not understand the reason for such a look. The girl's assistant told Mr. Ed that they were rushing to the next set. She told fans that Miss Qingyu was heading to the next stage and thanked everyone for their support. The red-haired guy and Pan Zishuan exhaled in frustration, and it was noticeable from the outside. But suddenly the guys remembered their enmity, and immediately crossed angry glances. The opponents immediately scattered in different directions, looking sternly into each other's eyes. The red-haired guy asked Pan Zishuan to fight one-on-one, and the loser would be called daddy by the winner. The young man looked at him angrily and replied that it was pointless to fight him. Suddenly Ed Zhu walked up to Pan Zishuan and put his hand on his shoulder and asked him to calm down a little. The young man calmed down and looked at his boss, who was absolutely calm at that moment. Ed Zhu asked the red-haired Zhang Tu if he wanted to join his team, to which the red-haired guy asked if he really knew him. He told Ed that if he knew him, he should know that with his rating he didn't need a team, even if he wanted to go pro. Zhang Tu began to leave and said that Qingyu had already left anyway, so there was no point in wasting his time on them anymore. Ed Zhu followed him with a smile and asked the question, what if he gives him the opportunity to make friends with Su Qingyu? Zhang Tu's cheeks turned red, and turning around, he asked the main character if he was telling the truth. Miss Su Qingyu, meanwhile, was traveling to the set in the back of a black minibus. The assistant asked her if this was the same guy Aunt Su asked her to go on a blind date with. Qingyu replied that it was him and he should learn some manners, because he didn't even come, and she waited for him in the cafe all day. The girl's resentment towards the main character did not leave her, and in her thoughts she told herself that she would never forgive him. Meanwhile, Pan Zishuan turned to Ed Zhu, who was watching Zhang Tu leave. The young man asked the boss why he wanted to take this fat man to their team. The yellow-eyed boy Tiao Tiao supported the guy and asked what if the fat man was lying about his rating. But Ed Zhu was confident in the guy, and smilingly told them that Zhang Tu was the future best ADC in the world. The red-haired boy's gaming domain was Lufitzer, and he himself was a 16-year-old player on Team GC. Su Qingyu, meanwhile, was at home, deftly pressing the keys on the keyboard. The girl was wearing headphones and was extremely focused on the gameplay. Eventually her eyes lit up with joy and she exclaimed that she had won. The sweet girl's joy knew no bounds, because the victory could not but please her after so much effort. She smiled sweetly and with joy in her eyes asked if the person wanted to play with her. The producer announced that the scene had been filmed and asked to rest, while the assistant thanked Miss Qingyu for her work. The assistant also told the girl that a Storm Peripherals shareholder wanted to invite her to dinner, which piqued her interest. She handed her an invitation and said that at 7 in the evening they would be waiting for her at a revolving restaurant in the city center. Su Qingyu took the invitation from the assistant's hands and then silently examined it. She did not refuse a possible meeting, and in the evening she was already expected at a revolving restaurant in the city center. The restaurant had a fun atmosphere, everything was bright and colorful and the atmosphere was relaxing. There was live music in the revolving restaurant with a young guy playing the violin and a second man playing the piano. At the table by the window, Zhang Tu sat with a luxurious view and Ed Zhu sipped red wine. The red-haired boy was very nervous and asked and the desired Shi Qingyu would come, and was he really fooling him? Ed replied that it wasn't even 7 yet and asked not to say that he was so impatient. His words made the red-haired boy even more tense, and he was going to deny his words. But that's it. At one moment he fell silent, because he himself caught himself that he really did not have enough patience. A tense Zhang Tu stood up from the table and said that he would go to the restroom for a while and asked to tell him when she would be here. At the table behind Ed Zhu, there were 3 guys looking at the menu. It turned out that these were team members who really wanted to see the beautiful Su Qingyu and were afraid of being noticed. Tiao Tiao removed the menu book from his face and at that very moment was stunned, as if he had seen something charming. It turned out that it was the beautiful Shi Qingyu, who appeared in a blue dress, and her snow-white legs were open. The polite waiter bowed down in front of the girl and showed her the way to the table where she was expected. The girl walked to the table and noticed a man behind it who was familiar to her even from the back. Su Qingyu caught herself thinking that this man seemed quite familiar to her. The waiter told Miss Su that this was her table, and when she saw Ed Zhu, the girl immediately became angry. The main character remained calm and told her in a calm tone that they had met again. Su Qingyu couldn't believe that she was seeing this scoundrel again who never showed up for a date. She did not intend to tolerate the company of a person she disliked, and turned around and began to leave. But Ed Zhu was persistent in his goals, and at the last moment he grabbed her hand. Shi Qingyu did not expect such an act from him, and slightly stumbled because of this. She stepped on her dress with her heel, which caused her to slip further. The girl began to fall to the floor, but at the last moment something happened that made her blush. She fell straight onto Ed Zhu, which put her in an extremely awkward position and made her blush even more. Meanwhile, red-haired Zhang Tu was returning from the restroom, wondering whether Su Qingyu had already arrived. But quite unexpectedly, he encountered Pan Zishuan, who was most unpleasant to him. Zhang Tu immediately became angry and, calling him a cripple, asked what he was doing here. Pan Zishuan did not respond to his provocations or get angry, but simply remained silent for a few seconds. Zhang Tut became even more angry and accused him of stalking him to see Qingyu. Pan Zishuan could not resist and asked him to remove the crown from his head, because he could see it without him. The young men literally glared at each other, barely restraining themselves from starting a fight. Suddenly, they heard a familiar female voice, and they both realized that it was Miss Su's voice. They did not understand who dared to touch her, and immediately began to run to the girl's aid. The assistant calmed the girl down and said that Mr. Ed did not hug her on purpose, because he is a shareholder and this is not possible. Zhang Tu ran up to Miss Su and asked her what happened, and the girl just looked at him in bewilderment. The green-eyed boy immediately turned his angry gaze to Ed Zhu sitting at the table. He pointed his finger at the calm protagonist, shouting and asking him what he did to her. Zhang Tu was as serious as he could be at that moment, and asked him to immediately apologize to the lady. Ed Zhu calmly stood up from the table and said with a smile that he definitely owed Miss Su an apology. But he also said that this should be done not because of the small misunderstanding that just happened. The main character looked at the silent Su Qingyu, who was looking into his eyes, with a slight smirk. Ed Zhu extended his hand to her and said that he wanted to sincerely apologize for not coming to the meeting then. The main character told the girl that since they met, he has been interested in something. He said that he was wondering what was the reason for her disdain for him. Ed Zhu found out that his grandparents arranged a date for him 3 months ago without even telling him. He asked for forgiveness and said that he decided to invite Miss Su to film a commercial for the company as an apology. The assistant said in her thoughts that his apology was enough and there was no need to be so ostentatious, and Su Qingyu was getting wet. Suddenly, the phone in the assistant's bag rang loudly, and she immediately reached into her bag to answer the phone call. The girl put the phone to her ear and began to talk quietly, and Mr. Zhuo was calling her. She was delighted and asked if the director had seen the demo video and wanted to invite Miss Qingyu to play the lead role. With joy in her eyes, she said that they were interested in it and would contact him soon, which attracted Miss Su. At that moment, Ed Zhu narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly, because he did not lie to the girl. The assistant told Miss Su that this was the same director Gua who recently won the Best Director award. She immediately bowed down to Mr. Ed and began to thank him for the chance he had given him. But Su Qingyu was not as happy and remained silent for a while. But still, she boldly declared that even if his words were true, it was not an excuse to decide for her where she should work. Ed Zhu smiled and asked, what if this chance gives her the opportunity to reach the peak of her career in a year? But at that very moment he said that probably, even sooner than a year later, she would win the award for Best Actress. 5 years ago, another actress stole Su Qingyu's opportunity to star in a commercial and quickly became famous. While Su Qingyu remained in the shadows for 4 years until she won her first Best Award, Ed Zhu put his fingers to his face and said that this time, he will return to Miss Su what rightfully belonged to her. Zhang Tu and Su Qingyu herself looked at the main character silently, not knowing what to answer. In his thoughts, the red-haired guy said that he didn't expect this, and this guy not only has excellent connections and resources, but also good intuition. At one point, Su Qingyu addressed the main character at the top of her voice, which greatly surprised Zhang Tu. She said that without her abilities and skills, none of this would have happened and expressed hope that their paths would cross more often. She turned to the red-haired Zhang Tu and thanked him for interceding and expressed hope for a meeting. The red-haired boy at that moment was filled with indescribable emotions, and his cheeks turned red. He immediately told Miss Su that he really liked her and was glad that she liked esports. Zhang Tu confidently declared that he would become the best professional player with a serious face. Su Qingyu wished the red-haired boy good luck and said that he needed one more thing to make his dream come true. Ed Zhu turned his attention to the girl, who suddenly fell silent, as if about to say something important. Su Qingyu told Zhang Tu that he should forget about NSD and she would recommend a better team to him. This statement attracted the attention of the protagonist, and he opened his eyes wide in surprise. At that moment, the main character became very wary, because he did not understand what Su Qingyu was driving at. She said that the N1 team would be holding tryouts soon, and she could recommend Zhang Tu to them. The red-haired boy was very happy, and could not believe that she would really do him such a service. Ed Zhu at that moment exhaled with a little relief, as if he had drawn some conclusions for himself. He looked with a smile at the girl who was not looking at him, and realized what team he was talking about. Team N1 was founded in 2011, and it was very worthy. They became famous for winning the Professional League Championship in their first year of existence. But in 2012 and 2013 they dropped to 3rd place in the rating table, both because of constant internal conflicts and because of the players' intolerance towards newcomers. Their positions were creeping down. But that was not all, because less than 2 years later they were completely expelled from the professional league. Ed Zhu was as thoughtful as possible at that moment, and began to think about this person. One of his players wondered if this was the same team that Luo Cha was on, who was in the first position. The player asked Tiao Tiao if he was really such a creepy person, and Ed Zhu carefully eavesdropped on their conversation. He turned around and asked with a smile if they really wanted 5,000 extra fin hits a day as training. The guys were stunned that he knew about their presence, and Ed Zhu said that he guessed it when he saw little Xian. The main character immediately turned to Zhang Tu, who was silently standing next to Su Qingyu. Ed Zhu exhaled and smiled, asking the players of his esports team to follow him. He snapped his fingers and said that it was not up to them to choose, but that they could always find a better ADC. Zhang Tu remained silent and his gaze was as serious as possible, but it was as if he wanted to say something. After some time, the red-haired boy was in his room, playing and eating chips. The whole room was filled with the crunch of chips, and on the wall were posters of his favorite Su Qingyu. Zhang Tu threw chips into his mouth non-stop, looking at the monitor screen with particular interest. During the game fight, he recalled how Ed Zhu said that it was not for them to choose, but they could always find a better ADC. Zhang Tu was focused on the game and tense at the same time, but he managed to make a double kill. His main opponent was the fox, against whom he used all his strength. The fox was unable to resist the champion Zhang Tu, so she simply dodged the blows. Ultimately, Pan Zishuan's character fell in an unequal battle, which brought joy to the red-haired guy. Zhang Tu smiled evilly and said that the stupid fox was probably out of luck, since it was against him for the second game in a row. At one point, the rating table was updated, which attracted the boy's attention. In second place was his domain, and in third place was Pan Zishuan's domain, which couldn't help but rejoice. Zhang Tu shouted happily that with such a rating, he could definitely demolish most of the pro players. But suddenly the door to his room was suddenly opened by a man's foot, which interrupted his jubilation. The brown-eyed man's gaze was as stern and angry as possible, since the guy was disturbing his peace. On Zhang Tu's table, he saw crumbs, a can of soda, and an open packet of chips. The red-haired guy jumped up from his chair, and with a serious face asked the old man what he wanted. His father screamed that video games were bad for him, and he had already repeated many times that he would stop playing. Zhang Tu tried to stop him and shouted at him not to touch his things, and becoming a pro player was his dream. The bristly man shouted and asked his son if his dream could feed him. He shouted and asked the angry Zhang Tu if he and his mother had raised him just to play games. The father's words greatly hurt and angered the young man, and at one moment he clenched his fist tightly. Anger filled Zhang Tu's mind, and even more angry, he clenched his teeth. But at one point he smiled strangely and told his father that it was not at all for him to say this. The guy continued, screaming that he didn't care about him when he abandoned him as a child at his grandparents'. He shouted that people like his father would never understand why a person needs dreams. Zhang Tu could not restrain himself, and, gritting his teeth, rushed forward to the door so as not to communicate with his father anymore. His father followed him with a shout and asked where he was running and finally called him a brat. But the red-haired guy was deeply offended by his father, and without saying anything he simply slammed the door behind him. Zhang Tu was greatly offended by his own father's lack of faith, and tears of disappointment flowed from his eyes. But the blue-eyed guy gathered his strength, and, wiping away his tears, confidently began to walk forward. After some time, the determined Zhang Tu was already at the airport, and the weather outside was clear. A polite flight attendant greeted passengers boarding the plane. She told passengers that if they needed anything, all they had to do was let her know. An emotionless Zhang Tu sat by the window, eating chips and thinking about his life. In his eyes you could see disappointment, sadness and pain that did not leave him for a minute. He recalled being upset with Su Qingyu, who immediately ran out and began asking about what had happened. Zhang Tu was completely upset at that moment, and just silently looked at the floor. The girl treated him at that moment with empathy, and she really wanted to somehow help the young man. Su Qingyu and her assistant hugged the guy and asked him to go inside first. Sitting on the chair, Miss Zhang Tu said that she had contacted Mr. Meng, the coach of Team N1. She also said that the plane was leaving the day after tomorrow and he could stay here if he had nowhere to go. Zhang Tu read a message from Coach Meng in which he said that they would pay for the tickets and accommodation. Since he ran away from home, he has been sheltered by Miss Qingyu, and soon he will go to tryouts in S City. Suddenly a young man approached and asked the young man if he understood correctly that this was place 43B. Zhang Tu smiled politely and replied that he understood everything correctly, and this is the right place. He opened his eyes and became very nervous, because he was familiar with the passenger who addressed him. Zhang Tu was dumbfounded and asked if it was the old cripple again, and Pan Zishuan himself was no less surprised. He was stunned by such a meeting and could not believe that luck had turned against him at all. Pan Zishuan turned to where Tiao Tiao and another member of their team were sitting. In his mind he told himself that everything could have been fine if only he had remembered to choose his seat. Out of despair, Pan Zhishuan nevertheless sat down between Zhang Tu and the stranger, intending to endure this flight. The red-haired guy looked at him sternly and warned him not to talk to him. Both guys boldly turned away from each other, and the passenger sitting with them covered his face with his hat. But at one moment Pan Zhishuan seemed to have an epiphany, as a certain logical chain formed in his head. He asked Zhang Tu why he was also flying to S-City if they were returning to their team's base. The guy smiled and decided that he would not tell him anything about the fact that he was going to tryouts. Zhang Tu just smiled and replied to Pan Zhishuan that he was going on vacation. Sitting with the main character, Dao scratched his ear and told Ed Zhu that little Xian seemed to be having fun there, and he was jealous of it. He asked the main character if he would really let Zhang Tu join N1 like this. Ed Zhu replied that the point is whether the person will come back after you let him go, so he didn't worry about it. Dao grinned and asked the main character where he got such confidence in this. After which he asked the main character if perhaps he was now worried about something else. Suddenly, Dao turned his attention to Ed's book, where it was written about the stock falling by 50%. He snatched the magazine from the hands of the main character and asked worriedly if this was not his action they were talking about. But Ed Zhu asked him to be quiet and said that he sold them a long time ago, and only one person had problems from this. He smiled and said that the only one who has problems with this is his good friend. Dao was dumbfounded and shouted that he had not told him anything about quitting the case, and he had spent a lot of money on it. Ed Zhu asked in a calm tone how much money he spent, to which the man replied 500 yuan. Some time later, the plane landed in City S, and a joyful Zhang Tu walked through the streets of the city. He enjoyed the city and told himself that this was exactly how he imagined this place, and from around the corner someone was spying on him. It turned out that he was watching the young man Pan Zhishuan, who told himself that he could not do anything about it. Because of this guy, he dropped to 4th place in the rankings, and now he's in a city that has a lot of teams. Pan Zhishuan continued to follow in the footsteps of Zhang Tu, who unsuspectingly enjoyed the city. After a while, he was happy and took selfies while Xian continued to spy. Pan Zhishuan continued to spy on the guy even when he was placing an order at a cafe. As Zhang Tu happily fed the white stray cat in the alley, the surveillance continued. Pan Zhishuan wondered if this red-haired guy really came on vacation. At one point, the man on the bike shouted at him to get out of the road and not stand there uselessly. Zhang Tu immediately turned around to find out what was happening behind him. He shouted that this cripple was following her again, and called him a real stalker. Pan Zhishuan pretended that this was not the case at all, but the angry Zhang Tut asked him not to pretend. He asked him to just admit that he admired him and maybe he'd give him a chance. The guy smiled wickedly at Pan Zhishuan and asked if he should start a live broadcast right now. But the young man simply lowered his head down and continued to silently listen to the red-haired guy. Zhang Tu was a little surprised because he did not understand what was happening to the young man. Pan Zhishuan rested his wounded hand on the floor, and she did not give him rest because she was sick. Zhang Tu was slightly worried and was about to offer help, but the young man shouted that it was none of his business. He helped Pan Zhishuan stand up and said that he didn't want people to say that he was bullying him. At one point, he abruptly waved away the red-haired guy, knocking the ice cream out of his hands and said that he didn't need his help. The ice cream cone flew into the black luxury car, making the boys nervous. Both e-sportsmen became nervous and stood in a stupor, not knowing what consequences this could have. They were immediately approached by a stern, stubbled man with a smoldering cigarette in his mouth. The stern blonde approached the sweating young men to understand this situation. He immediately grabbed the red-haired boy by the t-shirt, and Pan Zhishuan didn't know what to do. The man hit Zhang Tu so hard that he screamed in pain uncontrollably. The stern man told the guy that he had dirtied his car and asked how they would solve this problem. Near one of the wheels was an ice cream cone, which, due to Pan Zhishuan's fault, flew out of Zhang Tu's hands. The stern, bristly man asked the red-haired boy how he was going to solve this problem. The young man said that it was just ice cream, and the car could simply be wiped down. Pan Zhishuan understood that it was his fault and decided that he needed to intervene in the showdown. He admitted guilt and said that they could pay for the car wash and offered to resolve everything peacefully. But the blonde man responded by asking the guy if he really thought that only an apology would help him. He firmly grabbed the frightened Zhang Tu's head and began to press it against the car with all his might. Squatting down, he began to tell the boy that on the streets people are judged by deeds, not by words. He said that he wanted this idiot to wash the car with his tongue, every bit of it. The hot-tempered Zhang Tu escaped from the man's hands, and Pan Zishuan asked him to calm down and said that everything could be discussed. The red-haired boy angrily said that there was no point in talking to him, and it was better to call the police. Pan Zishuan began to dissuade her and asked her not to create unnecessary problems, to which Zhang Tu only asked him to shut up. The boy immediately called the police and was going to describe the situation, but everything was not so simple. An unknown man took his phone and asked who allowed him to be rude to Brother Pao, and whether he was really tired of living. Zhang Tu demanded that he return the phone back, to which the bandit only threw it to the ground. After which he, wearing brown patent leather shoes, began to trample on the smartphone. Zhang Tu became furious and began to insult the bandits, while Pan Zishuan was very nervous, but remained silent. The leader of the bandits asked the trio to teach the young men a lesson, to which the bandits obeyed Brother Pao. Pan Zishuan understood that he needed to act and abruptly grabbed Zhang Tu's hand. He shouted to him that he couldn't stand still and needed to run away immediately while they were still alive. Zhang Tu shouted and told him that this wouldn't have happened if he hadn't started acting tough. Pan Zishuan replied that it was he who tried to help him get up, even after he told him no. There was no time to look for the culprits, since bandits with bats were running after the guys. They did not lag behind the young men for a minute, and shouted after them to stop immediately. Elderly women danced on the streets of the city and did nothing to stop the young men. Rude hooligans pushed the women away, rudely asking them to get out of the way and not interfere with the passage. The women did not tolerate such boorish behavior and began to beat the hooligans with fans. This played into the hands of Pan Zishuan and Zhang Tu, who continued to run with all their might. Suddenly, one of the bandits stumbled and fell, while the second continued to pursue the guys. The long-haired bandit in a Hawaiian shirt did not notice the hatch, which was not closed, after which he fell into it, dumbfounded by the situation happening to him. Zhang Tu mocked him, calling him an old cripple, and Pan Zishuan said that now was not the time to laugh at them. The young man became even more nervous because his phone died at the wrong time. The bully sticking out of the hatch shouted to his comrades to catch up with the boys and beat them half to death. The young people continued to run, but Zhang Tu accidentally stepped on a stone, causing him to slip. The red-haired guy immediately fell to the floor, rubbing his knees on the ground, and Pan Zishuan then turned his attention to him. Zhang Tu said he was out of breath and tired, and told the guy that he couldn't run anymore. Pan Zishuan asked him to hold on a little longer, because they had almost reached the club. The guy's eyes were suddenly blinded by the headlights of a black car that was approaching them. Zhang Tu rubbed his blinded eyes and tried to understand what it was that was coming at them. The bandit Pao, whose car they had just soiled with ice cream, got out of the car and said that they were moving well. He said that since they decided to deceive him, they couldn't get away with just licking his car. Pan Zishuan understood that they were surrounded on all sides, and the bandit said that now they had nowhere to run. The insidious Pao approached the guy and coldly kicked him in the stomach, and Zhang Tu asked the geek what he was doing. But the bandit got to him and grabbed the red-haired guy by the hair, making him scream in pain. Pao said that he didn't seem to understand what he was getting into and ordered his arms to be broken. One of the bandit's henchmen smiled and told his brother that he would do it without any problems. Zhang Tu was very nervous because he had not yet become a pro player and showed this old man what he was capable of. One of the bandits pressed his head to the floor, and the young man screamed at the top of his voice to let him go. When one of the bandits started swinging a bat with a mockery, Zhang Tu almost fainted from fear. His blue eyes reflected fear so strongly that the bandit saw himself in them. Pan Zishuan understood that they couldn't just leave it like that and shouted and asked them to stop. After which he jumped on Zhang Tu and covered him with his body, which could not but surprise the young man, because he considered him an old cripple. The blow of the bat landed on the back of Pan Zishuan, who felt his own guilt in this whole situation. The pain was so strong that he could hardly hold back a cry, but he managed to endure it by gritting his teeth. Zhang Tu looked up with bulging eyes, and his mouth was covered by the shoulder of the young man lying on him. The red-haired guy immediately jumped up and excitedly turned to Pan Zishuan, asking why he did this. The young man replied that he simply did not want to see how they would do the same thing to someone else's hand that happened to his hand. Drops of sweat flowed down Zhang Tu's face, and he clenched his teeth tightly as he looked at the guy. The NSD club players meanwhile returned to the team clubhouse, unaware of what had happened to their team member. Tiao Tiao collapsed on the purple sofa and was glad that he was finally home, because he missed his favorite sofa. The young man asked Ed Zhu if they could go to the movie Fast and the Furious, because he missed the premiere, and Paul is his idol. The main character looked upset at the floor and said that Paul died in the 7th part. He said he wouldn't watch that part because he really didn't want to be upset about it. Tiao Tiao closed his eyes, and the smile and all positive emotions disappeared from his face, and he simply remained silent. Drops of sweat flowed down Ed Zhu's cheeks, and he still looked at the floor in frustration. Meanwhile, the bandit Pao looked at the powerless guys and thought about what to do with them next. Zhang Tu looked him in the eyes sternly and insulted him and his friends while Pan lay powerless on his lap. Pao did not succumb to the guy's provocations, and in response he simply spat to the side. He told the boy that he hated people who stood in his way and disturbed him, and ordered them to be beaten. One of the bandits swung a bat and said that this is what happens when they piss off Brother Pao. Zhang Tu hugged Pan Zishuan, and both of them were very tense at that moment, because they did not know what would happen next. The bandits were going to beat the guys half to death, and looking down on them, they ridiculed them, after which they began to beat them mercilessly. After some time, the beatings ended, and the two powerless e-sportsmen lay motionless. There were numerous abrasions on the red-haired boy Zhang Tu's face, and Pao wondered if they were both already unconscious. Pan Zishuan's face was no more beautiful than the red-haired boy's face, and the bandits mocked them, calling them weaklings. Bandit Pao glanced at the guys, after which he told his guardsmen that they could already go. The trio of ruthless bandits followed their leader, and the guys lay there motionless. One of the bandits told the boss that the blonde one looked like an esports player, and NSD was probably that major's team. These words interested Pao, who is eager to have personal gain everywhere. He smiled and said that from now on plans were changing and they should take the boys with them. After some time, Pao and his team were in a bar where there was a pool table. There was a charming red-haired girl with snow-white skin at the bar. The bad girl with pink hair invited Brother Pao to play again, to which the man laughed in response. Pan Zishuan and Zhang Tu were tied up and sitting on the floor with their backs to each other, unconscious. Suddenly water was poured on them to quickly bring them to consciousness and speak. Pan Zishuan was stunned and could not completely come to his senses, not understanding where they were. Zhang Tu was just as tense as he was and wondered what kind of place this was and what they were doing here. The insidious Pao smiled, smoking a cigarette, and said that they don't even have to try, because this is his hangout. Zhang Tu looked angrily at the treacherous bandit and asked what he wanted from them. Pao calmly asked the blonde boy to tell him how to contact his sponsor, and then he would let them both go. His flippant attitude angered Pan Zishuan, and he said that this would only happen in his dreams. The bandit did not tolerate insults directed at himself, and hit the young man on the head with a glass bottle. Pao sternly asked the blonde boy to watch his tongue when talking to him. Pan Zishuan angrily shouted that he would not tell him anything even if he killed him. Red-haired Zhang Tu was amazed at his courage and tried to understand why he honors his boss so much. Pao hugged the pink-haired girl to him and said that he was very interested in how long these guys would last here. The leader of the bandits ordered two of his subordinates to keep an eye on the guys while he rested. But after he left, a woman unexpectedly entered the room and immediately turned to security. One of the guards looked at the red-haired girl and was stunned by this. It turned out that it was Sister Hua, who smiled and said that she saw new guests. Both guards were stunned, and their eyes filled with love at the sight of their charming sister. Zhang Tu and Pan Zishuan, meanwhile, were wary because they did not understand who she was. The bandits asked the girl why she was here, to which the girl asked if Pao's brother had brought these guys here. One of the bandits replied that yes, because they are professional cyber sportsmen and are probably worth a lot of money. The red-haired Sister Hua looked into the eyes of the fascinated bandit and asked if he really thought that she didn't know this. The girl smiled sweetly at Pan Zishuan and said that she had seen every one of his competitive matches. But the bound young man only sat silently on the floor, maintaining complete silence. The blonde walked up to Sister Hua and asked with a smile what she was staring at, since they weren't finished yet. The girl finally smiled at Pan Zishuan and answered the blonde that she was already on her way. Zhang Tu asked the guy if he knew this girl, to which he replied no, and said that she just saw his matches. The red-haired boy looked upset at the floor and said that they, professional players, would be recognized all around. Zhang said he was wondering if he would even be able to get out of here alive and become a professional. Pan Zhishuan became nervous and said tensely that this ice cream fell at the wrong time. Zhang Tu's eyes widened at that moment, but he himself remained tense. He said that he did not at all expect that Pan would be so strong, because the bandits shook him quite hard with a club. Still, he dared and asked Pan Zhishuan why he was so protective of his boss's identity in front of them. At that moment, the young man was deep in thought, planning to give a detailed answer to the boy. Pan Zhishuan began to remember how some time ago, Ed Zhu gave him a helping hand when he was in trouble. He recalled how his boss, standing under an umbrella, invited him to join his esports team. Warmth passed through Pan Zhishuan's soul and he said that the point is that they should be grateful to people for their kindness. Zhang said that he doubted that his boss would come to save them, and Pan exclaimed that Ed was the best owner. The red-haired guy did not believe in this and said that the best team owner would not say such things. Pan Zhishuan asked the guy with interest and bewilderment what kind of things he was talking about. Zhang Tu immediately turned around and angrily replied that Ed Zhu said that a better ADC could be found, which offended him. Pan Zhishuan laughed after these words, since it all seemed petty to him. He said that in fact, all this time, Ed Zhu had been keeping the ADC seat free specifically for Zhang Tu. Meanwhile, Sister Hua knocked on the door, behind which were the POW bandits watching the esports players. She walked in and condescendingly asked the two guards for help, saying she couldn't find her earrings. One of the bandits smiled nervously and told Sister Hua that they should stay here to keep an eye on the hostages. The charming girl smiled slightly and said that she would follow the guys herself and asked if they really didn't trust her. But the two bandits immediately said that of course they trust her, because even their brother Pao respects her. The two clueless bandits obeyed and went in search of Hua's earrings. After they left, the girl began to take small steps towards the tied-up cybersportsman. The guys looked at the girl in surprise, and in her eyes there was no less surprise. At one point, Hua was slightly stunned and her cheeks turned red as she met Pan Zhishuan's gaze. The young man did not lag behind and also looked at her, as if with a little surprise and excitement. In her heart, Hua rejoiced because she was glad that Pan was looking at her and understood what being in love was. Pan Zhishuan tried to understand what the girl was up to, and Zhang Tu asked if these bubbles were edible. Hua began to shake her head in different directions and in her thoughts told herself that there was no time and she could no longer put it off. She immediately ran up to the tied guys and began to untie them, and Zhang Tu asked in surprise why she was helping them. Hua nervously replied that she was already tired of these idiots with their dirty deeds. She looked at Pan in love and asked if a fan shouldn't save her idol if he was in danger. The boy's cheeks turned red and Pan Zhishuan began to thank her for saving them from the bandits. The esportsman did not waste a second and began to run away without stopping until the bandit Pao returned. After the esports players left, Hua became even happier, talking about how cool little Xian was. In the hall where visitors could play billiards, there were 3 bright incandescent lamps. The esportsmen were going to pass by the pool table unnoticed, because they didn't want any problems. But suddenly, the long-haired bandit, who had previously been assigned to them as a supervisor, turned around. Pan Zhishuan became very tense because he understood that the situation was stalemate, because they had been noticed. The esportsmen immediately rushed forward headlong, and the guard rushed after them. Meanwhile, another guard reported to Pao that he had found NSD's contact information. But the attention of the bandit leader was attracted by a man's cry asking him to immediately stop the two guys. One of the bandits still managed to grab onto Pan Zhishuan's shoulder while Zhang Tu ran ahead. The red-haired guy became very tense, and turning around shouted for the bandit to immediately let the guy go. Pan Zhishuan understood the hopelessness of the situation and shouted at Zhang Tu to leave him and run quickly. Bandit Pao became angry and shouted to his subordinates, ordering them not to let any of them leave. 3 bandits surrounded the red-haired boy, who, in the turmoil of events, became confused and fell into a stupor. But suddenly the door to the establishment opened, and a man in black patent leather shoes stood on the threshold. Zhang Tu and the bandits looked at him, and it turned out that it was the owner of the NSD team, Ed Zhu. He was completely cool and asked who dared to cause trouble for his players. Ed Zhu addressed the bandits sternly and ordered them to immediately take their hands off his players. Zhang Tu was stunned and wondered if he had really come to save them. Ed Zhu smiled and apologized for being late, making the excuse of a matter that needed to be resolved along the way. Evil Bao asked the main character if he was the owner of this esports team, after which, the insidious bandit ordered the rest of his subordinates to take all three hostage. He ordered Xiaoxi to keep an eye on the blonde guy, while Pan Zishuan tried to escape from his hands. The bandits began to smile viciously and roll up their sleeves, while driving away all the visitors to the establishment. Xiaoxi twisted Pan Zishuan's hands, and the young man shouted to let him go immediately. But unexpectedly, the bandit was kicked on the head, from the force of which his eyes bulged out. The blow was struck by Uncle Dao, who exhaled calmly while holding a smoldering cigarette. Pan Zishuan was glad to see Dao, and the impudent bandit was lying on the floor unconscious and with a blue face. The blonde savior smiled and said that he was not alone here and had brought friends with him. Ed Zhu smiled with folded arms and said that this was to be expected from a former gang member. Dao clenched his teeth and said that it was he who asked him to help and asked if he could calmly retire. Tiao Tiao and another team member looked out from behind the boss, because they were happy to see Pan Zishuan. The young man himself was happy to see all the team members, because he really missed them during this time. Pan Zishuan and Uncle stood in one place for several minutes, watching the unconscious bandit. Suddenly, Sister Hua approached Bandit Xiaoxi from behind, kicked him, and told him to get out of her way. She walked up to Pan Zishuan and gently took his hand and asked if he was okay. After which, Uncle Dao gave the order to his guys to begin a showdown with the arrogant bandits. The athletic guys deftly began to deal with the bandits, putting them on the ground one by one. Zhang Tu watched all this in surprise, and the long-haired bandit continued to hold him back. But the red-haired boy decided not to waste time, and immediately struck the bandit with his knee in the groin area. The atmosphere in the establishment was cheerful for the Dao guys, since they beat up the scoundrels to their heart's content. Bandit Pao was nervous and called the remaining subordinates nonentities, and ordered them to fight. Tiao Tiao and the rest of the team watched the fight on the sidelines, shouting that this was very cool. Pao became even more angry and shouted and asked who they were and how they dare to do such a thing in his den. When he wanted to strike the protagonist, Ed Zhu calmly dodged him. Pao screamed in pain as his opponent's sharp tilt caused him to slam his face into the wall. The painting hanging on the wall was greatly shaken after the blow, and the bandit himself could barely stand on his feet. He spat out a small amount of blood after that, not understanding how it happened. Ed Zhu smiled and calmly looked at his watch, and then said, "They will be here soon." After a short period of time, a police car stopped at the Red Star Billiard Club. The loud sound of footsteps could be heard in the room as law enforcement officers did not waste a second. One of the police officers showed his ID and said that they had been informed about illegal activity taking place in the establishment. Pao was very nervous, because he didn't understand where the cops were coming from, but the police asked him to obey and go with them. Ed Zhu remained completely calm and grinned slightly, but someone shouted to the bandit that he was to blame for this. The main character's memories were of how nervous he was because Xian had not been in touch for 3 hours. As a result, he contacted the police and asked to help him track the location of the phone number. Using positioning, you can determine coordinates based on signals between your phone and the cell tower. After a short period of time, Ed Zhu learned that Pan Zishuan was at the Red Star Billiards Club. For 3 years now, it has been a hangout for local gangs and their illegal activities, and they will be able to catch them in 6 months. The protagonist's thoughts were interrupted by Pao, who once again angrily asked him how he found out about their whereabouts. As Ed Zhu left, he waved his hand and said that he was just looking into the future of the bandit leader. He asked little Xian if he was okay, to which the guy replied yes and said that it would not affect his training. Zhang Tu, meanwhile, looked after the NSD team who were happy together. He looked at the guys hugging and told himself that they were like a family, and he was alone. Zhang Tu knew that if he managed to join the NSD team, it would be a lot of fun. The red-haired boy understood that there might not be another chance, and decided to take his will into his fist. He clenched his fists tightly and prepared to approach the team owner to ask him to join them. Finally, Zhang Tu plucked up his courage and addressed Mr. Ed, after which the main character immediately turned his attention to him. But in reality, everything was different from what it was in the guy's head, and he couldn't put 2 words together out of excitement. With his face flushed with embarrassment, Zhang Tu tried to ask if he could join the team, but suddenly his speech was interrupted by the beautiful Hua, who asked them to stop, which attracted their attention. The girl said that there was a hospital nearby and offered to take the guys there so they could get help. Pan Zishuan was very embarrassed, and the main character silently looked at the girl who wanted to help the boys. Ed Zhu smiled sweetly at the charming girl and sincerely thanked her for the offered help. He turned his back, and the lover Hua looked with admiration at the handsome Pan Zishuan. He, being delighted, said that she could carry him to the hospital in her arms, but the young man refused. Some time later they were in the hospital, where Hua anxiously asked him not to jerk his hand. Four men, including the owner of an esports team, were waiting for Pan Zishuan to receive help. The blonde said with a smile that the guy was lucky, and Ed said that it was Dao who gave up everything halfway and started drinking with friends. The blonde looked a little nervously at the other guys and realized that each of them was underage. Zhang Tu was very nervous because he still wanted to ask the main character to join the team. Ed Zhu looked at the boy in surprise, because he understood that he clearly wanted something, but was worried. But suddenly, Zhang Tu stood up and confidently stated that he wanted to ask Mr. Ed something. But suddenly a nurse came out and said that the next patient could come in, which upset the guy. After some time, the guy received medical attention, and Pan Zishuan thanked Sister Hua. The girl in love took the guy by the hands and said that this was the least she could do and asked him to be careful. In parting, the girl waved her hands and asked to take care of herself, and promised that she would root for the young man. Dao asked Hua to leave her contact information, and when she wanted, he could arrange a meeting for them. The girl kindly agreed and left her contact information, which the blonde later began to brag about to Edu Zhu. The main character said that he should organize a meeting for them, and Zhang Tu decided that he could not delay any longer. He loudly asked Ed Zhu for forgiveness and said that he had something very important to tell him. The main character paid attention to the guy and turned around to listen to him carefully. At the top of his voice, the collected young man was about to ask if he could join the team, but something again prevented him. Zhang Tu became very confused as his stomach began to growl loudly and he felt uneasy. The young man clutched his stomach, wondering why this was all happening now. Ed Zhu smiled and said that if he was hungry, he could just say it, but he already thought something had happened. After which, the main character said that there was a cafe nearby and they went there, where they were politely greeted by a nice waitress. The girl looked at the company of cybersportsmen and felt disgusted, because these were pro players again. She said they have 70, 50 and 30% discounts for different levels of players. Tiao Tiao was happy, because they have 3 applicants and 4 masters on their team, and therefore the discounts will be huge. The guys were happy because the dinner would be practically free, and the waitress said that the discount was valid only once. A group of esports players sat down at a table, and the girl at the next table thought that these guys were from NSD. One of the players from another esports team smiled and said that this is something you don't see often. This was Li Chun with the nickname Rakshasa, currently the main ADC of Team N1. On the table of the NSD team players were plates with luxurious dishes that beckoned with their aromas. The group of esportsmen looked with admiration at the tempting food that they had to try. Zhang Tu grabbed the meat on a stick and began to enjoy its taste that even his cheeks turned red with pleasure. The red-haired boy's taste buds felt indescribable pleasure from the incredible taste of the dish. Tiao Tiao with a smile asked little Xian to have a little snack to get back into shape, but the young man refused, because he wouldn't eat much. Blonde Dao watched the young cybersportsman with a smile, a little envious of how happy they were. Ed Zhu said that this is not always the case, because they would not behave this way if they lost the match. Dao asked with a smile what the main character's plans were, because next month the God of Battle Cup would be held. Ed Zhu showed him the smartphone and said that he had already registered them and the rest was up to them. The young esports players were glad to hear this news from their boss and began to look at each other with smiles. Zhang Tu sat silently at the table, while realizing that they had to play for the cup, and he was still not on the team. Tiao Tiao asked if participating in the cup would mean they would have a chance to compete against the top 4 teams. Little Bao laughed and said that if they hit one of these in the first round, they would be screwed. The N1 team players observed the NSD team players and assumed that they were discussing them at the table. Team N1 was one of the top 4 national teams in the God of Battle game. The team's main ADC, Li Chun, was sipping a carbonated drink, smiling wickedly as if he was planning something. He loudly placed the glass on the table, making a loud knock as he did so, about to start playing in front of the audience. Tiao Tiao and Pan Zishuan looked at him in slight surprise, not understanding what was happening. Li Chun began to laugh and said that NSD didn't even have enough people on the team and asked if they were participating in the cup thanks to connections. Another player N1 said that the rich are clearly reckless and thus achieve everything through their connections. The words of the rivals angered Tiao Tiao, and with an angry cry he asked what they were talking about. His emotions also strained Li Chong, who was trying to figure out who was being rude to his team. Tiao Tiao confidently rolled up his sleeves and fearlessly asked him if this was the same Rakasa. Li Chun smiled and answered the boy that his eyesight was obviously fine, because he even managed to recognize him. Zhang Tu looked at him in surprise, because he saw Rakasa for the first time and realized that the guys with him were apparently from Team N1. Meng Chuan, coach of Team N1, in turn, saw the red-haired boy and was slightly surprised. He turned to the guy in surprise and asked Zhang Tu what he was doing here, smiling slightly at him. The guy started to get nervous because he and the coach had an agreement that Zhang would come to the tryouts. One of the players told Li Chun that this is the guy who should come to the tryouts tomorrow. Rakasa said that it turns out that he is the same backup that their boss was talking about, and also mentioned good connections. Zhang Tu became angry after his words about connections, and confidently shouted that he could smash Li Chong with one hand. But Rakasa was not at all frightened by his statements, and in response he simply began laughing hilariously at the top of his lungs. Another player told Li Chun that Zhang is actually a good ADC and is in third place on the telecom server. After these words, Rakasa became even more angry and with a sharp movement threw the plates of food off the table. He asked the boy to repeat what he said again and asked if Zhang Tu was really a good ADC. Li Chun turned around with a sharp movement and slapped the guy with glasses, shouting and asking who he took him for. Zhang Tu was stunned by the events taking place, and Ed Zhu behind him just watched everything calmly. The guy with glasses fell to the floor after being hit, and blood flowed from his nose, while Li Chong stood silently over him. The player who was hit by the guy was very worried and tried to turn to Rakasa. Another player asked Li Chong to calm down, while Coach Meng silently watched everything. Rakasa said with a serious face that third place in the ranking is like bronze or silver for him. He immediately turned his stern and malicious gaze to the red-haired boy, who had just made a loud statement. He showed Zhang Tu his middle finger and said that defeating him was the same as squashing a beetle. The rude man's words touched the blue-eyed guy, and he even opened his eyes wide in surprise. Soon, his face became serious and with a stern tone, Zhang Tu asked Li Chong if he had finally spoken out. Rakasa looked in bewilderment at the red-haired guy, who began to say something about Team N1. Li Chun became furious as Zhang Tu said that he was very sorry that Team N1 had a player like him. In a stern tone, Rakasa asked the red-haired guy to repeat what he had said, and the waitress asked them to calm down. Zhang Tu shouted that it would be better not to join Team N1 if he had to be on the same team as someone like Li Chun. Rakasa went wild at that moment and immediately grabbed the guy by the t-shirt, intending to hit him in the face with all his might. But at the last moment before striking, his hand was firmly grabbed by a man's hand. It turned out that it was Ed Zhu, who decided to stand up for Zhang Tu and prevent the scoundrel Li Chun from hitting him. The main character looked seriously into Rakasa's eyes and said that he had clearly gone too far. The coach of Team N1, meanwhile, continued to observe the showdown from the sidelines, maintaining neutrality. Team N1's player and coach Meng began to take Li Chong away, saying that he had drunk too much and they needed to leave. Rakasa escaped from their hands and declared that NSD could take this red-haired idiot into their team and fall to the bottom. Zhang Tu became very angry after his words and asked again who this idiot dares to insult. But Ed Zhu, standing next to him, did not let the showdown turn into something big, and put his hand on the guy's shoulder. The main character said that it was too early to say, but Zhang Tu was destined to top the rankings. After these words, the room was enveloped in incredible silence, and the red-haired guy looked stunned at the owner of NSD. Li Chong looked at Ed Zhu with the same stunned face as a bead of sweat ran down his cheek. But after a few seconds he broke his silence by making some strange sounds. Soon he and the rest of Team N1 laughed out loud because they didn't believe in this nonsense. Coach Meng walked up to Mr. Ed and said that beating Zhao Mingliang's Ricardo was not that easy. After he said this, his face became serious, and the coach himself looked at his watch, as if remembering something. Coach Man told Rakasa that they had a practice match scheduled for tomorrow, so it was time for them to go. The rest of the team patted Li Chong on the back and said that it was really time for them to leave. Finally, Rakasa called all this nonsense, because the little dog is simply defending his owner, and they take this as the top of the rating. Zhang Tu was very tense at that moment, and beads of sweat were running down his face from nerves. He thanked Coach Main for purchasing the plane ticket and lodging, but said he had made the decision not to participate in the tryouts. The coach turned around and said that they would talk about it later and promised to contact him later. The N1 team finally left the establishment, and the NDS team was going to continue dinner. The green-haired waitress breathed a sigh of relief that they were finally gone. Zhang Tu called the same idiots with a serious face as he continued to think about this whole incident. Ed Zhu, in a calm tone, asked him to distract himself a little, and suggested that they continue their feast. Zhang Tu did not argue with the main character, and only with a little sadness agreed to his proposal. Sitting at the table, he was about to say something to Ed Zhu, but for a while he couldn't put two words together. In the end, blue-eyed Zhang Tu thanked him and promised that he would reach the top of the rankings and show N1. Ed Zhu smiled and asked him not to worry about it, because he just said it without thinking. The protagonist's words stunned Zhang Tu, and he couldn't understand what Mr. Ed was getting at. The main character said with a smile that they were right, since breaking Light's record is not easy, even for a professional. Zhang Tu took control of his will and lowered his head in frustration and was about to say something to the team owner. Through force, he said that even if he said it without thinking, he still apologizes in all seriousness. Ed Zhu looked at the guy and realized that these were clearly not all the words he wanted to say to him. Zhang Tu abruptly stood up from the table, which surprised all the players of the esports team sitting at the table, including Ed Zhu. Hand on heart, Zhang confidently vowed that he would not stop until he reached the top of the rankings. Ed Zhu was pleased to hear such confidence in his words, and he smiled for a few seconds. The main character smiled at the young man and said that in that case, he would look forward to it. The sun was already setting behind the horizon, and the company of esports players returned to their club building. Zhang Tu was invited to the club and was happy because he finally saw what an esports club looked like. The team players were glad to return home, because they were very tired, and the red-haired boy looked at the club with admiration. Worried, club assistant Chiu smiled sincerely as he was happy to have the team back. The assistant saw the bandage on little Xian's face and asked with trepidation whether he had been beaten, to which the young man replied that everything was fine. Ed Zhu introduced the boy Zhang Tu to the club assistant and said that from now on he would live here and asked to show him everything. The red-haired boy politely greeted the club assistant, and both of them were glad to meet each other. But in his thoughts, Chiu wondered who this fat man was and whether he was some distant relative of the boss's niece. Ed Zhu handed Zhang Tu the phone because his was broken and asked him to remember to tell his parents so that they wouldn't worry. The guy said that of course he would do it, but at that moment his look was upset, because he had left home. Ed Zhu said that the second floor is being renovated, so they don't have enough rooms, so he will live in little Xian's room for now. Pan Zishuan and Zhang Tu were dumbfounded at that moment, and looked at the boss with bulging eyes. Ed Zhu smiled at the guys and asked them, because they got along well at the billiard club. But the young people shouted and asked in one voice why he thought they got along well with each other. The main character told Zhang Tu that if he didn't want to, then he would have to live in the same room with those two. Wen Jing smiled and asked Tiao Tiao to give him a massage because his legs were swollen, but the guy covered his nose from the stench. Zhang Tu also heard the unpleasant smell of stinky socks, and his face shrank in an instant. Ultimately, after some time, he was lying in the same bed with Pan Zishuan, their backs turned to each other. Little Xian told the red-haired guy that it was already so late and he was still awake. Zhang Tu didn't pay attention to his words, and his blue eyes looking at the phone glowed with happiness. Shi Qingyu asked in correspondence if he was sure that he did not want to go to N1, to which the guy replied that he had decided to join NSD. There was a warm smile on his face, and in his eyes you could see the warmth that every girl's message gave him. Zhang wrote that Mr. Ed is not so bad, but the girl replied that she would support any of his decisions and would root for him. Zhang Tu's cheeks flushed with happiness, and he hugged the phone and said that Miss Qingyu is very good. Pan Zishuan immediately jumped up and asked if he was really chatting with her now, and asked to show her. The guy immediately tried to snatch the phone from his hands, and Zhang Tu shouted that the shameless old cripple was trying to steal his phone. It was already dark outside, but the light from the high-rise buildings did a good job illuminating the streets. Meanwhile, Li Chong and Coach Meng were in Team N1's meeting room, while using their gadgets. The coach told Rakasa that he had been acting worse and worse lately and they clearly needed to talk. Li Chun did not attach much importance to his words, and while sitting on the phone, answered that he could talk. Coach Meng asked him to close his mouth and listen carefully to what he had to say to him. He said that Zhang Tu was recommended by the sponsor and now the coach will have problems due to the fact that he will not take part in the tryouts. His words angered Li Chong, and with a serious look, he asked if the sponsor really considered the red-haired guy to be a godsend. Rakasa asked the coach not to talk too much and said that the boss was most likely deceived by some charlatan. Coach Meng shouted and asked him to finally wise up, because he was the one who started everything in the restaurant today. Li Chuna shouted that Zhang Tu was just an idiot and he wouldn't hold a candle to light even if he had another pair of arms. The weather was clear outside, and Zhang Tu was given a tour of the NDS team's esports club. Xiao took him to the training room and told him that they were using the best peripherals for their computers. Ed Zhu showed the guy a computer place and said that for now he would play ranked matches here. Zhang Tu said in his thoughts that the word has so far been given a lot of meaning by the owner of the club. Ed Zhu told the guy that if necessary, he could ask Pan Zishuan to play with him. Zhang Tu and Little Xian were again stunned by the boss's words and did not know how to answer him. Pan Zishuan said that he would not let him get easy points, and Zhang said that he would not drag this noob. The guys quarreled among themselves again, and turned their heads away from each other in disgust. Zhang Tu decided to let off steam and relax in the game, after which he went to the computer and put on headphones. In his thoughts, he confidently told himself that everything would depend on him, and he himself would get to the top. Pan Zishuan, Tiao Tiao and the rest of the NDS esports team gathered near Zhang Tu. The game began, but at the very beginning the young man had an unpleasant incident, as his support disconnected from the game. Pan Zishuan understood that since the support was disabled at the very beginning, now one ADC would play against two opponents. Zhang Tu was very tense as he realized that he was now on his own. But this did not stop the young man at all, and his confidence bore fruit, because he committed a double murder. Tiao Tiao and the rest of the team were pleasantly surprised by Zhang Tu's results and couldn't believe what they saw. Pan said in his thoughts that he had deliberately put himself in such a difficult position so that the messenger of the storm would be trapped behind the tower. Zishuan also said to himself that the worst thing was that Zhang Tu did all this as if it were some kind of trifle. Ed Zhu, meanwhile, was watching the game, standing behind the rest of the team players and adjusting his glasses. It soon turned out that all Zhang Tu's efforts were not in vain, and he managed to win the battle. The joyful guy exclaimed joyfully that he was born to win, no matter how difficult the opponent was. Xiao told his boss that he had made a reservation at a seafood restaurant and they could go there right away. Wen Jing asked with a smile if this was today's special offer from the club, to which Xiao answered yes with a smile. Ed Zhu smiled and asked the born-to-win man if he would go to the seafood restaurant with them. Zhang Tu arrogantly adjusted his headphones and answered no, saying that he would continue to play. Ed Zhu did not try to convince him, and only wished him good luck in the next battles with a smile. Zhang Tu looked at his back and said in his thoughts that later he would beg him to join his team. Tiao Tiao walked and said with a smile that lobsters and crabs were already waiting for him, and Pan Zishuan asked him to look at the road. Ed Zhu was the last to go and suddenly stopped because he noticed three suspicious guys stopping at the club. A young man wearing black sneakers with white soles stood right at the main entrance to the NSD team club. It turned out that it was Team N1's ADC, Li Chun, who finally saw what the NSD club looked like. He sternly said that he would teach the red-haired guy a lesson, because of him he had to listen to Meng Chuan's grumbling. Zhang Tu, meanwhile, unsuspectingly, continued to train, quickly pressing the keys of the keyboard. But quite unexpectedly, someone kicked him in the side with all his might, as a result of which he was shocked. At that same moment, the young man fell to the floor, and the bastard Li Chun kicked him again, without letting him understand anything. Zhang Tu took a good look at him and couldn't believe that he actually came to their club to beat him up. Li Chong looked at the monitor screen and said that it looked like he was playing a rating match while planning something devious. He began to smile slyly, as if he was going to do something that would harm Zhang Tu. The red-haired guy asked Rakasa what he wanted, to which Li Chun asked his two guys to hold Zhang Tu while he played. He said he didn't care what celebrity recommended him or what fortune teller thought he was a godsend. Li Chong smiled evilly and said that he would make him regret getting in his way. Zhang Tu understood that he could not allow this scoundrel to ruin his account. He made a sudden movement, thanks to which he managed to escape from the hands of Rakasa's friends. But Li Chun managed to hit him on the head with his elbow, and asked Siren to immediately grab the crazy guy. The guy immediately did what his friend asked and said that he thought that was enough. Li Chun responded with a shout and asked him to stop talking and not stop him from doing what he started. Rakasa stood up from his chair and with a sharp movement grabbed Zhang Tu by the head, putting him in a stupor. At that very moment, he hit the guy's head on the floor and continued to press his head to the floor with all his might. The distraught Li Chun shouted that he was doing whatever he wanted and no one could stop him. Zhang Tu was not going to tolerate his antics, and when the opportunity presented itself, he bit the treacherous Rakasa. Li Chong screamed in pain and asked if he was a dog if he allowed himself to bite people. Zhang Tu stood up from his knees and wiped his chin, asking him not to think that it was so easy for him to bully. Suddenly, a notification sound came from the computer, and a sign with inscriptions appeared on the screen. Zhang Tu became very angry as this was a notification that his account was blocked for bad behavior in the game. Li Chun squatted down and tapped the guy's face mockingly, saying that the talented player was deliberately cheating. After which, Rakasa and his friends began to leave, and finally, he showed his middle finger and said that he would take care of it. Zhang Tu shouted insults at them and said that they could fight him if they dared, but he was not afraid of them. The red-haired guy was very tense and did not know what to do next, because the account was blocked. At one unexpected moment, someone slapped Zhang Tu, which made him very alarmed. The blue-eyed guy grabbed his hit cheek and looked warily at the man who did this. It turned out that it was a father who found his son and decided to deal with him and discuss everything. Zhang Tu did not expect to see his father, and holding his cheek, he shouted and asked what he wanted. The father also shouted and asked if he still had the nerve to ask what was the matter. The father tried to hit his son again and shouted that if he and his mother had not seen what kind of post he made, they would not have known whether he was alive. Zhang Tu covered his face with his fist and angrily shouted at his father that whether he was alive or not was none of his business. The father grabbed his son tightly by the hand and began to lead him, saying at the same time that he was his father and this was his business. The man also said that one way or another, Zhang Tu was going home with him today. But the guy made a sudden movement and escaped from his father's hands, and the man asked him not to dare run away. Due to the suddenness of the movement, the man fell to the floor, but he did not see a drop of regret in his son's eyes. Zhang Tu just shouted that he wanted to repeat something to him again so that he would understand it forever. He shouted at the top of his voice that he would rather be a scoundrel than the son of a man like his father. The father was stunned by his words and asked him to repeat again what he had said. Zhang Tu did this and shouted that they were no longer father and son and asked him to remember this. The father was very angry, but could not find words, because his son's words hurt him greatly. The man found it difficult to speak, and on his knees he told Zhang Tu that he was a worthless child. The father felt heaviness inside, and his clothes seemed to be squeezing him and not allowing him to breathe. At that very moment the man could no longer hold on and fell, which attracted the attention of his son. Zhang Tu's eyes opened wide in fear as he realized that his father was feeling sick. The NSD players were returning from the restaurant, and Tiao Tiao said that the lobster was very tasty, so he ate a portion of that fat man. Soon the players returned to the club and were stunned, because an unknown man was lying on the floor in front of Zhang Tu. The father fainted and made no movements at all, continuing to lie on the floor. Zhang Tu fell into a stupor, beads of sweat flowing down his face, and his face turned slightly blue from shock. Ed Zhu entered the room and became very nervous, after which he told the others that it was the guy's father and asked them to call an ambulance. After a while, an ambulance arrived and Zhang Tu's father was taken to the City Central Hospital. Two nurses quickly moved the patient on a gurney, and Zhang followed them, very worried about his father. A sign above the office lit up in red, indicating that an operation was underway. Zhang Tu sat in the corridor and nervously wrung his hands as he realized that all of this was his fault. Sitting in the corridor with him were Ed Zhu and Pan Zishuan, who remained silent and calm. Zhang Tu was very nervous and did not understand why the doctors had not yet come out, because almost 3 hours had already passed. Suddenly, a nurse passed in front of the young man and he decided that he could ask her about the duration of the operation. Zhang stopped her and asked how long the operations last, to which the girl replied that it all depends on the circumstances. Ed Zhu intervened in their conversation and in a calm tone asked the guy not to worry, because the operation would last a maximum of 10 more minutes. Zhang Tu was very worried, but at the same time he looked at the main character with a little surprise. Ed Zhu, in the same calm tone, told the guy that the operation would end at exactly 7 o'clock. Complete silence reigned in the corridor again, and only the ticking of the clock could be heard every second. The time was approaching 7 o'clock in the evening, and Zhang Tu stood and worried, waiting for the end of the operation. Finally, the clock hands showed exactly 7 o'clock in the evening, which made the guy's heart beat even faster. There was still silence in the corridor, and Zhang Tu nervously looked at the sign above the door, waiting for changes. His hands shook with excitement, because he realized that everything would soon become known. Not a drop of excitement disappeared from Zhang Tu's eyes, and he continued to stare at the sign without taking his eyes off. The clock continued to tick, making the young man even more nervous as he awaited the change. Finally, the sign above the entrance to the operating room went out before Zhang Tu's eyes, and he had to find out the results of his father's operation. The door to the operating room opened sharply and the confused young man stood in a stupor, hoping that his father was okay. The young man's father was hooked up to life support as he lay unconscious. Concerned, Zhang Tu approached the doctor and asked with a trembling voice what his father's condition was. The doctor said that the patient was diagnosed with cerebellar hemangioblastoma, but the operation was successful. Zhang Tu exhaled in relief and looked down at his father, who couldn't even hear him at that moment. The doctor said that he may have memory loss or speech impairment. Everything will depend on how he recovers. The brief peace disappeared from the young man's heart, and his eyes were filled with excitement and anxiety again. The doctor asked the nurses to immediately take the patient to the general ward, where he would remain for some time. Zhang Tu simply stood in a stupor and silently watched as his unconscious father was taken to the general ward. He turned around silently, and behind him stood Ed Zhu and Pan Zishuan, who were ready to support the young man. Zhang Tu was uncomfortable, but he still asked Mr. Ed if he could lend him some money. But the noble protagonist patted the guy on the head and said that he had already paid all the bills, so he didn't need to do anything. He smiled at the worried boy and asked him to simply take care of his father. Tears of joy flowed into Zhang Tu's eyes, and he stammered to thank Mr. Ed. The young man began to wipe away his tears and walk away, while Ed Zhu and Pan Zishuan looked at his back with a smile. Little Xian smiled as he looked at the boy who literally blossomed in his eyes. Ed Zhu turned around and said to Pan Zishuan as he walked that they had better go out into the fresh air. The young man patted his boss on the shoulder and asked how he knew that the operation would be completed in 10 minutes. The main character lowered his gaze to the floor and smiled and answered the young man that he knew a lot of things. All this seemed strange to Pan Zishuan and he wondered if the boss had been some kind of prophet in a past life. At the vending machine ahead, a passerby asked another passerby what he should get, to which the man replied that it was mineral water. Ed Zhu became wary, and Pan Zishuan asked what was the matter, to which the boss replied that he was simply allergic to vending machines. Zhang Tu, meanwhile, looked at the team players, sitting in the ward next to his father, who was still lying unconscious. The young man read information about the MZ team jungler, Light, who was invited to America for a show match. Suddenly, the young man's father tiredly opened his eyes, slowly coming to his senses and not yet realizing that he was in the hospital. The man tiredly turned his head to the right and saw his son, who was sitting next to his bed. The young man's father was dumbfounded because he did not understand where he was and why he was here. He saw an inscription on his son's phone talking about the name of the game and immediately got angry because he was already tired of it. The father immediately tried to attack his son in order to knock the phone out of his hands, which stunned the young man. Zhang Tu turned to his father and asked if he was really trying to hit him even though he had just woken up. The father shouted that he needed a good beating, because all he did was play games. All pity and excitement disappeared and Zhang Tu again began to boil like a kettle as his father drove him crazy again. He stood up and shoutingly asked his lying father what was so bad about him playing games. The father shouted to get out of his sight, because he no longer had a son, and he could play even until he died. Zhang Tu shouted that he would play in the next life, and the next after that, and so on until the end of centuries. The guy became hysterical again and simply ran out of his father's room, who couldn't even object to him. A few minutes later, the red-haired guy ran out into the street, where the sun had long since set and set below the horizon. Ed Zhu and Pan Zishuan stood on the street and were surprised to see Zhang Tu running at breakneck speed. Little Xian asked the young man why he was here, because his father was lying in the ward. But the embittered young man only said in response that he only wanted his father to die, which greatly surprised the guy. Pan Zishuan immediately grabbed the guy's wrist tightly and asked what he was carrying, because it was his father, and Zhang replied that he didn't need him. The guy said that he remains his father, no matter what the situation happens, and now he is left alone in a serious condition. His words did not change anything for Zhang Tu, and he pulled his hand away with a sharp movement. The guy screamed that his father didn't hit his finger and beat his mother, and then left him in the care of his grandmother. He shouted that his father kept saying that he was earning money for the family, but he himself had not brought a penny home in all these years. Out of anger, Zhang Tu knocked over the trash can with a kick, shouting that he did not deserve to be his father. The guy shouted that he was not like his father and that he should stop poking his nose into other people's affairs. Pan Zishuan remained on the side of his sick father, and was going to challenge his words again. But Ed Zhu approached him and, placing his hand on his shoulder in a calm tone, asked him to leave the guy. After some time, the main character went to the ward where the red-haired guy's father was lying. The young man had expensive-looking black patent leather shoes on his feet, which emphasized his appearance well. Ed Zhu asked the guy's father if he remembered the console that Zhang Tu gave him when he was a child. The man was stunned and immediately remembered the day when he gave his little son a gift. He remembered very well how Zhang Tu, holding a portable game console in his hands, was filled with vivid impressions. The boy, who was small at that time, did not yet understand what it was, but his father began to show him how to play the console. The father said that it was a console and asked if he liked it, to which little Zhang Tu answered yes and thanked his father. The father hugged his son and said that there were a lot of fun games on it and said that he would immediately teach him how to play them. The man began to control the character, and the little curious child began to ask who it was. The father explained that he was playing for him, and in the game you can move left and right, and also showed how to shoot. Zhang Tu looked at this with particular interest, since all this was new to the small child. He said that it was a lot of fun and now he wanted to try it, and his father happily gave him this opportunity. The little boy got it right the first time and successfully destroyed the green monster. Currently, Zhang Tu was trying to relieve stress with several battles in the game God of Battle. But the young man did not have a good day at all and he lost in his favorite game. Anger again enveloped the guy's mind and he hit the table, because he was very tired of everything that was happening to him. He didn't know what to do with himself and grabbed his head, because everything that was happening around him irritated him. Zhang Tu was extremely tired because he had been playing all night, and he suffered 10 losses all night. He gave up out of despair and did not understand how he could get to the top position. Suddenly, the young man's smartphone vibrated as the phone rang. The tortured Zhang Tu immediately answered the phone call and asked who was calling him. The guy immediately jumped up from the bad news and screamed and asked how this was possible if the doctor said that the operation went well. Zhang Tu immediately jumped up from his seat, knocking over his chair to the floor with sudden movements, and began to run, since there was little time. A short time later he was at the door leading to the intensive care ward. Outside the window lay his father, again on life support, and for all of this John felt guilty. The doctor said his father had another brain hemorrhage last night and they had to operate again. She said it was hard to say whether he would wake up or not because everything would depend on whether he would wake up within the next 12 hours. Zhang Tu began to worry even more, and looked at the doctor and asked what would happen if he did not wake up. The doctor answered the young man without hiding, in this case, there is a high probability that he will remain in a coma forever. Zhang Tu scratched the door to the intensive care ward in mental pain, feeling powerless and as depressed as possible. The guy fell to his knees in pain and didn't know what to do, and the doctor silently looked at the suffering young man with empathy. Barely holding back tears, Jean Tu asked the doctor if he could go into the room and be with his father. The doctor allowed him to enter, and within a few minutes he was standing next to his father, who was lying in a coma. Jean Tu gently took his father's hand and began to say that he was always so full of strength. With a small grin, the guy continued, saying that whenever possible his father tried to beat him up. Ultimately, Jean could no longer hold back and gave vent to his emotions, as a result of which tears flowed from his eyes onto his father's palm. The guy fell to his knees and began to burst into bitter tears, saying that it would all be his fault. Jean Tu continued to cry and begged his father to wake up, saying that he was ready to listen to him, no matter what he wanted to tell him. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open, which immediately attracted the guy's attention. The tearful Jean Tu immediately turned around, because he did not understand who could enter the room besides him. The young man immediately began to smile, because it was Ed Ju, who turned to the guy's father and said that he could open his eyes. Jean Tu was surprised because he did not understand what the main character was talking about, and asked him again what he said. The young man's father opened his eyes and turned to his son, which put the young man into a stupor. Jean Tu immediately jumped up and shouted, asking if they were just playing a prank on him. The father asked his son to just listen to him, but the guy burst into tears and, leaving, said that he didn't want to hear him anymore. Even Ed Ju, whom he respected so much, did not become an obstacle in Jean Tu's path, and he simply pushed the protagonist aside. The main character at that moment dropped the game console, which was given to the young man by his father, from his hands. Jean Tu immediately turned around and looked at her in surprise, and the tears immediately disappeared from his eyes. Ed Ju still remained calm and asked the young man if he remembered this console. Jean remembered how, as a child, when the hooligans were beating him, they asked him if he really thought he was cool because he played well. They mocked him and said that he was just an orphan, because his parents were the only ones who did not go to parent-teacher meetings. Jean Tu shouted that they were just losers who could only take up arms against someone because he was better. The young man recalled that after that he was at home, sitting on the sofa, playing a console, and his father returned from work. The father asked the upset son what happened and whether he had really gotten into a fight again, but the boy replied that he just fell during physical education. The father simply smiled in response to this and did not focus on this, because he wanted to cheer up his son. He smiled and said that he had bought a new game and asked Jean Tu if he wanted to play it. But the boy was not in the mood and he boldly answered his father that he did not want to play games. Yet, after a while, father and son were already playing the game, immersed in all its delights. The father beat the boy and laughed, and Jean Tu was nervous because he was losing. The happy blue-eyed boy asked his father if he could play games with him every day, because it was so cool. The father smiled at his beloved son in response and said that if he breaks his record, then he will definitely return. Jean Tu said that the conditions suited him and if he beat his record, his father would return and play with him. A few days later, the boy's efforts bore fruit, and his father's record was successfully broken. Joyful Jean Tu asked his grandmother when Dad would return, because he had already broken his record. The grandmother answered her grandson that Dad was working outside the city to earn money for them, and would return when he finished working. Jean Tu lowered his hands and the joyful smile disappeared from his face, because he had been waiting for his father, but he could not come. The boy called his father and said that he had beaten him 10 times, and also reminded him of his father's promise to play with him upon his return. But the father answered the boy that he was very busy with work now and would return for Chinese New Year. Time flew by, but my father still did not return, and every time he said that he would come next year. Jean Tu grew up, and his father kept saying that he could not come for the new year because he had a lot to do. After a while, the young man had already grown to such an extent that the console was simply uninteresting to him, and his father said that he would return in the winter. Jean Tu's memories were of his father screaming that he did nothing but play games for days on end, calling him hopeless. The young man said that everyone at school said that his parents abandoned him, but he didn't care, because he believed that his father would return for him. The young man's father said he wanted to apologize to him for not keeping his promises. He said that the last couple of years his business was not doing well and he was barely making money, so he was angry. Jean Tu, barely holding back tears, looked at his father and realized that he was repenting and admitting his guilt. The father said he was afraid that his son was addicted to video games and was going down a slippery slope, but he forgot that he loved games just as much as his son. Ed Zhu asked the guy in a calm tone if he could forgive his father, and Jean too opened his eyes wide in surprise. For some time the young man remained silent, and the main character continued to stand behind him. He smiled imperceptibly and put his fingers to his face, thinking about the boy's future fate. Ed Zhu recalled how in the future Jean too would give interviews and say that he was grateful to his father for bringing him into the world of video games. Only something like this must happen for Jean to reveal his true feelings, and there is no better moment for this reconciliation. The red-haired young man finally conspired and answered his father that he could not forgive him. But at that very moment, sincerity appeared in the guy's eyes and he told his father that there was nothing he could do about it, because he was still his son. Tears of joy flowed from the man's eyes, because after so many misunderstandings the family reunion happened. The doctor knocked on the door and asked the man to refrain from emotional stress, otherwise he would really fall into a coma. The man could not be happier and thanked the doctor with tears in his eyes, saying that he understood everything. The guy's happy father thanked Mr. Ed for taking care of his son, but at that very moment the father made a serious face and said that he insisted that Jean too return home. 2 weeks later, there was a guy on the cover of the magazine who was described as a mysterious 16-year-old pro player. The esports news community released a post saying that Light's record had been broken and a new star could be born. The sudden emergence of an incredibly powerful ADC created a stir in professional circles. The mysterious player will take part in an auction where the owners of professional teams will compete for him. Wen Jing and Tiao Tiao read the news and were shocked that Jean too had indeed reached the top of the rankings. Little Bao said that there was still no news from the guy since he left. The 4 esports players turned their attention to Ed Zhu, who was silently sipping hot coffee. He did not join the conversation of the young cybersportsman, and after finishing his drink, he put the cup on the table. Ed Zhu got up from his chair and said that it was time to go, and one of the players asked in surprise if he would also take part in the auction. The main character turned around and answered the young man with a smile that he would do it just for fun. The weather was clear outside and all the ladies and gentlemen were welcomed into S-City's Times Square. The presenter welcomed everyone to today's event, and introduced the player sitting with her who broke Light's record. As a jury, influential people sat in front of everyone, among whom was the main character. Wine tycoon and manager of Team N1, Han Shan, said that he thought Jean too was already under Ed Zhu's wing. The main character smiled at him in response and said that he could try to take the young man away from him. The blue-eyed presenter asked for a moment of attention and loudly announced that the bidding was beginning. She said each party could state its terms of the contract and the amount offered. The girl also said that then, Jean too, the new ranking king, will make his choice. The starting amount was 100,000 yuan, and the club manager Rocket offered a piece rate of 150,000 yuan. Club manager Ace, meanwhile, doubled the amount and offered payment of 300,000 yuan. Meanwhile, 500,000 yuan was offered from the tier team, which was a serious statement. The presenter said that only NSD and N1 remained, and Han Shan smiled slyly and looked at the main character. The presenter said that NSD, as a young team, would be very lucky to have such a strong player as Jean to join them. Everyone was curious if they would take advantage of this opportunity, but the girl was dumbfounded after Mr. Ed raised his hand. Everyone around was stunned as Ed Zhu offered 100,000 yuan, which was the starting amount. Han Shan and all the other managers looked at the main character in bewilderment, because they expected something completely different from him. The wine tycoon said with a sneer that it looked like Ed Zhu was very confident in himself since he had already offered the starting amount. He immediately stood up and said that unfortunately for the main character, the guy would be shocked by the amount he offered to Jean too. He began to go to the guy and said that he saw no point in holding auctions and what the others were offering was simply nothing. Han Shan approached Jean too and said that this should have been done a long time ago, but his subordinates were simply unable to do it. The red-haired young man was absolutely calm and looked at the wine magnate standing in front of him. Han Shan asked the guy to sign a contract and promised that he would not only become the main ADC N1, but also receive payment. He held the envelope up and stated that Jean too would receive a piece rate bonus of 5 million yuan. The young man's eyes opened wide at the amount he heard, because he could not even dream of such an amount. Those present in the hall were shocked, because for 5 million you can buy half of the club, and no one will be able to refuse them. People didn't believe that this guy was really worth that kind of money, but Ed Zhu looked at everything with a serious face. The presenter stirred up interest by saying that the pro-gaming industry had never known such money before, and Jean too did not know what to do. The young man understood that it would be stupid to refuse such money, and already wanted to take a pen to sign the contract. Jean too was very nervous and extremely confused because he did not know what to do in this situation. The presenter looked at the guy and said in her thoughts that it looked like no one could refuse such a sum of money. Han Shan looked at the young man with a proud smile, because he understood that he had made him an offer that he would not refuse. Ultimately, Jean too signed the contract because he did not want to give up such a sum. Han Shan grabbed the signed contract and began to show it to everyone, proudly saying that from now on Jean too will be one of the N1. But Ed Zhu noticed something suspicious on the contract, and looked a little closer to look. He realized that Jean too was not so simple and turned to the proud Han Shan with a smile. Smiling even more, the main character said that he should first check the signature on the contract. Han Shan followed his advice and was surprised when he carefully examined the signature on the contract. It turned out that Jean too signed the contract on behalf of Jiang Tong, whom Ed Zhu did not like so much. Han Shan became very nervous and shouted and asked the guy who he was and why his name wasn't here. Jean too flashed a smile and said that Jiang Tong was the cleaner at their club and said that he thought they should hire him at N1 instead. The spectators present were stunned, because the guy refused 5 million and chose the most unfavorable offer. Jean too stood up from the table and said that he was actually waiting for one person at this press conference, and it didn't matter whether he came. The blue-eyed guy confidently stated that he had long ago made his main decision regarding the team. He looked at the main character and turned to Boss Ed, who silently looked into the guy's eyes. Jean too thanked Ed Zhu with a smile for allowing him to develop his passion and for the chance to reach the top. The guy at that moment recalled how the father told the main character that he insisted that his son go home with him. Jean too then became very worried, and tears flowed from his eyes as he wanted to develop in esports. The father did not try to dissuade his child from this, and only smiled, while thinking for a few seconds. He patted Jean too and said that it seemed like his son wanted to become number one in the rankings, and he should witness such an important moment. The young man said that he joined NSD for the love of games, and from now on and forever will be the main ADC of the NSD team. Han Shan listened to him carefully and looked at the guy with a serious face, remaining silent. At that very moment, out of anger, he tore up the contract for 5 million, which he offered to the young man. Han Shan said that it seemed like nothing could make him change his mind, but unfortunately, fools have no future. After these words, Ed Zhu approached him and patted him on the shoulder, which attracted his attention. The main character smiled and said that what he said could be applied to himself. He whispered to Han Shan that he had proof of Rakasa's atrocities and if he squeaked, he could forget about the competition. The wine magnate got angry and shouted thanks to him for reminding him of all this. An angry Han Shan began to leave, and the presenter asked those present for forgiveness for this sudden scene. Finally, the tycoon asked Jean too if this was really his final decision, to which the guy confidently answered yes. The blue-eyed youth turned to Ed Zhu and asked if he could still join the NSD team. The main character was happy and said with a smile that he could join the team and admitted that he had been waiting for this for a long time. After a while, Ed Zhu and the new team member approached the team's clubhouse. Jean too was happy and said in his mind that from today on he is officially a player of the NSD team. But the young man's joy was interrupted when he and Ed Zhu entered the club building and saw something strange. Jean too was stunned, because complete arbitrariness was happening before his and the main character's eyes. The movers were going to take large boxes out of the club, although the main character did not order to do this. Jiang Tong ordered the movers to immediately remove all this unnecessary trash and said that they should finish everything today. Ed Zhu became angry as soon as the scoundrel, who, being a janitor, began to consider himself in charge. Jiang Tong turned around in fear, because he did not understand what the boss wanted from him, and what he had done wrong. The cleaner with a smile asked the boss what was wrong. Was he somehow not satisfied with his fulfillment of obligations? Li Yao smiled sweetly at the nervous Ed Zhu and suggested that they talk privately somewhere else. But the guy looked seriously into her eyes and said that if she wants to say something, she should say it right here. Li Yao was stunned and wondered why he was in such a mood. Was it because of the pressure the club was putting on him? She hugged Ed and asked him not to upset him, because more and more people were joining the club, and he would need helpers to cope. Li Yao said that Jiang had management experience and also knew the club very well, so there was no point for him to be a cleaner. Ed Zhu asked her if she was telling the truth, that she was doing all this only for his own good. Li Yao smiled and continued to deceive the guy and said that of course this is so, because she is his girlfriend. Ed Zhu nervously pulled out his hand and shouted and asked Chiu to immediately bring him the laptop. Jiang Tong and Li Yao looked at each other with worry as they realized that everything was going downhill. Ed Zhu turned around and shouted for Chiu to move faster, and finally brought him a laptop. The frightened club assistant brought the laptop to his boss in a panic, beads of sweat running down his face from nerves. Ed Zhu said that he tried to help Li Yao not to lose face for the sake of their former relationship, but he didn't even expect how it would turn out. He nervously and with a sharp movement threw the laptop onto the table, while turning on the recording from the CCTV camera. The CCTV camera captured Jiang Tong shouting that he didn't want to take up the janitor position. He further shouted that he wanted to join the board of directors, because only with the help of determined people they would earn a lot of money. Next were the words of Li Yao that Ed Zhu was running out of money and was looking for investors for his team. In the video, Jiang Tong was heard calling her baby and saying how smart she was, which made Li Yao very nervous. Ed Zhu at that moment looked sternly into the eyes of the girl who had been deceiving him all this time. In a panic, she began to shout that this was not at all what he was thinking about and asked the silent Jiang Tong to say at least something. But at one point the guy snapped and hit the girl in the face with such force that she could barely stand on her feet. Jiang Tong could no longer contain his anger, and shouted and asked the girl what they could say now. Li Yao held her cheek and, barely holding back tears, screamed that he dared to raise his hand to her. Jiang Tong shouted that it was all because of his stupid plans, while Ed Zhu calmly listened to their conversations on the sidelines. Li Yao realized that she was in an extremely difficult situation and understood that she could lose the main character. She fell to her knees in front of Ed Zhu and insisted that she could explain everything, but the main character did not even look at her. Li Yao grabbed his leg and began to cry in tears that it was just a misunderstanding, because nothing had happened between them. But the main character no longer believed a single word of hers, and with a sharp movement he pushed her away with his foot. Li Yao was stunned by his action and said that he had never treated her like this before. Ed Zhu looked at her with a serious look and said that their relationship came to an end the moment she betrayed him. Li Yao was very worried and looked at the cold-blooded protagonist with particular surprise. Jiang Tong at that moment nervously adjusted the collar of his shirt, and then buttoned it at the very top. He ran his hands through his hair and shouted to Ed Zhu to stop pretending because he was already tired of him. Jiang Tong approached the main character and said that one day he would remember all the shame and insults that he suffered here. Finally, he boldly pointed his finger at Ed Zhu, rudely insulting him and calling him blind. Ed Zhu tried to remain calm, but with a sharp movement he grabbed the scoundrel tightly by the wrist. He told Jiang Tong that no sooner had he left his small village than he was already wearing a watch worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. Ed Zhu continued to hold the scoundrel by the wrist, and said with a smile that he saw through him as soon as they met. Jiang Tong boldly pulled out his hand because he did not want to communicate with the main character anymore. Ed Zhu asked if it was true that his stock had been falling recently, and admitted that he had deliberately revealed this information to him. Jiang Tong was dumbfounded and became even more angry as the entire logical chain began to converge. Ed Zhu smiled and said that he should get rid of the shares as soon as possible, because their price will fall further and further. Anger consumed Jiang Tong's mind and he shouted that he would kill the main character for this vile act. Li Yao screamed with all her might to make sure he heard her, since resistance was no longer useless. Jiang Tong noticed the girl crying on her knees and stopped just as he was about to hit the main character. Bursting with tears, Li Yao asked him to stop because they had to admit that they had lost. Jiang Tong did not hit Ed Zhu, but clenched his teeth in anger and said that he took back his words. He gritted his teeth even more and said that one day he would pay for it and return everything tenfold. Jiang Tong and Li Yao began to leave the club, and Ed Zhu, remaining completely calm, did not even turn around after them. He lowered his head down, because it hurt his soul that someone close to him had betrayed him. Ed Zhu was slightly surprised as Zhang Tu began to show his thumb, hinting that the boss was cool. The red-haired young man tried to cheer up the main character and said that he was very cool. Ed Zhu quickly moved away from thoughts of betraying the girl, and, adjusting his glasses, was about to say something to the young man. He smiled and said that he hoped Zhang Tu fell in love with his money and not with his kindness, sense of justice and appearance. The red-haired boy was completely bewildered by the nonsense that the main character had just said. Suddenly, the phone rang, and the smartphone in Ed Zhu's pocket vibrated violently. It turned out that it was the blonde Dao, who was very nervous and shouted that he had an emergency and urgently needed help. Ed Zhu was stunned because his brother was shouting into the phone at the top of his voice, which meant that everything was serious. The main character in a red sports car pressed the gas pedal with all his might because he was in a hurry. From the side mirrors he saw that 3 motorcycles were following him at high speed. One of the motorcyclists in a helmet clarified with the others whether it was correct that their target was riding ahead. Ed Zhu asked Xiaomi where Uncle Dao was, and the girl asked to sit down and wait a little. The main character noticed that one of the visitors was sorting things out with the delivery man and complaining about the service. The food delivery man asked for forgiveness and said that he had tripped, but the man told him to get out of his sight and not interfere with the game of rating. The man shouted that he would file a complaint against the guy if he didn't leave immediately, and the guy begged him not to do this. Ed Zhu was stunned and stood there in a daze as he realized that it was Tang Xian. He lowered his head and grinned slightly, because he could not even think that he would meet him here again even after starting all over again. Ed Zhu realized that he needed to help Tang Xian out and asked Xiaomi to come up with an excuse and give money to this guy. He deposited money with the girl at the reception, sincerely hoping that she would help him out. Suddenly, someone put a hand on the protagonist's shoulder, after which Ed Zhu immediately turned around. It was Uncle Dao who said in a serious tone that they were running out of time and needed to go to Kaiyue's kitchen. After just a short period of time, they arrived at Kaiyue's kitchen, where the atmosphere was calm and warm. Uncle Dao, Ed Zhu, and the sweet madam in a burgundy dress clinked glasses of red wine. Dao said in his thoughts that she works as a model and only now he could ask her on a date, and he couldn't do it without Ed's help. The model nervously drank a glass of wine, trying to figure out who the guy she was chatting with on the internet was. She looked at Dao and realized that he was unshaven and laughing like an idiot, and the handsome guy next to him was clearly her type. The model turned to Ed Zhu and asked if she understood correctly that he doesn't particularly like to drink. Dao intervened and said with a smile that today the guy doesn't do such adult things because he's driving. The model said that she has no doubt that if he doesn't drink, then he will be good at other adult things. Ed Zhu was stunned by her words and could not understand what the woman wanted from him. The model reached the edge of her shoe to the main character's foot, and hintingly began to lift the edge of his trousers. The main character did not like this at all, and in response he only looked at the girl seriously. He pulled his leg back with a sharp movement, preventing the model from touching him. By accident, Ed Zhu touched Uncle Dao's leg, causing their legs to hook. The blue-eyed blonde felt something strange in his legs, but at the same time he felt good. The model began to lift the hem of Uncle Dao's trousers with the tip of her shoe, which could not leave a bad impression. The blonde told the girl that Ed Zhu was certainly great at driving a car. The girl smiled sweetly at the guy and asked, in that case, if he would take her home later, to which the hero simply remained silent. The beauty continued the temptation with her foot, thinking that she was still touching Ed Zhu's foot. Dao intervened again and said that the guy would do it, and the girl in her thoughts wanted the old man to stop interfering. Ed Zhu suddenly stood up from the table and said that he would go pay the bill for dinner, and the two of them could have fun. When the main character got up from the table, the girl was dumbfounded, because it turned out that she did all this with this old man. Dao handed Fei Li a glass of wine and romantically offered to drink since it was just the two of them left. The girl stood up abruptly and poured a glass of wine in the man's face and called him a dirty old man. Dao was stunned by her action and did not understand what was wrong, because it seemed to him that they communicated well. Some time later, the man was smoking a cigarette on the street, thinking about the incident. Ed Zhu, walking next to him, began to cover his mouth from laughter, and the angry Dao asked what he was laughing at. The hero said that Dao didn't need someone like her and invited him to join his club if he wanted to communicate more with girls. The man replied that if I join his club, he will only find stars like Su Qingyu, and this is too much for old people like him. Uncle Dao's mood was completely ruined, and he continued walking alone, saying goodbye to the main character. Fei Li understood that this was her chance and decided to make sure that Ed Zhu escorted her home for his dear soul. When the main character walked up to his car and opened it, a motorcycle was driving not far from him at high speed. The motorcycle driver was twisting the throttle with all his might because he was in love with the speed of the machine. Ed Zhu looked to the side and saw a motorcycle whose driver was driving straight at him and did not think to stop. The main character was stunned and very tense, because he understood how this could end. An unfamiliar young man shouted for the main character to protect himself and run away from the road. He jumped on the main character to save him, after which he screamed in pain, and Fei Li was very scared because she became a witness. The blood of the young man who saved him at the cost of his health splashed onto Ed Zhu's cheek. The main character opened his squinted eyes to look at the guy who saved his life. Ed Zhu looked at the young man and was stunned, because his savior turned out to be Tang Xian. Dao, meanwhile, smoked and brooded on the bridge, wondering why it was so hard to be with the one you truly loved. Suddenly, the phone rang in his jacket pocket, and the ringtone was a sweet song. Dao immediately grabbed the phone with joy, because it was Fei Li's ringtone, after which he answered and asked what happened. Ed Zhu, meanwhile, was very nervous and asked Tang Xian to hold on, planning to take him to the hospital. The motorcyclist reported that Ed was lucky, because some guy took the hit, and he himself was completely unharmed. 3 motorcyclists were chasing the main character, and the main one ordered to catch him at any cost. Ed Zhu was as tense as possible because time was short and he had to rush to the hospital. He managed to beautifully enter the turn at great speed, while the motorcyclists continued to ride on his tail. But unexpectedly for them, a blue car stood in the way, which became an obstacle in their way. Ed Zhu turned around with a smile and realized that it was Uncle Dao who had come to his aid. The uncle gave the young man a thumbs up and shouted at him to go to the hospital, and he would deal with the bandits himself. Dao smiled and said that now these guys will see the driving god of Mount Akina with their own eyes. The blonde immediately pressed the pedal with his black patent leather shoes, intending to show what he was capable of. He cut off the path of motorcyclists from all sides, not allowing them to keep up with the main character, which irritated them very much. It was already dark outside, and Ed Zhu successfully brought Tang Xian to the hospital where he was receiving medical attention. The main character called Uncle Dao and asked if he was okay, to which the man replied that he was the best racer 10 years ago. After which he told the main character that he had to warn him that it was possible that someone was hunting him. Ed Zhu became very wary and immediately wondered whether N1 might be involved in this. The doctor with a smile offered Tang Xian a monthly subscription to the hospital, because this was the second time in half a month that he had been admitted to the hospital. The doctor said that his wounds were more serious, so they would have to leave him overnight and watch him. Tang Xian panicked a little and said that there was no way he could stay in the hospital. But the doctor angrily replied that this is a hospital, and here the doctor makes decisions, she. But Tang Xian said that he shouldn't, because he has a strong body, and if he is late, his salary will be cut again. Ed Zhu looked at the guy and then looked down, trying to find a way to help him. The next day, Tang Xian apologized for being late, saying that he had an accident, but he was driven away again. The guy told the customer that his food was good and asked him to pay him money, to which the man only told him to disappear. Tang Xian was extremely upset, and Ed Zhu was next to him at that moment. The main character decided to help the guy and took a bill out of his pocket, and then handed it to the guy. Ed Zhu smiled at the young man and said that if he wanted, he could come to his club. In the future, the main character and Uncle Dao came to the club, and there was an incredibly heavy rainfall outside. Dao asked the main character if he was confident in his decision, to which Ed replied that he was stuck here, and they must move forward without him. Ed Zhu smiled and said that someone will always be bad and someone will be good, because this is life. Uncle Dao smiled while smoking a cigarette and said that he never ceases to amaze him. Ed Zhu further recalled how in the future he offended Tang Xian and the young man began to run away at breakneck speed. The main character remembered how the guy, while running away, called him a complete disappointment for his broken promise. While in the vending machine, Ed Zhu looked after him and wondered if even Tang Xian could not understand him. Meanwhile, the doctor told the young man that she would come in the morning and check his condition over time, so he should behave well. The doctor began to leave the room, and Ed Zhu was left alone with Tang Xian, smiling at the guy. The hero kept thinking that if he brought him back to the club and allowed him to work, even though he had no talent, it would not be the best idea. The doctor slammed the door to the room, and the main character walked up to Tang Xian to talk to him. Ed asked what he was doing, to which the guy replied that he was running away, otherwise he would not see his monthly salary as an errand boy. Tang Xian said that he was looking for him to return the money, because his grandmother taught him that you should not take money from people just like that. The main character was stunned, because he did not expect that the young man would be so well-mannered. In his thoughts, he said that even though the guy was a fool, there weren't many such kind people left in this world. Ed Zhu left the money in Tang Xian's hands and asked him to come to him and work off the money with his own hands. After some time, the main character brought the guy to the club and asked him to come in and look around for himself. They walked further down the corridor and heard loud arguments between team members. Jean Tu angrily shouted at the stranger that the boss had never spoken about him, so he would never believe that he was the team captain. Team NSD jungler Jia Chen said that a handsome guy like him is always the center of attention, but Jean Tu just laughed at his words and said that any newcomer in the mid lane would be much more popular than him. His words angered Zhuo Chen and he grabbed his hand, ready to fight, but suddenly, team boss Ed Zhu shouted for them to stop, which attracted the team's attention. The main character said that Zai Chen gets 3 more hours of training as punishment for causing trouble for others. Jean Tu stood behind the boss and smiled provocatively, and the jungler said in his thoughts that he would soon get even with him. Club assistant Chiu pointed his finger at Tang Xian and asked the boss who it was, to which Ed replied that it was a new employee. The bandaged young man smiled sincerely and greeted everyone, introducing himself by his name. Chiu looked at him and wondered why there was a new employee, and why the boss liked bringing weirdos around so much. Tang Xian smiled and said that they had the right place, and Ed Zhu said in his thoughts that no one would bully him anymore. After a while, all the NSD team members trained hard in the training room. Tiao Tiao stood up from the table and asked the players how about playing basketball during the break. Zhuo Chen smiled and said that he thought some people should just behave and stay in the hall. He added that otherwise they would become insolent and ask for it over and over again, just give them a reason to go out into the yard. Jean Tu immediately jumped up from the table, because he understood that they were talking about him and asked what he wanted to say by this. But Zhuo Chen remained calm and said with a smile that he didn't want to say anything by this, but was just a reminder. In his thoughts, he said that he still couldn't get even with Jean Tu for the past few days, and today he will get it in full. Tang Xian asked the guys with a smile if he could play basketball with them, because he also loves it. Pan Zishuan responded by smiling at the new person in their team and said that of course he could join them. After a while, the team was playing basketball, and Jean Tu shouted that he would cover Zhuo Chen with all his might, which irritated the guy. But at one moment the guy was holding the ball in his hands and was about to deftly bypass the red-haired player. Zhuo Chen jumped up and shouted to Tiao Tiao to catch the ball, not allowing Jean Tu to interfere with him. But suddenly, the young man made a sharp blow with the ball to the red-haired guy's face, which he did not expect at all at that moment. Zhuo Chen smiled and said that he did it by accident, using the excuse that the ball slipped out of his hands. The competitive match continued and the guy deftly moved around the basketball court. Jean Tu failed to throw the ball into the opponent's hoop, as a result of which it ricocheted into the hands of Zhuo Chen. This made the guy very happy and he mockingly said that even the ball flew into the hands of the handsome guy. Jean Tu called him narcissistic and shouted that he would only throw the ball over his corpse. When Zhuo Chen jumped to throw the ball into the hoop, the red-haired guy prevented him from doing so by pulling his hand. But the cunning and insidious guy was also not easy, and again hit Jean Tu on the head with the ball, but this time much stronger. Pan Zishuan, Tiao Tiao, and Wen Jing were dumbfounded by this action of the team jungler. Zhuo laughed and said that it was just an oversight, and Jean Tu said in his thoughts that he would also not play by the rules, just like him. Pan Zishuan shouted to the other players to watch the ball carefully and catch it. Zhuo Chen dribbled the ball in front of him again, and was finally about to hit the opponent's hoop, thereby scoring the first goal. He understood that victory was in his hands and shouted joyfully that his finest hour had come. But suddenly a completely unexpected action occurred on the part of the red-haired boy who wanted to take revenge on him. Pan Zishuan, Tiao Tiao and the rest of the team were dumbfounded and their eyes widened in surprise. Zhan Tu began to laugh hard with Sui Chen, because when he scored the ball into the hoop, the guy pulled down his pants. The young man immediately blushed, because he understood that the red-haired scoundrel had disgraced him in front of everyone. The rest of the team felt awkward at that moment, since it was not possible to see this every day. He immediately got angry, and Zhan Tu said with a frivolous smile that the ball just slipped out and he was probably learning from him. Sui Chen got angry and sent the guy away, and the red-haired boy just smiled in response. One of the team members wanted to reconcile the guys, but a basketball flew into his face. Sui Chen grabbed Zhan Tu by the t-shirt and angrily declared that he would kill him, to which the guy asked to remove his hands. The player whose face was hit by the ball randomly swallowed the blood that flowed from his nose. The young man approached the warring guys and tried to calm them down, but fell under the hot hand and was hit in the face again. Zhan Tu said that he fought at school more times than the narcissistic Sui Cheng looked in the mirror. Suddenly, someone turned to two guys who were endlessly sorting out their relationship, and attracted their attention. Tang Xian said that there is no need to fight because of someone's misunderstanding, and as his grandmother told him, one should be merciful. Sui Chen was still angry, and shouted and asked the merciful young man to mind his own business. Tang Xian was offended by his boorish behavior and asked why he was insulting him and speaking in such a rude tone. Sui Chen smiled provocatively and said that he still spoke well of him, to which Xian only looked at him angrily. The impudent guy asked the guy if his grandmother really raised him to be some kind of troublemaker, after which a blow to his jaw followed. Tang Xian told the scoundrel that he could insult him, but not his grandmother, and Zhan Tu asked him not to get involved in this. Sui Chen wiped his face and said that both of them were incredibly stupid, and he could beat both of them. Zhan Tu and Tang Xian wanted to attack the self-confident scoundrel, but Tiao Tiao and Wen Jing began to hold them back. But in the end they were unable to restrain the guys, which resulted in a major fight. Suddenly the team owner came and asked the guys what was going on, and they immediately calmed down. Ed Zhu asked sternly if they all wanted to write 10,000 words and think about their behavior. Tang Xian and Sui Chen began to smile, pretending to get along well, while Zhan Tu looked away with displeasure. Ed Zhu told Pan Zishuan that the God Battle Cup was coming soon, so he was appointed as a temporary captain to keep an eye on them. Zhan Tu and Sui Chen unanimously asked the boss why him and not one of them. Ed Zhu said that before the start of the competition, the captain must take responsibility for himself for all his teammates. He asked if any of them could do it, and he didn't hear a word from the guys. After some time, Pan Zishuan, as the team captain, was in the hall where preparations for the cup were underway. The sign said that the draw for the National God of Battle Cup was taking place in the hall and that outsiders were not allowed to enter. There were only a small number of people in the hall, and the atmosphere was tense, since the cup was not held every day. Pan was nervous because the team had less than a month to prepare and he was not confident that he could lead the team to victory. The presenter turned to the representative of the NSD team and asked him to go up on stage and draw lots, but the young man did not answer him. Pan Zishuan interrupted his thoughts and jumped up, exclaiming that he was the representative of the NSD. He looked at the happy photo his boss handed him and hoped that it would actually help him. Soon the team captain walked up onto the stage and put his hand into the box to draw lots. He handed the drawn lot to his assistant, after which the sweet girl handed the lot to the presenter. The presenter was surprised and said that the guy got the 16th number, and the first opponent of the NSD team began to be announced. He said that the first opponent would be Team MZ, and someone in the audience laughed, saying that they had no chance. Ed Zhu remembered well that 5 years ago, in the first round of the same championship, the first opponent was the MGB team. He looked intensely at the phone and wondered who was running it all. Passers-by were talking about how NSD had signed their own death warrant as they would be facing one of the top 4 teams. At that very moment, the NSD team was walking down the street, which at that time was in full force, led by the owner. Passers-by discussed that they looked quite confident, but it was a pity that they were just a stepping stone for light. Dao said that it looks like it's Ed's turn to be the bad guy, and the main character said that's what the team is going to do. Ed Zhu said in his thoughts that in addition to the players needing to be mentally prepared, they also need to get rid of the pressure. The hero patted Uncle Dao on the shoulder and asked if he didn't promise to treat the guys when they took them to rest before the match. The team immediately rejoiced, but the uncle angrily asked when he promised that he would treat them. After some time, the team came to the establishment, which looked quite attractive. Tiao Tiao pointed to the crowd of people and said that he was surprised that there were so many of them in this establishment. Ed Zhu became very wary at one moment, and his eyes opened wide in surprise. All the team players were surprised and wondered if this was not their opponent at the championship. It was Team MZ jungler Zhao Mingliang, whose game domain was light, and who was the leader of the rating. Ed Zhu said in his thoughts that not only he can reach the top of the rankings, and looked at the serious Zhang Tu with a smile. The red-haired guy, meanwhile, was trying to make his way through the crowd to play the jukebox. This greatly irritated those around him, but the young man did not pay attention to their insults towards him. A few minutes later, Zhang Tu was already playing a music game, following the rhythm of the game. The blue-eyed boy was great at playing, and he even managed to break someone's record. Those around him were shocked, because he made several combos in a row at level 9, which spoke of his skill. Zhang Tu smiled and pointed his finger at Zhao Mingliang, saying that now it was his turn to demonstrate his abilities. The opponent coolly looked at the young man with his red eyes, while remaining silent. People around said that it was getting hot and this could only be seen once in a lifetime. Zhao Mingliang was still absolutely calm, and silently looked into the eyes of his opponent. Blue-eyed Zhang Tu also remained silent as he prepared to fight in a new round. The round began and in his thoughts the guy said that the score was still excellent and that he would soon break the record. Zhang Tu smiled proudly and looked at Zhao Mingliang, saying in his thoughts that the fact that he is light does not change anything. But suddenly the smile disappeared from the confident guy's face, and his eyes opened wide in surprise. He saw Zhao Mingliang playing absolutely calmly with one hand, while remaining just as dexterous. Zhang Tu said in his mind that this guy was competing against him with one hand, but he matched him in the score. People around watched the game in admiration and wondered if this guy was from Team MZ. One of the players from Zhao Mingliang's team approached the captain and said that it was time for them to leave. The team captain did not linger and calmly lowered his hand from the slot jukebox, after which he stood up and took the jacket, which he had previously hung on the chair where he had been sitting for some time. Zhao Mingliang silently put on his jacket and began to leave, and those around him wondered if he would really leave and not continue. Zhang Tu screamed and asked him to stop and said that they had not finished competing yet. Zhao Mingliang exhaled and continued to walk forward, since he no longer had time to play. He said that they would finish in the tournament and asked Zhang Tu not to let him down as he had heard that he had broken his record. The upstart Zhou Chen intervened in the conversation and told Zhao Mingliang that he was his opponent, because he was an incredibly handsome forester. But the MZ team captain just turned around and calmly said that he didn't care about him. The people around and the players of the MZ team laughed at the narcissistic upstart, and he stood silently in place. Ed Zhu looked at Light, who was calmly walking away, and said in his thoughts that they had not seen each other for a long time. Tiao Tiao said that the time in the gaming hall lifted his spirits, and Zhang Tu said thank you to Uncle Dao for bringing them together. The news anchor said that the organizers invited a special guest commentator to the God of Battle Championship. Tiao Tiao took notice of this and asked the rest of the team to listen to the news from the TV. The news from the TV also attracted the captain of the MZ team, Zhao Mingliang, and he also watched with interest. A man with glasses turned to the audience and asked if they still remembered who he was. Everyone on Team NSD was stunned, and Zhang Tu asked if this was not the former leader of MZ, Yi Jinjin. It turned out that they were a 21-year-old guy with the game domain Wind, who was the former leader of the team, MZ. Zhao Mingliang was very surprised and wondered in his mind whether such a thing was possible. The presenter asked why he decided to become a commentator, to which Wind replied that he came to root for new teams. He said that MZ is the best team among the four and it is easy for them to win, but NSD can also take advantage of this chance. At that moment, the former leader of one of the top 4 teams was a little tense, which could be seen in his eyes. Zhang Tu said in his thoughts that this does not change anything and tomorrow he will show the MZ team what he is capable of. The host at the Feng Uni Sports Arena greeted everyone and introduced herself as Fishy. The spectators shouted loudly and joyfully that they believed in Zhang Mingliang, his team and their unconditional victory. Fishy asked to greet the players and said that the first team would be the best national team, namely MZ. The audience went crazy for the charming Light, who was a great team leader. The girls cried with happiness and said that Mingliang was even more beautiful in real life than in the video. Fishy presented the NSD team, which, although only 3 months old, has already managed to recruit RH and ADC mid-laner Zhan Tu into its ranks. Uncle Dao supported the team with all his might, and Hua shouted that Little Xian was the best. The presenter said that both teams' fans were enthusiastic and asked the teams if they wanted to say anything to each other. Team owner MZ told Ed Zhu that they would not show mercy to any of their opponents, so they should keep their eyes open. The main character only smiled in response and said that they also have a secret weapon for their opponents. The man in the sunglasses made a little mockery and said he was looking forward to it. The host said that she is sure everyone already knows that former MZ leader Yi Jingjin is one of their commentators today. Win said that he was very happy to be a commentator for this God of Battle Cup, and Nono said that she loves everyone. The girl asked the former team leader what combat strategy the team would resort to in this round. Yi Jingjin said that when NSD bans heroes, they should definitely focus on heroes for these 2 positions. Ed Zhu approached Wen Jing and asked him to ban Evelyn, Rek'Sai and Warwick, but the young man became nervous. Yi Jingjin continued to comment and became wary, because all the heroes they banned were junglers. People said that NSD doesn't even have a coach, and their manager decides who gets banned, so it's no wonder they caused so much trouble. Zhao Mingliang was absolutely calm and drank orange juice with a straw while sitting in a chair. Nono said that Light is not afraid at all, and he will prove that his fortitude is as impeccable as his appearance. The commentator said that Light immediately chose the cold-blooded jungler Kaziz, and this is a worthy response to NSD's provocations. Ed Zhu assessed the situation and said in his mind that the opponents want to use Light as a carry, then their formation should work. The commentator said that they didn't even help Pan Zishuan snatch the hero Fox, and therefore they want to confront Kaziz of Light. Jin said that the guy's hero is not that popular, so NSD can probably only play with themselves. MZ players chose Duelist, Fiona and Syndra, with Burning Brands on the top lane and Damien the Assassin on the bottom lane. The commentator said that MZ was trying to kick their opponent out of the game before it even started and called them cruel. Jin said that NSD will use Ninja and Solar Goddess Liana, but without carries they will simply lose. At one point, the former leader of the MZ team became very wary and said that he knew what their secret weapon was. Ed Zhu approached Zhan Tu and asked the guy to show his hero, which he did at that very moment. The audience was surprised, and some even admired the choice of the brilliant ADC of the NSD team. Zhan Tu's choice fell on bomb thrower Tristan, and the commentator wondered if they were going to hold out until the end of the game. Uncle Dao was happy, because they actually chose a strategy where 4 protect 1, and create an invincible carry. The commentator said that 4 heroes will protect Tristan, and the NSD formation will be worth it. Zhao Mingliang moved back slightly in his chair and asked the coach what he thought about all this. The coach said that NSD chose the safest, but at the same time the most dangerous formation, and if you kill one, the team will lose. The commentators cheered to all the spectators who were watching the battle God Canyon. 3 minutes later the battle began, and the teams were ordered to finally begin to attack. The MZ team prepared an insidious ambush in the grass for their opponents, and were ready to strike on the sly. Light crawled out of the grass and began to attack Lucifer, who did not at all expect such a knife in the back. Zhao Mingliang used one of the magic techniques, and the enemy began to burn with fire. Lucifer was able to understand from the attack that Light was standing behind him right now, who was not going to spare him. At that very moment, Zhao Mingliang struck, as a result of which the first blood was shed. Yi Jingjin said that 3 minutes have passed, and the ambush in the bushes from MZ has already borne its first fruits, and NSD needs to be careful. Zhan Tu became very tense and shouted that the opponents had indeed set up an ambush at the very beginning. Zhao Mingliang asked one of the players to monitor the river and not give opponents a chance to farm resources. After 7 minutes of battle, one of the MZ players said that the enemy was offside and asked to get ready to attack. He mockingly asked where Lucifer was going and used one of his tricks. Light again used one of his techniques and told Lucifer to go to hell. Jean too became even more angry and wondered why this scoundrel was here again. After another 10 minutes, Zhao Mingliang asked his comrade to mark his position and said that he was attacking on the sly. Light said that Lucifer would tremble before the void and was about to strike again. He turned around and screamed and asked how he always managed to gank him. Zhao Mingliang replied that it is obvious because by killing him, he destroys all their chances of victory. The fans continued to shout with love in their eyes that Light was very cool when he touched his lips. Nono said that Light had already killed Jean 2-3 times since the start of the match, and smiled and called it merciless. Yi Jinjin said that NSD's tactics are excellent, but if the player being protected is inexperienced, then NSD will not be able to do anything. The commentator said that MZ is trying to destroy Jean 2 and is doing their best to do so. Pan Zishuan said that if their lack of gold became even greater, then they would not be able to advance to the next stage. Zhua Chen shouted at the red-haired player to play passively because he needed to farm gold. Jean 2 responded by advising him to watch his tongue and not allow his opponents to farm him. In his thoughts, he told himself that if he couldn't farm in such a difficult situation, then he would be out of the question of winning. 25 minutes into the game, Jinjin said that MZ was getting together and heading towards the NSD towers. Light deftly approached one of the team's towers, and at that very moment it was destroyed by enormous force. Hua was afraid of NSD's defeat, and Uncle Dao said that they still had gold, despite the fact that Jean 2 was squeezed. He said if the team can catch their enemies making mistakes, then they have a chance of winning. The commentator said that the NSD team's 4-for-1 formation is waiting for its chance. One of Team MZ's players told the others that they would first kill the dragon and then destroy their opponents in one go. The rest of the players supported him, and one of them said that they were very strong, so they could easily destroy the dragon. The huge dragon NSD, meanwhile, was furious with all its might, intending to inflict damage on the opponents. Light told the team not to stand so close to him, because the opponents might start a fight and they would have little chance because of the dragon. One of the MZ players said that even if we give this lousy team 10 more chances, but at one point he became silent. He literally froze in place and became very nervous because he did not understand what was happening. Yi Jinjin said that NSD waited for MZ to start taking the dragon and attack them at that moment. Uncle Dao watched the battle with particular enthusiasm and said that this was their chance and the time had come. The MZ team players were stunned as the opponents used solar punishment. One of the NSD team players shouted to the opponents that they would now hear their verdicts. Jean 2 used his powerful punch and managed to send another of MZ's players to hell. Jinjin said that bomb thrower Tristan quickly rushed to the scene and immediately killed MZ's ADC. Jean 2 laughed evilly and said that things would be different now since he had come to take revenge on Light. Nono was stunned as killer Damien was instantly killed in a series of simultaneous strikes. Surprised, Yi Jinjin said that although it is hard to imagine, it is possible. He said that firstly, Damien the assassin was in a forward position, which allowed the sun goddess Liana to launch the attack. Biothrower Tristan then took advantage of this opportunity and walked forward, carrying the eco-bomb with her. Jinjin said that Damien's killers were bombed with bombs in the blink of an eye, so it was no surprise that he died. The commentator also told Nono that when a dragon blocks the path, it is very difficult to start fighting with a standard formation. He said that moreover, ADC is even harder to attack by himself, but the 5 NSD heroes are heroes who can attack from behind. Zhao Mingliang tried to keep a cool mind, and asked Xiao Yu to kill Zhang Tu while Eco was not yet close. The MZ team player obeyed the captain's orders and immediately used his techniques to kill Lucifer. Xiao Yu used purple bombs and said that now the enemy will know the power of his bombs and will go to hell. When Lucifer had a drop of health left, one of his teammates came to his aid. The teammate told Xiao Yu that before he could kill his teammate, he would have to fight him first. Lucifer screamed at the top of his voice, after which he used one of his techniques and released several bombs. Xiao Yu became very nervous because he could not understand how something like this was even possible. Lucifer shot at the enemy, after which he said with a smile that his fiery sparks were much better than his. Yi Jinjin said that Eco showed masterful skills, and Tristan was revived and performed a double kill, killing Tsindra. Nono said that Tristan's rocket jump updates immediately after she kills someone. Lucifer targeted his opponent and said that now they will see how arrogant he can be now. Jean too fired a shot, and within a few seconds the enemy was burned alive from his attack. With a smile, Lucifer turned to his opponent and said that he might not even think that he would be able to escape. Jean too clashed in battle with the nimble River, who did not have much health left. One of the MZ team players said that the damage was completely reflected, so they need to retreat. The team captain, Zhao Mingliang, ordered the attack again and said that he had a plan, so they must keep the dragon furious. But the team player got angry and asked the captain what he was even thinking about if the situation was so difficult. Lucifer aimed at River and said that he was going to hell and was about to shoot. The enemy tried his best to dodge Jean too's shots, but the young man continued to shoot. He shouted to River that he had clearly lost because he had no chance of remaining unharmed. Lucifer fired one final time, after which a red cloud of fire appeared over the battlefield. Nono exclaimed that Tristan Jean too committed 4 murders in an instant, despite the extremely difficult conditions. Yi Jinjin said that he dared to guess that Tristan would be the first player in the tournament to make a pentakill. Team MZ's captain, Zhao Mingliang, was very thoughtful as he thought through his next move. He deftly hit the keyboard with his fingers and was about to deal the next blow to his opponent. Smiling slyly, in his thoughts he said that this was all part of his plan, and the real show would begin now. Zhua Chen, meanwhile, shouted at Pan Zishuan to be careful, because the enemy was behind him. But the young man did not have time to react, and the insidious light had already approached his back and struck. Zhao Mingliang killed his opponents one after another, and the NSD did not even have time to react. Lucifer was stunned as Light managed to perform a quad kill. Pan Zishuan was sweating and shouted at Jean too to immediately run away from his opponent. The young man did not understand how he could kill if he had not yet killed Light and earned his pentakill. Zhao Mingliang grinned evilly and said that he had already drawn up Jean too's will. Lucifer had no intention of retreating and confidently aimed at his enemy, intending to shoot. Jean too shouted that the hour of Light's death had come, and now he would watch the young man commit his pentakill. Lucifer fired a series of shots at the enemy, but no damage was done, leaving him stunned. Jean too was angry and did not understand how this was even possible and realized that he needed to retreat. He immediately turned around and took off running until the enemy struck him back. Behind Lucifer was a huge black dragon, who breathed his fiery breath into his back. The dragon swung its tail, after which Tristan flew away, and Jean too shouted that it was too early for him to die. Light suddenly appeared behind the NSD team player and was ready to deliver the decisive blow. Zhao Mingliang said at that moment that although their tactics are 4 for 1, there is one problem. He landed a crushing blow and said that his tactics were 1 for 4, after which he was credited with a pentakill. Zhao Mingliang's fans were crazy about his battle tactics and admired the way he dealt with the enemy. Yi Jinjin happily announced that Light was the one who managed to do this after all. Nono laughed, covering her mouth, and said that he probably croaked, after which Wind smiled. Zhao Mingliang did not intend to finish and told the enemy that this was not the end. The commentator stated that Light is fighting the dragon and the dragon is still low on health. Zhao Mingliang deftly fought the dragon and inflicted huge damage on it, moving from side to side. At that very moment, the stunned commentator announced that the dragon had been killed by the MZ team. Yi Jinjin was as puzzled as possible and said that now he understood everything, and duelist Fiona died on purpose. She had a chance to escape, but she decided to return and take the damage to prolong the dragon's rage. Ed Zhu was surprised by the opponent's tactics and wondered if they had really thought through even this step. He tilted his head down slightly and said that he needed more practice if he wanted to beat Light. The main character looked at the concentrated players of his team, and in his thoughts said that their journey had just begun. Jean too was very angry and shouted that there was nothing wrong with killing a dragon, and if he could win, everything would be different. The young man said that he could win now, and the player behind him said that wherever he went, he would be killed again. The crowd of opponents glared at their opponents, preparing for the final showdown. One of the NSD players told the opponents that they had simply grossly underestimated them as opponents. A crowd of players had gathered in the center of the map, and the situation was extremely tense at that moment. Pan Zishuan shouted to the forester not to rush headlong, as it was dangerous. The enemy was behind him and asked him to stop behaving so recklessly, because the enemy was already here. Pan Zhishuan became very tense and said that he was being controlled and would not have time to press the buttons in time. Wen Jing nervously replied to his teammate that everything was fine, because he still had his ultimate. Zhao Mingliang made a stern face and said in a serious tone that they were acting too slowly. Light decided not to waste a minute, after which he rushed towards Zhang Tu to eliminate him. The MZ ninja was stunned and wondered if anyone really cared about him. Zhao Mingliang suddenly got close to Lucifer and began to attack him with all his might. Zhang Tu became very tense and nervous because he did not understand why he died so quickly. Yi Jinjin said that Lade managed to kill the NSD player in less than a second, and now everything became more clear. The commentator also said that Team MZ managed to defeat NSD without much difficulty. The MZ team began to actively destroy the place where the NSD team was farming resources. Team Captain Light destroyed crystals more actively than all other team players. The crowd shouted Light's name, and Yi Jinjin said that MZ won the round with a score of 12-4. Nano applauded the winners and with a wide smile thanked the players for such a wonderful show. The NSD team players silently looked at their monitor screens, realizing defeat. Zhang Tu opened his eyes wide and tried to accept reality, because he did not believe in the team's defeat. MZ's manager laughed and said that they must have enjoyed MZ destroying them so quickly. The tycoon looked at the NSD team and asked if they liked his gift, which he had prepared especially for them. After some time, the NSD team was in the break room, where there was complete silence. Zhang Tu poured water into himself, swallowing it in sharp sips and making loud sounds. Pan Zhishuan asked him to calm down and said that MZ was the strongest team and it was no wonder they lost to them. Zhang Tu was hurt by his words and he shouted and asked why he said that he was not surprised. He shouted that if it weren't for Zhuo Chen with his drunken carnival explosion, he would have been able to commit a pentakill. The bottle flew at the guy and he screamed and asked how he got such confidence if Light killed him in a millisecond. Zhuo Chen got angry and threw a water bottle at the red-haired sender's head, after which it bounced off. The guy tearfully told Zhang Tu that protecting him would mean protecting a useless idiot. A small bottle of water fell to the floor and the water flowed out, and silence reigned in the room again. Zhang Tu was hurt by these words and clenched his teeth, trying with all his might to restrain his emotions. But still, the young man could not resist and tears flowed from his eyes. Zhang Tu punched Zhuo Chen in the jaw and said that an idiot like him had no right to teach him. He grabbed the guy and said that he would finish him off. The young man himself called for help, and Zhishuan shouted for Zhang to stop. He pushed the red-haired guy away and asked him to stop fighting, and also said that he was asking for trouble. Suddenly, the three NSD players' attention was caught by someone's annoying laughter and they turned around. It was Lo Cha, who mockingly said that a bunch of stupid children were fighting each other. Pan Zhishuan was at a loss and asked the N1 team player if he shouldn't be at the match. He heard on the news that Team N1 had just gone straight to the second stage of the Battle God Cup. Lo Cha said that they had not participated on stage for a long time, so they could not restrain themselves, and sent the opponents home. Zhang Tu was surprised because they had defeated another pro team in just 14 minutes. Lo Cha approached the guy and sarcastically asked if he was not the best in the ADC rankings, and why he was beaten to tears by Light. He told the fat man that he must now understand the difference between mere luck and true opportunity. Lo also said that everything would have been different if not for their boss, and in the meantime Ed Zhu and Tang Xian arrived. Zhuo Chen got angry and hit the scoundrel in the groin, after which he shouted and asked who he was and why he was sticking his nose into their business. The guy turned around and asked the stunned Zhang Tu why he stood there uselessly and didn't hit him. As a result, a fight broke out between the members of both teams, and no one was in a hurry to separate them. Tang Xian was about to intervene and told Ed Zhu that he would help the team members in the fight, but the main character stopped him and asked him not to rush, because it would be too easy to beat up his opponents. Ed Zhu looked at what was happening coolly and told the guy that he had a better idea. The hero said that this is a gaming tournament, not a combat one, so if they want to fight, then it can be organized in the game. Ed Zhu smiled and said that they could teach this brazen team a lesson next time. Lo Cha laughed and told Siren that the team that lost after the first round wanted to teach them a lesson. He drew attention to his teammate, who was lying by the trash can and asked what he was doing there. Ed said they needed practice to beat MZ, but torturing N1 would be a piece of cake for them. Evil Lu said that if it weren't for Han Shan, who bribed the organizers of the draw, then everything would have been different. He showed his finger down and angrily shouted that he would have smashed their team to the ground long ago. Siren, still sitting by the trash can, meanwhile became numb as Lo revealed the secret. Ed Ju laughed in response to his aggression, and the angry guy asked what he was laughing at. The main character took out a phone on which he wrote down a secret about bribing the organizers of the draw, and asked what he thought. The blonde got angry and shouted and asked Ed Ju how dare he record this on a tape recorder. The main character smiled and said that he wanted to play with him away, but did not expect that he would confess so quickly. He looked into Lo Cha's eyes and just emotionlessly called him terribly boring. A player from Team N1 tried to attack the main character in order to take away the phone with a recording of his voice. But Ed Ju deftly dodged and prevented the guy from snatching the phone from his hands, which surprised him. The main character told the impudent man that he should aim better if he wants to take it. Lu Cha became even more angry and angrily asked Ed Ju not to be so self-confident. He swung his hand with a sharp movement to try to take the phone away again, and the main character threw the phone. Pan Zishuan caught the phone, and Ed Ju once again reminded Lo Cha that he should aim better. The guy got even more angry and kicked the trash can, because they were just playing games with him. The policeman burst into the room and asked to stop this, and also said that it was impossible to fight here. The police immediately grabbed Lo Cha and asked him to behave decently, and the administrator asked what was wrong. He asked Ed Ju if everything was okay, and the hero said that he had an audio recording that he wanted to give to him. After a while, Han Shan became very nervous, because the organizing commission of the cup accused him of changing the lots. He hit the table and shouted asking if they really believed the words of a player who didn't know how to behave in public. Ed Ju calmly said that Han Shan's assistant confessed to the secret agreement. Han asked how this was possible, and the hero said that Shan likes to find a use for money in order to decide what to do. Ed Ju showed 2 fingers and said in a serious tone that he paid twice as much as him this time. A man from the commission said that the organizers decided to remove Team N1 from further participation in the cup. Han Shan was stunned at that moment and asked if he heard what was said. He immediately turned to Lo Cha and said that it was all because of him, and the guy began blaming him in response. Ed Ju smiled and told the boy that he also had something for him, and put his hand in his pocket. He said that he remembers that before the start of the tournament one wild dog came to them and started fighting. Lo Cha asked what was wrong with him teaching the weakling a lesson, since it was his own fault that he began to behave so arrogantly. Han Shan slapped the guy in the face and asked him to stop disgracing them, after which he said that he was no longer part of N1. After some time, he told Ed Ju that he would admit defeat, and the hero said that he would pay him with the same coin. Han Shan began to leave silently, and the main character said after him that they would see each other next time. Although they got their revenge, they still did not finish in the top 3 of this tournament, and they need to find another way to advance. At that time, the team players were gathering near the NSD meeting room, and above the entrance there was a slogan saying that they would win. Zhuo Chen entered first before Zhang Tu and impudently closed the glass door in front of him, which stunned the guy. The guy glared at the red-haired boy, who was perplexed by the situation. Ed Ju approached the guys and asked if they really wanted to avoid the match report, which put the guys in a stupor. He was in a meeting and said that it was quieter here than in the dead man's house, after which he asked if they wanted to say anything. Ed Ju picked up the small TV remote control to turn on the esports news. The presenter asked Light how he could comment on today's match against the NSD team. Wen Jing called him a disgusting cockroach, and Zhuo Chen was sure that Zhao would say something hypocritical. Zhang Tu, meanwhile, listened to the news with a serious face, and said in his thoughts that Ming Liang was clearly very happy about his defeat. But unexpectedly for the NSD team, Zhao Mingliang said that in fact, NSD is an amazing team. He said that in professional sports there are no teams that constantly win, there are those that stop developing. Without exception, all players of the NSD team were extremely surprised by the statement of the captain of the MZ team. Wen Jing could not find words from surprise, as well as Little Bao, who did not understand why Light expressed himself so about them. Ed Ju turned off the TV and asked the team if they could start practicing properly. Pan Zishuan bowed his head and asked the boss for forgiveness, and admitted that he had mismanaged the team. Zhuo Chen said at that moment that he pulled everyone along with him because he was too rash. Zhan Tu, with tears in his eyes, began to beat his chest and shouted that he had let everyone down, but next time he would definitely win. Wen Jing and Little Bao could not hold back their tears, and also began to admit their guilt in the team's defeat. All the team players promised that they would not disappoint the boss next time, and Ed Zhu listened to them silently. At one point he smiled promisingly and asked if they knew what their next target would be, but he pointed to a poster with a rating tournament that would take place in November, and registration would begin soon. Tiao Tiao was extremely surprised, because the boss seriously wanted them to take part in the rating tournament. Ed Zhu smiled and said that their next goal would indeed be the ranking tournament championship. The main character smiled kindly at the players and said that in 3 months he wants to see the right to promote ASPL. All the team players listened to the boss and unanimously confidently said that they would not let him down. Ed Zhu said that in order to help them achieve better results, he invited a special coach. At that same moment, the door to the NSDT meeting room opened, and a foot in a brown shoe stepped into the room. Uncle Dao entered the room, greeted the guys and said that they had met again. All members of the NSD team were stunned by the man's appearance, but there was no joy on their faces. Dao told Ed that he only agreed to be their coach temporarily, and the main character said that he could only use him. Zhan Tu told the boss that the coach must clearly understand the heroes, the game and the strategies, and a dork like Uncle Dao is unlikely to be suitable. Zhuo Chen supported the guy and asked the boss if this half-baked coach would ruin the teenagers. Ed Zhu smiled and replied that Uncle Dao had a lot of tricks in store for them, and if they didn't believe him, they could just play with him. The NSD team players were at a loss because they had never seen their uncle play. After only a short period of time, the players were in the game, and were in the arena of quizzes in a fictitious situation. The protagonist used a mallet and gong to give the players the command to start a friendly match. Ed Zhu said that he was announcing the God of Battle quiz openly, standing in front of the players in a white suit. Zhan Tu asked how many points he currently had in the ranking, intending to confuse Uncle Dao with the very first question, but the confident blonde replied that he had 1,531 points in the rating. Zhan Tu pointed his finger at him and exclaimed that Dao was spying, because he only updated the rating last night. But the man replied that knowing the statistics of the players is the first step to becoming a good coach. Uncle Dao lit a cigarette and with a sly smile asked what his rating was, to which Zhan Tu replied that he could not know that. Ed Zhu announced with a smile that his uncle won the first round of the quiz. In the 13th round, Pan Zishuan asked why Hu Zhe was not awarded the MVP title if he received the most points. Zhan Tu, who was lying face down on the floor, liked such a serious question, and he showed a finger up, making it clear that the question was excellent. But Uncle Dao was still absolutely calm and said that the whole point is that Hu Zhe often goes to the toilet. Wen Jing mockingly asked if this was the reason, and Tiao Tiao said that his uncle won. Dao said that Hu Zhe has gastroenteritis and his participation rate is low and he can only cause damage, and he doesn't care about the team. It was like a knife in Pan Zishuan's heart, and he said that Uncle Dao was completely right in this matter. The blonde laughed and asked what was the largest number of women Hu Zhe cheated on. Pan Zishuan, stunned by such a question, answered hesitantly that it was 3, but the answer was incorrect. Dao said that all gamers are single from birth and the correct answer is 0, after which Ed Zhu declared him the winner again. The 100,086th round arrived, and the embittered Zhuo Chen confidently declared that it was his turn. He asked how many spikes were on Blood Shadow's arm bracelet and said that he could bet Dao wouldn't answer that question. But the blonde remained completely confident and smiled, since this question did not frighten him at all. He answered Zhuo Chen with a smile that there were 10 thorns on the Bloody Shadow's arm bracelet, and Zhan Tu called him a devil. At that same moment, Uncle Dao asked the young man what color Blood Shadow's underwear was. The charming red-haired devil encouraged the guy to try to guess. Zhuo Chen was as dumbfounded as possible, and blood flowed from his nose, and his eyes turned very red at that moment. He said that he would rather die than answer this question and said that Uncle Dao had won again. At that moment, Ed Zhu hit the gong with a mallet as he was about to announce the results of the quiz. With a smile on his face, the main character continued to draw out the intrigue, delaying time until the winner was announced. Ultimately, Ed Zhu said that he was declaring Uncle Dao the winner of the quiz. The team members lined up in front of their uncle and admitted that they did not know how capable a man he was. Uncle Dao began to lie that this was nothing, because he was simply a mentor to several players who became world champions. He waved his hand and said that if they wanted to win the championship, they first needed to go to the same place with him. After some time, the coach led the team to the Foam Uni Sports Arena, where the competition was taking place. Pan Zishuan asked Uncle Dao if the matches weren't already over and why they were here. The coach smiled at the guy and said in response that you need to know yourself and know your enemy. He told the team's players that if they wanted to reach the top of the pyramid, they had to understand their opponents. Dao said that their opponent in the last round was MZ, where in addition to Light, the best jungler, there are two other top players. One of them is Xiao Yu, a new mid laner from the Korean server whose favorite hero is Explosive Mage. The guy always played to the last, and clenched his teeth and said that no one could do anything against him. And the second player was Xia Zhe, Light's old friend, and no opponent could scare him at the top, because he plays aggressively. In battle, he maintains a cool head and says that all the armor of his opponents is of no use against him. Pan Zishuan said at that moment that it was not surprising that he had never heard of Xiao Yu, because he was a mid laner from Korea. Wen Jing became very nervous and told the captain that this Xia Zhe fought with him and was incredibly aggressive in battle. But Pan Zishuan was not frightened by his words at all, and laughing, he asked the young man not to be afraid. Uncle Dao, meanwhile, said that all this was just the beginning and began to introduce the rest of the players from the opposing team. He talked about the legendary ADC from the RH team, who plays the most difficult heroes, Yu Yuzu. Tiao Tiao exclaimed that this charming girl is beautiful and attractive, and Zhan Tu just looked at him silently. Uncle Dao grabbed the stupid boy by the hair and said that he was a guy, not a girl as he originally thought. He also said that Yuzu not only looks feminine, but also plays unusually and cannot be defeated by ordinary strategies. Uncle Dao said that there is still one person, and he will be even stronger than this boy. It was Hao Shuai, the topper of GG Seoul, the star of the league, and he plays any line, and is always in second place in the rating table. Zhua Chen laughed lightly and said that this guy is the best player in the 150 kg weight category. Dao began to talk about the rising star of Team Terre, who knows the forest better than anyone, namely Lil Zhuge. Tiao Tiao was surprised by the guy's professional performance and said that he was just a monster that you couldn't win so easily. Uncle Dao said with love in his eyes that there is the most famous one, whom the fans nicknamed the Queen. He said that the Queen is the 1000-killer Su Yu, whose delicate fingers are very dexterous and fast. The girl always approaches the game with a positive attitude and with a smile asks her teammates to cover her, promising to finish off all enemies. In battle, the girl always chooses the archer and fires well-aimed shots at her opponents. In one of the fights, Huzhou was very tense because Su Yu was using her ice arrows. The girl calmly answered him that it was too late to resist her and he should just not move. She mockingly called Huzhou a living target, after which an ice arrow hit his character. Yi Jinjin said that Ice Princess Escher's ult directly hit the RH player, and now he is under control for a full 3 seconds. The fans shouted how much they loved the girl, and Zhan Tu looked at the fight and said that this girl was very dangerous. Su Yu really enjoyed the fact that fans showed her love and admiration and cheered for her with all their might. The beauty turned to the rest of her team and said that it was time to finish off the opponents and win the match. The Ice Queen showed her teammates the way and exclaimed that it was time to change the score in her favor by killing her opponent. Commentator Nano asked if only girls play in Team S, and called their strategy very interesting. Win said that their ADC was the unique Quan Hua and asked if they were going to make history by putting together an all-girl team. Huzhou viciously hit the table as his opponents managed to destroy his character in battle. Su Yu said that in their first battle, Team S would accept their blood as a sacrifice. The charming girl asked Xiaoxing to tense up in order to quickly defeat her opponents. The Ice Princess activated the shield and said that the girl could be protected by it. Huzhou was very nervous because his health bar was almost 0 and he had nowhere to run. One of the opponents said that if someone fell into his net, he would not escape, and Su Yu said that his accuracy was bad. She decided to quickly deal with the enemy, and took an ice arrow in her hands, preparing to shoot. The Ice Princess pulled the bowstring and asked her opponents to finally admit defeat, after which she fired. Yi Jingjin said that Su Yu is extremely impressive, because the mid support was instantly killed, and this is an extremely easy round for Team S. Zhan Tu was stunned, because while attacking, she hid from the support's control and said that in terms of speed and reaction, she has no equal. Ed Zhu said of course, because after all, she is the famous Thousand Killer, and the guy asked what it was. The main character said that in the year 2010, Su Yu joined MZ and began participating in God of Battle tournaments. The girl made great efforts and managed to make 1,000 kills in 2 years of playing on the professional stage. She shed rivers of blood wherever she went, because she always strived to win battles. She is also the first player in the history of the God of Battle to achieve the title of Killer of 1,000 opponents. Zhou Chen, after the protagonist's story, was shocked and said that the old MZ had a real monster. Dao said that MZ had reached gaming heights since their formation, when the God of Battle was not yet popular. Their mid-laner, Yi Jingjin, was the captain and led them to 10 wins in a row, after which they gained a lot of fans. Jungler, Zhao Mingliang, who was always at the top of the rankings, his deadly sword hit the best of the best, and everyone was afraid of him. Ed Zhu said that together they were considered the same 3 teams, and their first 3 years they basked in glory. He said that they even won the championship in America, becoming the winners of the very first world championship in history. All team members were extremely surprised by the protagonist's story, and Tiao Tiao said that it was very cool. Pan Zishuan said that back then, they were worshipped by tons of professional players. Zhan Tu was serious and thoughtful at that moment, and in his thoughts he said that they could reach the level of the former MZ. His thoughts were interrupted by the announcement that Team S had already won, which amazed the young man. The audience shouted that they loved the Queen and that Team S was the best team there was. Ed Zhu said in his thoughts that in those days, gamers played anonymously, and the influence of the battle god was not yet the same as it is now. The main character bowed his head, because he was very sorry that the Iron Trio broke up, and the former MZ became only part of the story. After some time, the entire NSD team was moving towards the exit for VIPs. The sweet girl turned to her boss Ed and asked him to stop, because she wanted to say something. Su Yu asked the main character if he was busy and if it was possible to distract him just for a minute. Ed Zhu asked Uncle Dao to take the guys to the club, and the man asked why he left all the hard work to him. The hero congratulated the girl and said that her team had just been formed, and they had already defeated some of the best. But Su Yu did not return his politeness and said that he could keep his flattery to himself. The girl pressed the main character against the wall and put her hand a few centimeters from his head. He looked him seriously in the eyes and sternly said that she had come here to interrogate him. The girl again sternly asked the main character to answer her question about why he offends her younger sister Su Qingyu. Ed Zhu remained silent and saw Yi Jingjin enter the room, who immediately saw Su Yu. The main character immediately laughed and realized that this was his chance to attract the attention of the former mid-player MZ. He took Su Yu's hand with a smile and began to approach her face, but the girl herself did not understand what was going on. The main character put his arm around the charming girl's waist, still pulling her towards him. At that same moment he abruptly walked around her, as a result of which she was pressed against the wall and could not escape. Ed Zhu began to slowly approach the girl's lips, and Su Yu asked him with reddened cheeks what he was doing. The main character asked how likely it was that he was trying to get her to pay attention to him. Meanwhile, they were being monitored by Tiao Tiao, who began recording what was happening on his phone. The young man was very surprised and said in his mind that this was a sensation, because the boss was flirting with the girl right in public. The young man looked a little to the left and wondered who the man in the business suit was in the photo. This person turned out to be the tournament commentator, Yi Jingjin, who was angry as he watched what was happening. He looked at Zhao Mingliang, who stood next to him and remained silent, in bewilderment. But at one point light turned to Boss Ed, which attracted the attention of the main character at that moment. Mingliang said that even if he wanted to congratulate Su Yu, doing something like this in a public place is a little inappropriate. Ed Zhu let the girl go and said with a smile that they were just discussing something with her, and he didn't do anything bad to her. He looked at Yi Jingjin and said that it was inconvenient to talk here, so he and Su Yu could continue the conversation later. Former mid laner MZ at that moment looked sternly at the main character, but still did not say anything to him. Some time later, it was getting dark outside, and Ed Ju was in the club where the party was being held in case of Team S's victory. The blonde man in the leather jacket told Miss Su that she was funny, and the girl asked if he really thought so. Suyu suddenly saw the main character and told the guy that she needed to talk to someone. Ed Ju smiled at the girl and walked towards her to finally talk without anyone being present. Su said that she did not say that she would be at the club, to which the hero said that she needed to talk, but he would still know. In her thoughts, the girl said that be that as it may, he is just a rich major who knows how to fool around. Quite unexpectedly, the girl leaned against the guy, after which she put her knee between his legs. Suyu said that any date that is not intended to be intimate is just irresponsible flirting. She put the card to Ed Ju's mouth and said that she thought he was a real gentleman deep down. The main character flirtatiously looked into the girl's eyes and began to take off his coat, and Su wondered if he was giving himself away too early. Ed Ju said that some people are lucky in relationships and others are not. The same can be said about menstruation, which made the girl think. But at one moment the girl realized what he was getting at, and looking at the skirt, she saw a red spot that stood out very much. Ed Ju acted like a gentleman and threw his coat over her and said that she could cover herself with this. At the other end of the bar, one man was telling another that things hadn't been going well for them lately. Unexpectedly, the guy was grabbed by someone by the jacket, as a result of which he was greatly stunned. Guo Wei asked Yi Jinjin what he was doing, to which the man replied that he had already asked him not to communicate with suspicious people. The guy said that he would be surprised if Wind could get involved in Capital himself, because he was a commentator on Pure Enthusiasm. Guo Wei turned to Brother Yi, who at that moment was distracted by something completely different, and almost did not hear him. He turned his attention to the bar counter and wondered if it was Su Yu who was in Ed Ju's company. Guo Wei asked Yi Jinjin where he was going, but the guy didn't answer him. Su Yu told Boss Ed that she would handle everything herself and no one asked him to poke his nose into other people's affairs. The main character was absolutely calm and told the girl that it was nothing, and besides, helping the lady was a good deed. Yi Jinjin stood next to them and seemed to want to start a fight with Ed Ju, attracting attention to himself. Su Yu turned around with excitement and wondered where Wind came from here and what he wanted. Jinjin called Ed Ju a fashionista, and said in his thoughts that fortunately, the girl did not realize that he wanted to fight for her. He hugged the main character and said that he had already prepared drinks for their important business conversation. The main character said that he was very interested in what the merciless Reaper of Mid needed from him. Yi Jinjin asked if he dared to fight him like a man and said that if he lost, he would stay away from Su Yu. Ed Ju smiled at the angry guy and asked if he really thought he was afraid of him. After which the main character smiled and asked if this was the drink that Yi Jinjin prepared for the business conversation. In front of Ed Ju there was a table with about 10 bottles of high-end alcohol on it. Yi Jinjin asked the main character to stop talking nonsense, and suggested that he finally start. The battle began and Wind showed good training in shooting, accurately hitting glass bottles. Having finished, he asked the main character why he doesn't try shooting, because it's so interesting. Ed clapped and said that he was good at shooting spinning bottles and was a truly professional player. But after a wave of compliments, Ed Ju put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that he thought he was a little nervous. The main character pointed to the bill and asked Yi Jingjin why he shot at his bottles too. Wind was very angry, but tried to control his anger, while Ed Ju smiled as he loaded the gun. He said that Yi Jingjin immediately gave him 6 points, and the guy asked if he was too confident in his own skills. The main character decided to demonstrate his training, and accurately hit the wine bottles, never missing. Yi Jinjin gritted his teeth and was very tense, admitting in his mind that his opponent was very accurate. After a short period of time, Ed Ju fired the decisive shot and hit the last wine bottle. The main character stopped shooting and grinned slyly, as if he was planning something at that moment. He still held the gun aiming and said that the next one was next, and in his thoughts he said, "The top bottle." At that same second a shot was fired, and the bullet flew in a straight trajectory into the top bottle. A moment later, the bullet accurately hit the wine bottle, and Wind was shocked by such amazing accuracy. Ed Ju smiled and said that he was very lucky because all the points belonged to him in this competition. Smiling, the main character said that he almost forgot that, fearing that he would lose, the guy gave him 6 points. Extremely shocked, Yi Jingjin noticed the score, where the number was 29 in favor of Ed Zhu. Those around him said that the guy was really not bad, but Wind was in a stupor and silently looked at the score. Ed Zhu said that even if Jingjin used all the remaining 4 bullets, he would only be able to earn a few points. Wind was very nervous and told himself that if he lost, Ed would definitely continue to pester Su Yu. At one point he closed his eyes and told himself that he needed to calm down, because there must be some way out. Suddenly, he aimed at the wine bottles, after which he closed his left eye to increase the accuracy of the bullet. At that same moment, 3 wine bottles lying next to each other were shot through by well-aimed shots from the guy. Yi Jingjin looked at the score table, where there were 12 points in his favor, which was not even close to the main character. Ed Zhu looked at the guy and asked why he continues to waste time if he clearly does not catch up with him on points. Yi Jingjin looked at him seriously and confidently said that he was doing this because their competition was not over yet. The extremely tense young man again aimed at the wine bottles, preparing to fire a pistol shot. After a few seconds, he fully concentrated and fired, but the bullet ricocheted to the side, missing the bottle. Ed Zhu was absolutely calm and wondered if his opponent had fired an inaccurate shot and missed. But at that very moment his eyes widened in surprise, because his opponent had not missed at all. Wine bottles fell one after another, breaking from each other in flight, which could not help but stun. Ed Zhu was amazed as his opponent managed to cause a domino effect by firing a shot at the top wine bottle. Yi Jingjin managed to beat the protagonist by 1 point, and had 30 points in his favor. The guy immediately clenched his fist with joy and exclaimed that he was able to beat the guy in terms of points. Ed Zhu said that the Preen is truly the merciless reaper of the god of battle mid, because he changes the score in his favor, being 1 step away from death. Yi Jingjin pointed his finger at him, exclaimed that this is how you should shoot bottles, and declared himself the winner of the competition. He said that now Edu Zhu must keep his promise and stay away from Su Yu. The main character asked with a smile if he liked her, to which Yi Jingjin angrily replied that this was not the case at all. He said that Ed lost the bet anyway, so he had to keep his promise. The words about keeping his promise attracted the attention of the main character, and he was going to give a clear answer to the guy. Smiling, he said that it seemed to him that he had not promised him anything at all, which angered Yi Jingjin even more. The main character said that he doesn't care whether he wins or loses, because he only pursues one goal. He looked into the guy's eyes and said that he would not stop until he won Su Yu's heart. After a while, the commentator wished Su Yu good luck and said that now everyone will clearly understand how dangerous the Thousand Killer is. The final match began and the Ice Princess immediately faced Light's character, who moved deftly. The girl wanted to attack the enemy, but with a sharp movement he went behind her back, which she did not expect. A second later, the Ice Princess was completely pierced by the tip of Zhao Mingliang's character's blade. The victory in the round was counted in favor of the MZ team, whose captain easily managed to kill the Ice Princess. Yi Jingjin said that the Thousand Killer was killed 3 times in a row, and Nano said that he really knows how to croak. Su Yu exhaled tiredly and took off her headphones and said that even she could not cope with this guy. The girl lowered her head and smiled with a sparkle in her eyes, not at all upset about the defeat. She said that after all, he was Light, who in the meantime was holding the tournament cup with the team. The presenter congratulated Team MZ on their victory, and also congratulated Team South on their second place and said that they were the best dark horse. She also said that she knew that Team NSD's boss had prepared a special fan gift for them. After her words, Su Yu turned her attention to the gift that was prepared for her team. The presenter expressed the hope that no matter the result, Team S would be able to move forward with their heads held high. Su Yu's eyes sincerely sparkled with happiness, and her cheeks turned red, because Ed Zhu's gift was incredibly beautiful. She looked at the main character, who was smiling sweetly at a girl in the crowd of spectators. Yi Jingjin, meanwhile, was angry as he watched how happy Su Yu was without him. It was announced that the God of Battle tournament had come to an end, and all players and guests were asked to calmly leave the premises. Su Yu walked out of the room and noticed Ed Zhu looking straight at her and walking towards her. She said that his gift was very interesting, and the hero replied that he was very glad that she liked it. The charming girl handed the guy a card and said that he could consider it her return gift. Ed took it with a smile, and Sue said that her team had just been formed and she would like to thank everyone for the experience in the tournament. She said that as a thank you, she was throwing a party and he could come to it. Zhao Mingliang said that it was a great honor for Boss Ed to be the first to receive an invitation from Su Yu. The young man with a smile asked the girl if he could attend such a bright event. Su Yu smiled and said that of course, she would be happy to invite the champion, and Lu Xiaoxing looked at Mingliang with admiration. Not far from the MZ team captain, meanwhile, was Yi Jingjin, who was heading towards them. Xiaoxing said to Sister Su Yu, "Wind is already here and it has been a long time since the Iron Trio have seen each other." The girl asked her sister if she would give him an invitation to the party, which surprised the guy. Su Yu and Zhao Mingliang looked emotionlessly at that moment at Yi Jingjin, who gave up nearby. Ed Zhu said in his thoughts that people with different principles have little in common, so there is little chance that they will reunite. Zhao Mingliang began to leave and said that he still had some things to do, so he was already leaving. Xiaoxing panicked greatly and assumed that she had said something that clearly shouldn't have been said. Ed Zhu flashed a smile at Yi Jingjin and showed the party invitation he had received to Su Yu. The guy said to himself in his thoughts that he couldn't allow the impudent guy to continue pestering her, so he must receive an invitation. Yi Jingjin walked down the corridor and told himself that he had to figure out how to attract Su Yu's attention. There was a crowd of fans in front who really wanted to get an autograph from the former mid-laner MZ. The girls lovingly threw themselves at the legendary esportsman, and Su Yu drew attention to it. Yi Jingjin lightly slapped his face and said to himself that this was clearly not the best option. Suddenly he noticed that there was an invitation to a girls' party on the table, and no one was around. The guy realized that there would be no more opportune moment and looked around so as not to be noticed stealing. He whistled lightly without showing it and reached out with his hand towards Su Yu's party invitation. A little boy behind him pointed his finger at him and shouted at the top of his voice that there was a thief. Yi Jingjin closed the boy's mouth with a sharp movement and asked him not to talk nonsense, calling him a brat. He grabbed the boy's arm and began to run away, his heels sparkling, while Su Yu looked after him. Soon, Yi Jingjin walked up to Xiaoxing and coughed into his fist to attract the girl's attention. The girl drew attention to him, and he politely asked if invitations to the party were distributed here. Xiaoxing was worried and told the young man that she had already distributed all the invitations to the party. But after that, she said that Sister Su Yu still had one more invitation left, and Yi Jingjin looked at the girl at that moment. The girl looked at the young man with a little pity, because deep down she wanted to call him. Yi Jingjin stood silently in place and looked at the floor in frustration, realizing that he would not receive this invitation. Su Yu apologized and said that her party is only for friends who continue to play no matter what. She looked angrily and said that the party was not for successful people who gain an advantage through deception. Su Yu recommended Yi Jingjin to continue selling his meat cakes. The girl's words stunned the young man, and a drop of sweat ran down his cheek, and he himself did not know what to answer. In the trash can, among all the trash, lay a bright, glossy invitation to a girl's party. The girl, angry with Yi Jingjin, began to walk away, and the young man silently followed her with a frustrated look. For some time he could not even move, because his soul was completely empty. Suddenly, an invitation appeared before his eyes, which greatly surprised Yi Jingjin. Ed Zhu said that Su Yu liked his gift and gave him a party invitation in return. Yi Jingjin boldly knocked the invitation out of his hands and said that he had nothing to do with such events. Two law enforcement officers walked around the territory of the Feng Unisports Arena. One of them asked who had just passed by them, and the second replied that he probably imagined it. Yi Jingjin, meanwhile, attacked the trash can where Su Yu's party invitation had previously been placed. He began to throw garbage in different directions to get to the bottom of the invitation that he had thrown at him earlier. Ultimately, Yi Jingjin found the tattered invitation and breathed a sigh of relief at that moment. The young man calmed down slightly because, fortunately, the invitation was still in the trash can. Behind Yi Jingjin at that moment was a guy with pink hair, wearing a white coat. He turned his attention to the young man and told himself that this man reminded him of someone. It got dark outside, and meanwhile the main character was in the Shenlan Resort Hotel. Xiao Tang asked the boss why they didn't take Zhan Tu and Pan Zishuan with them. Ed Zhu replied that they should train hard now, and when they win, then they can talk about rest. The main character approached the reception desk and said that he wanted to book a room. A guy with pink hair suddenly came up and started pinching her cheeks, saying that he didn't think she would see him here. Xiao Tan watched what was happening with his mouth open in surprise, not understanding who this guy was. Qing Feng, Ed's close friend from university, said that he wanted to meet them, but who knew that he would come out so early. He hugged Ed Zhu and said that they definitely needed to move into the same room to talk, but the hero ruled out this option. Qing Feng said that if he did not agree, he would tell everyone that Ed wore earrings in his ears, which angered the hero, because he had already told. Xiao Tan began to imagine what the boss looked like, and Ed Zhu shouted and told him not to even dare to imagine it. The protagonist introduced Qing Feng to Xiao Tang and said that he was the manager of the GC club. Meanwhile, a suspicious man in a mask politely asked for a single room, which attracted the attention of the pink-haired guy. Qing Feng immediately saw through it and asked the man if he had really misunderstood and it was Yi Jingjin. He immediately came up and spoke to him, but the young man in a cap and mask began to deny it and said that the guy had mistaken himself. Qing Feng exclaimed that he couldn't identify himself because he saw his invitation card in the trash can in the hall. Due to his own carelessness, Yi Jingjin dropped the document confirming his identity from his hands. An awkward silence hung over the room, and everyone turned their attention to the documents lying on the floor. After a while, Qing Feng asked the hero why he dragged him to swim, and Ed Zhu replied that he would thank him again. Smiling, he said that after all, he had memories from 5 years ago than he had. In the pool was the charming Su Yu, who was playing water polo with particular interest. She smiled and told Xiaoxing that it had been so long since she had played water polo that she seemed a little out of habit. The beauty of the girls made Qing Feng salivate, while Ed Zhu and Xiao Tang silently watched him on the sidelines. Yi Jingjin, who was watching the girl from behind a palm tree, became very nervous, because the arrival of the guys could not please him in any way. He gritted his teeth in anger and said quietly that if Qing Feng stared any longer, he would gouge out his eyes. Ed Zhu turned his head and noticed a guy in shorts peeking out from behind a palm tree. Qing Feng admired the beauty and asked the hero how he knew that there would be so many beauties here. The pink-haired guy's nose steamed from the feeling of pleasure he felt when he saw the girls. He immediately rushed into the water and shouted to the girls that he would soon join them, calling them babies. But at the same moment, Su Yu threw the ball in his face and asked where he saw his babies here. But still in a fit of pleasure, Qing Feng said that it looks very cute that the beautiful goddess is angry. The charming girl's ball ricocheted to the side and landed at the feet of Yi Jingjin, who was standing behind the palm tree. He leaned out from behind a palm tree and stopped the ball with his foot, revealing himself to the others. Ed Zhu politely and calmly asked the guy if he could kick the ball back to him so that he wouldn't have to go get it himself. Yi Jingjin responded angrily by saying that no one would dare take the ball away from him. Ed Zhu said that it sounded arrogant, but his movements were very wooden, and knocked the ball away from the guy. The blow was so strong that the ball rolled across Qing Feng's face again, who didn't think it was cute this time. The pink-haired boy accidentally bit through the ball and quickly began to deflate. There was an awkward silence around the pool, and Qing Feng stood next to the deflated ball from the bite. Xiaoxing became very worried and said that it looked like their water polo game had come to an end. Su Yu could barely contain her anger and turned to the group of guys who showed up and interfered with their game. Still, the brown-eyed beauty could not contain her anger and shouted for the guys to get out of here immediately. After a while, Ed Zhu and Yi Jingjin sat on the sun loungers by the pool, remaining silent. The yellow-eyed guy turned to the main character and accused him of deliberately stalking Su Yu. Ed Zhu did not give in to provocations, and smiled and asked the guy why he should do this. He added that, moreover, not alone, but in a crowd, but Yi Jingjin asked why he cared about Su Yu if he didn't like her. Suddenly they heard a woman scream in pain, and at that same second both young men became very alert. Xiaoxing asked Su Yu's sister with particular excitement what happened, and the guys were ready to help. Ed Zhu took off his shirt with a sharp movement and, very excitedly, shouted out the name of the charming girl. At that very moment, the main character and Yi Jingjin jumped into the pool to save the girl. With all their might, the guys swam to Su Yu, greatly worried about her life, shouting that they would save her. Meanwhile, the charming beauty emerged from under the water, not yet understanding what was happening around her. Having emerged, she saw the tense faces of two guys who were right next to her, and did not understand what was the matter. Suyu did not hesitate and hit their faces with her fists, calling them lustful idiots and asking what they were doing. Yi Jingjin wondered if his nose wasn't big enough, and Ed Zhu couldn't understand why he got it too. Suyu covered herself and said that her leg simply cramped due to a cramp, and they started screaming. She said that they ruined her mood and told Xiaoxing that it was time for them to leave. The beauty threw a jacket over herself and angrily said that this was not a pool, but a lair of lustful males. Xiaoxing hugged Sister Su and began to try to calm her down while the guys sorted things out in the pool. Meanwhile, the number of pursuers of the girl did not end, and a stranger was watching her from behind a tree. While in the room, the sister asked Sister Suyu why she was completely in no mood. She asked her sister if it was because she didn't swim with her and she felt very lonely in the pool. Suyu replied that this one has nothing to do with her, and the whole point is that she came across two idiots. She began to say that her leg was cramped, and these two rushed towards her as if they were crazy, as a result of which they scared her to death. At that same moment she went to the window, after which she became completely silent for a few seconds, which surprised the girl standing with her. The sister asked Suyu's sister what happened, and the girl looked out the window in surprise. But still she replied that nothing had happened and said that it seemed a little colder. The girl tried to stop thinking about the incident in the pool and curtained the windows. She patted herself on the shoulder and said that now she was just going to be stiff from the cold, so she would go and take a hot bath. Within a few minutes the girl was standing in the shower, enjoying the hot water. The charming beauty ran her fingers through her hair, washing each strand. But unexpectedly, the water stopped flowing from the shower, which alarmed the girl, because she didn't really have time to bathe. She immediately began to get nervous and wondered why the water had stopped flowing from the tap. In her soul, she saw the reflection of her face, and everything that was happening got on her nerves even more. Suyu could no longer restrain her emotions, but she tried to do so for a few more minutes. But at one point the girl clenched her teeth in anger and said that this was a terrible hotel, because it was even impossible to wash properly. Suyu came out of the shower, and her sister asked her why she finished so quickly. After all, not even 5 minutes had passed. The girl took a deep breath and said that the room was very hot, and her sister reminded her that she had said that she was terribly cold. Suyu sat on the bed and said that this Mercury retrograde had already gotten to her, because some kind of devilish thing had been happening to her all day. The girl fell face down into the pillow and said that it was all because of those disgusting idiots, and asked him to give her a rest. The sister with the blue headband looked at Sister Suyu and just smirked slightly as she looked at her. Xiaoxing walked up to the girl and said that she should take a nap because it might make her feel better. One of the girls continued to make herself beautiful in front of the mirror, and meanwhile someone knocked on the door of the room. The girl immediately looked warily at the door, and Xiaoxing asked if they had heard this strange sound. She also assumed that it was mice running around, but none of the girls came close to the front door. Suyu jumped out of bed and threw the pillow away, angrily saying that it was probably those two who were scurrying around outside the door. The sister took the girl by the hand and said that she would talk to them herself, because she was not even dressed. Angry and very tense, Suyu agreed with the girl, after which she simply stood still. The girl approached the door, but was very wary, because the knocking suddenly stopped. She decided to look through the door's peephole to make sure there was no one behind the door. To the girl, all this was happening seemed very strange, because there was no one standing outside the door, and the knocking stopped. But unexpectedly, a red human eye appeared in the peephole, which greatly frightened the girl. She immediately screamed at the top of her voice in fright, taking several sharp steps back. Yi Jingjin became very wary because while he was in his room, he heard a woman scream. Ed Zhu also became wary because he was also nearby, and realized that it was from Suyu's room. Yi Jingjin immediately opened the door sharply and realized that the scream was coming from Suyu's room. The guy immediately rushed to the girl's room and with a sharp movement opened the door, because he was very worried about her. He entered the room and called the girl, but no one answered him, and the room itself was empty. Drops of sweat were running down the young man's face, and he was very nervous and wondered if something had really happened to Suyu. Xiao Tang, meanwhile, was talking on the phone and was asked to clean the room immediately. Qing Feng asked what was the matter, and the guy replied that the boss said that Suyu, Xiaoxing and Feng Qinghua would sleep in their room tonight. At that moment, the pink-haired guy almost lost his temper because he was delighted with the charming girls. He said that they probably still couldn't leave after they saw him in the pool and made up an excuse to see him. Su-yu and Xiao-Xing led the frightened sister along the corridor, while Ed Zhu walked ahead of the girls, accompanying them to the boys' room. When they opened the door, they were at a loss, because in front of them stood Qing Feng, who was holding a red rose in his teeth. The guy said that the most beautiful man in the universe is ready for their services, and with great pleasure will become their personal slave. Su-yu angrily kicked the inspired guy and said that she had not seen his diligence during the competition. Ed Zhu opened the door to the room because he was curious about the noise coming from there. Xiao Ten said that he decided to board up the windows tightly, because this way the voyeur would not have thoughts of spying on them. The voyeur, meanwhile, could barely hold back his tears and wondered if he really thought that this hotel belonged to his family. Yi Jingjin, meanwhile, was very tense and eavesdropped on conversations while standing outside the door. He looked through the peephole and said in his mind that they were talking about something and laughing at the same time, and Su-yu was like a sheep caught in a pack of wolves. The guy was still standing at the door, very nervous, trying to come up with a plan to save the girl. Yi Jingjin was very tense and told himself that he couldn't sleep, so Su-yu needed to be rescued. He closed his eyes and began to think about how he could save the girl and present himself in a good light. Yi Jingjin was transported back in time and recalled how the manager showed him the training room when he was still a player. The guy recalled how he addressed the manager, and at that moment someone lightly hit him on the buttock. It was Su-yu who put the guy in an awkward position, and she herself said that they had new handsome guys in the club. She extended her hand to Yi Jingjin and introduced him, after which she thanked him for his support and understanding. Some time later, the MZ team was already congratulated on the championship in the annual professional unified competition of the APL. Yi Jingjin recalled how Su-yu hugged him tightly as she was very happy that they became champions. She asked if he could hear the applause of the audience, and looking into his eyes, she said that they were the pride of the god of battle. After some more time, Yi Jingjin decided to leave the team, and the excited Su-yu asked why he was leaving them. The guy recalled how at that moment she told him that from that moment on they were no one else. Yi Jingjin recalled that he said something to the leaving girl, but she didn't even listen to him. At one point he stopped remembering the past, and opening his eyes he was very wary, and drops of sweat were running down his face. The masked man began to choke him with a white cloth and said that this was retribution for the fact that the guy tried to win Su-yu from him. Yi Jingjin looked into the eyes of the masked man, not at all understanding what was happening and who he was. The man tied a cloth around the young man's neck and pulled him along, and the guy finally kicked the door. Ed Zhu heard strange sounds and woke up, being extremely wary, because everything that was happening seemed strange to him. Everyone in the room was sleeping, and the main character got out of bed because there was some strange noise outside the door. He decided that he might be in danger outside the door and took a fire extinguisher to protect himself in an emergency. The main character walked out the door and saw a man in a black mask holding Yi Jingjin hostage. Ed Zhu didn't think twice and at that very second threw a fire extinguisher right at the criminal's head. But the masked man did not fall and began to run away, while Yi Jingjin fell to the floor, trying to catch his breath. Ed Zhu asked the guy who this stranger was, and he replied that there was a person who wanted to harm Su-yu. The main character recalled that 5 years ago, after a party, a girl was attacked by a crazy fan, and everything seemed to be repeating itself again. Ed Zhu said in his mind that that guy ran into Su-yu and ran away, and tomorrow at the event, he would not miss such an opportunity. The main character told Yi Jingjin that there was only one way out, and they had to protect the girl. The guy began to listen carefully to the hero, still in a state of shock, and in addition surprised by his words. Yi Jingjin looked seriously into the hero's eyes and said that he would be angry if he saw that he was shirking his words. But Ed Zhu hugged the guy and said with a smile that there was still him, so everything would be okay. Meanwhile, the criminal returned home and insisted that no one would dare to take Su-yu away from him. He laughed brutally and insidiously, and saliva flowed from his mouth and he was like a wolf who wants to pounce on his prey. The next evening, Su-yu's event began at the Shenlan Resort Hotel. Guests were politely greeted by people standing at the entrance to the hotel and showing the way to the tables. Ed Zhu was dressed in a chic white suit, and the rest of the guys from his entourage came to the party with him. Yi Jingjin stood behind the protagonist, ready for anything, because he knew that the bandit would clearly not miss the opportunity. The host asked those present to greet the most dazzling guest of the evening, and asked Suyu to come up to the stage. A charming brown-eyed girl appeared to the guests in a luxurious white dress and waved to everyone present. Xiao Ten asked Qing Feng why his nose was bleeding, and the guy replied that it was the consequences of yesterday's sharp sticks. Suyu thanked the guests for finding time to come to the party dedicated to Team S's victory despite being busy. She also expressed special gratitude to Mr. X, who anonymously supported them financially, which surprised the guests. Yi Jingjin smiled, realizing that she was talking about him, even though she thought that he was not at the party. In his thoughts, the young man was happy and said that Mr. X was already pleased that he had the opportunity to hear these words. Suyu smiled and told the guests that her sister Su Qingyu would now sing and wished everyone a great evening. Ed Stu put his hand on Yi Jingjin's shoulder and asked if he seemed worried about the news about Mr. X. He said that he, too, would like this man to help his club, and the guy only coughed into his fist in response. Yi Jingjin was serious and asked the guys not to forget about the plan for their joint operation for today. The plan was that Ed Zhu would monitor Suyu in the east, Xiao Tang in the north, Qing Feng in the south, and Wind himself in the west. Beautiful female fans approached the main character and expressed admiration, because he is a young gentleman from the NSD Corporation. Xiao Tan, meanwhile, stood at the tables filled with food, and was very surprised by the abundant amount of it. Qing Feng, meanwhile, had as much fun as he could and drank glasses of red wine with a new person for him. Yi Jingjin looked at everything that was happening and became very tense, saying what managed to contact them. The young man kept repeating in his thoughts that today he couldn't take his eyes off any man who wanted to get close to Suyu. Yi Jingjin saw how suddenly a blonde man in a white suit approached the beauty and asked her to dance. The young man immediately rushed and pushed the blonde man away from the girl, greatly shocking them. Yi Jingjin told him that he had absolutely nothing to do and asked if he could join him. He examined the young man and said in his thoughts that the man who attacked him was wounded, and there should be a mark on his forehead. Yi Jingjin began to dance with the young man, but he could not see his forehead and wondered if he was deliberately avoiding. At one point, the young man took his will into his fist and decided to carefully examine his forehead at any cost. He made a sharp movement forward, thereby bending the man in a white suit, and examined his forehead. The guy straightened his white hat and said to Yi Jingjin with a smile that he was hot as fire, after which his loving eyes sincerely sparkled, and he hugged the guy and said that he really liked it. The young man in a white suit began to flirt with the guy, and Yi Jingjin was unpleasant and realized that there seemed to be something wrong with the guy. Behind them, one of the men was dancing with a girl, and mockingly pushed the guy so that he fell on the blonde. Yi Jingjin fell on the young man in a white suit and they almost kissed, but to those around him it all seemed cute. Wind immediately rose from the floor and almost vomited, and the guy in the white suit was delighted with what had happened. Yi Jingjin nevertheless looked at his forehead again and realized that it seemed that he had made a mistake after all. But at one point the guy became even more wary and began to look around. He looked around carefully and realized that Suyu had disappeared somewhere and was not in the hall, after which he became very nervous. At that moment, the girl was walking along the corridor with her sister, who said that she saw a man deliberately step on her dress. The sister asked Suyu if everything was okay, and she replied that the man was not to blame, because she was unusual in an evening dress. Suddenly, a man wearing glasses and holding flowers appeared in front of the lady and turned to her, asking for forgiveness. Surprised, Madame Suyu asked the man if he had just stepped on the hem of her dress. After these words, the girl smiled sweetly at the man and said that he should not apologize for this incident at all. The man with glasses smiled strangely and said that in fact, he had come today specifically to ask for the girl's hand in marriage. Suyu and Xiao Xing looked at each other as they were shocked by her statement, and the whole thing seemed a little strange to them. But in fact, behind his back, the insidious man was holding a sharp knife with which he was going to harm the girl. Soon Suyu and her sister were tied up, and the evil stranger had no intention of letting the beauty go. The girl excitedly exchanged glances with her similarly tied sister, but both of them remained silent. The man grabbed Suyu by the face and asked with pain in his voice why she didn't want to marry him. The crazy man looked at the girl threateningly and asked if she really wanted to say that she despised him. But he became this way for a reason, because his mother constantly shouted that he was stupid and sat at home all day. The mother slammed the door and finally wondered why she gave birth to such a stupid son. The guy, sitting at the computer, got angry and asked if he was smart. In his opinion, would he have been born into a poor family? He shouted that because of poverty, he could not enjoy a full life and was not going to do physical work. The guy insisted that a genius like him was able to sew up money without leaving home and promised that he would become a leading gamer. After a while, he delved into the gameplay, but all his efforts were in vain, because he was again counted defeated in battle. He hit the table and said that his team was idiots, and also said that when he turns pro, money will flow into his pocket like a river. The man recalled how Su-yu's guards threw him out because he could not buy an entrance ticket to the hall. He recalled that at that moment a charming girl approached the guards and asked what was the matter. The security guard said that this rogue said that he had lost his entrance ticket and wanted to enter the hall without a ticket, but they detained him. Su-yu said that he might have actually lost the ticket through negligence, and besides, beating a person is not normal. The man, beaten at that moment, rose from the floor, after which he quietly but looked at the beauty with surprise. Sweet brown-eyed Su-yu approached the man and extended her hand to ask if he was okay. The distraught man looked intently into the eyes of the bound girl and said that God saw how unhappy he was. He said that God sent him Su-yu to atone for his guilt, after which the man angrily threw a bunch of flowers on the table. The madman began to destroy everything around him and screamingly asked the tied-up girl why she had betrayed him. While drooling, he called Su-yu his little wife, and offered to return to the old days where they loved each other, asking if she agreed to this. With a smile, he showed her the photo and said that it was their wedding photo, which he often likes to admire. The photograph showed Su-yu standing with another man, over whose face the madman had pasted his own face. The sister girl asked with a cry what right he had to claim the heart of her dear sister. She asked if he did anything to change, because he himself had sunk to this point and became embittered at the whole world without doing anything. Su-yu was very worried and looked at her confidently speaking sister, who did not have a single drop of fear in front of the man in her eyes. The girl's brown-eyed sister asked the man, because all this time he had been living in a false world, which he himself had invented. But the crazy man himself became even more angry, and calling the girl trash, he ordered her to immediately shut her mouth. He kept repeating with all his voice that he was not to blame for anything and accused the world of injustice, and Su-yu understood that she needed to act. Being tied up, she reached with her hands to a sharp knife with a blue handle, which lay right next to her. The distraught man turned around and screamed and asked her what she was doing, which alerted the girl. He grabbed a knife, told her to bend down and not move under any circumstances, and then asked if she really wanted to run away from here. The madman shouted that she might not even think about escaping, and meanwhile someone was knocking with all his might on the door of the room. The crazy man turned around and looked brutally at the door, after which he asked who was brought here. In response, a male voice said that they had brought props to the girl, and the madman began nervously heading towards the door. Su-yu was still tense, but the familiar male voice gave her hope that she and her sister would be able to escape. It was Yi Jingjin in a business suit who asked in a calm tone if he could enter the premises. The young man calmly opened the door, and the insidious madman hid behind the wooden door to attack him. Su-yu was very worried about the young man, and yet she shouted out that there was danger waiting for him behind the door. Yi Jingjin was attacked with a knife by a crazy man who had no intention of stopping in front of anyone. But the guy was far from timid, and other than wariness, no other emotions prevailed in him. He immediately turned around and with a sharp movement knocked the knife out of the hands of the unprepared enemy, hitting him in the face with his fist. The sharp knife immediately flew to the side, and silence reigned in the room, which lasted a short time. The criminal became furious and shouted that it was this guy again who was constantly interfering with his personal life. Out of anger, he grabbed the young man's face tightly, and Yi Jingjin was becoming furious with every second. The madman pressed his head against the wall with all his might, continuing to press and shout that he wanted the scoundrel dead. Su-yu realized that this was a great distraction and also her chance to get out, and cut the ropes from her hands. At that same second, the ropes from her hands fell to the floor, which indicated that the girl was finally free. Su-yu acted quickly and saved her sister, after which she rubbed her wrists, which were badly rubbed by the ropes. The sister noticed the red button to call security, and without hesitation, she pressed it. The red security call button immediately went off and a loud alarm went off in the room. Suyu approached the crazy man beating Yi Jingjin and kicked him in the groin. Her action angered the psychopath even more, and he wanted immediate revenge on the girl. The psychopath saw a sharp knife lying and immediately grabbed it, intending to threaten the girls with cold steel. Holding his groin area, the madman said that the impudent girl had the courage to brutally hit him. At that very moment, he opened his mouth wide and shouted that if a person betrayed him, then he would no longer be forgiven, and rushed at Suyu with a knife. The girl did not want to look at this and covered her eyes, and Yi Jingjin stood in the way of the psychopath, who covered the girl with his body. A sharp knife pierced the young man's body, and a few drops of the wounded guy's blood fell on the brown-eyed Suyu. Yi Jingjin immediately fell to the floor and tried to pull the knife out of his chest, while the frightened girl held him. The psychopath sneered viciously and told Suyu that this would happen to anyone who tried to harm him. At that same moment, police officers burst into the room and ordered no one to move. They immediately twisted the villain's hands, and one of the policemen once again ordered the madman not to move. Ed Zhu also entered the room and fearfully asked if they were okay and asked to call an ambulance as soon as possible. Suyu was very scared and begged Yi Jingjin to wake up and come to his senses, because she had not told him everything yet. She recalled how in the past she told her boyfriend that tomorrow was the decisive match and their dream would finally come true. Win said that they have been training for so long, and now they will fight shoulder to shoulder, so the championship will be in their hands. She asked if he remembered that thanks to his support and faith in victory, they were able to fulfill their deepest dream. She further recalled how, barely holding back tears, she asked if he really wanted to quit the team. Brown-eyed Suyu looked at the back of Yi Jingjin, who did not answer her, and in her thought said that she would be offended by him. She hugged the wounded guy even tighter and asked why he decided to risk his life for her if they had separated long ago. Tears flowed from Suyu's eyes, and pressing her chin to his head, she asked if he wanted her to be in his debt. Qing Feng burst into tears and told Ed Zhu that he should retreat because they had true love. But the main character remained completely calm, and in response only threw out a small grin. Yi Jingjin could barely speak, but he still said that there was something stabbing in his chest and it was very difficult to breathe. Suyu was stunned because she didn't think that everything would be so serious and the guy would be on the verge of death. Stunned, Qing Feng asked the guy how he was feeling, and Ed Zhu was very surprised, but remained silent. Su Shui asked the guy if he was okay, and Yi Jingjin coughed and reached into his jacket pocket. He pulled out his phone and said that his Nokia protected him and the Lord of Hell could not take it away. Suyu was surprised, because this was a gift she had given him for his birthday a long time ago. Yi Jingjin smiled at the sweet girl and said that it was just his habit, and he could not part with her gift. Suyu was very worried and asked the exhausted young man if he was really injured. Yi Jingjin answered yes, and said that only her neck hurt a little, probably because she pressed her foot on it. Qing Feng said with a smile that he could try to give him artificial respiration, and Suyu sent him away. Ed Zhu, meanwhile, silently watched everything on the side, and said in his thoughts that the performance had finally come to an end. The main character and Qing Feng decided to leave the room, and Yi Jingjin and Suyu were left alone, still sitting on the floor. Win suddenly turned to his boss Ed and said that all his actions were planned in advance. The main character turned around and said nothing in response, but Qing Feng looked at the guy in surprise, because he didn't understand what was going on. Yi Jingjin said that from the very beginning, he noticed that Ed Zhu had deliberately become close to Suyu. He undercut that the hero was planning something, because he was following her everywhere, tried to protect, but at the same time remained completely calm. Yi Jingjin also said that he thought the main character specifically wanted him to fall into his trap. He couldn't understand why Ed Zhu was constantly hovering around Suyu, and at the same time constantly picking on him. In the end, he said that now, the hero knew that if he was left alone with her, he would want to leave. Yi Jingjin looked at the hero and said that it dawned on him what goals he actually pursued. Ed Zhu still remained completely calm, and smiled, preparing to tell the whole truth about his actions. He admitted that he wanted to force Yi Jingjin to surrender because he wanted him and Suyu to get back together. Win's cheeks turned red and he was very embarrassed, as a result of which he exclaimed that there was nothing between them. Ed Zhu whispered to him that he had a new chance and he should thank fate for meeting him, because he might not be so lucky again. Yi Jingjin looked at the floor, being very thoughtful, and understood that the main character was completely right. He told the departing Ed Zhu that he didn't know why he was helping him, but he should know that he was now in his debt. When leaving, the main character waved his hand and asked him to calm down, after which he said that very soon he would return his favor. At that very moment, Ed Zhu smiled confidently and said that he would return it not only to him, but also to the NSD team. Suyu asked Yi Jingjin, who was sitting on the floor, whether he was really going to lie on the floor until the morning. The young man was completely exhausted and tried to tell her something while laying his head on her chest. Suyu tried her best to rouse him and asked him to get up quickly, but the guy was unable to move due to fatigue. Ultimately, he passed out, as lack of sleep and fatigue took their toll, and the girl hugged him and thought. She understood that if Wind had not left MZ then everything would have been different, and Ed Zhu, meanwhile, was driving along the night highway in a car. Riding in the car with him was Suyu, who was very thoughtful and upset, looking out the window. She told the hero that in fact, he did not have to take her, because she could call a taxi. Ed Zhu said that the hotel is far from the city, and at this time the demons go out hunting, and the star will not be safe here. Suyu was hurt by his words and asked who he was going to scare here and said that there were no demons. The main character decided not to stop the girl and give her the opportunity to see for herself, after which he slowed down. He asked with a smile, since she thinks that all this is nonsense, then why don't she stay and check? Ed Zhu left Su Shui on the mountain bridge, and then pressed the gas pedal without thinking, while the girl screamed for him to wait for her. She screamed at the top of her voice that she would not check and asked him to come back, begging him not to leave her. Ed Zhu called someone on the phone and asked him to pick up a celebrity at Mountain Bridge, because he had always dreamed of her autograph. Meanwhile, Yi Jingjin was still in deep sleep, and the beautiful Suyu turned on the light in the room. The girl dragged the sleeping young man to the sofa, and carefully tried to lay him on the sofa. She said that the guy was really sleeping like a dead man, because he had not made a single movement the entire time. Suyu also said that he didn't even spare her, and she had to drag him to the sofa. She looked around and mentally told herself that, to be honest, this was her first time at his workplace. Brown-eyed Sue was very surprised as she noticed the photographs hanging on the wall. There were photographs on the wall where Yi Jingjin was happy with his team, which he had once left of his own free will. She looked at one of the photographs and remembered that it was at the very beginning of the team's founding, during a trip to the mountains. Another photo was taken the year before last at an international competition, and at the airport they took a photo with Jerry. Suyu felt warm in her heart, and in her thoughts she called Wind a fool, realizing that he had not forgotten anything. Outside the door, a male voice said that it seemed that there was someone in Yi Jingjin's room, and headed towards the entrance of the room. The door was opened by a guy in the first shirt, who unwittingly hit Suyu's door, asking who was in the room. The guy saw Wind sleeping on the sofa and said that it was him, and the guys thought a thief had broken in. The young man asked if his friend could smell women's perfume, and the boy replied that perhaps the boss was hiding the girl from them. Suddenly, brown-eyed Suyu came out from behind the door, which scared the young guys to death and they screamed in fear. But after a few minutes, everything became clear and the guys realized that Suyu's sister was standing in front of them. The guys began to apologize to their sister and asked her to sit on the table, after which one of them asked how the wind brought her to them. The brown-eyed beauty did not answer the question and asked a leading question, "Why are they here?" The guys seemed to swallow their tongues and silently looked at each other, not knowing how to answer Sister Suyu's question. Former players of the MZ team told the girl that they work here, which surprised the girl. One of the guys said that after leaving MZ he couldn't find a team, but then he moved to Win's team, where the salary is better. The second guy said that he always didn't have a place to live, but after getting into Win's team, he got a decent job. At that moment, everything became clear to Suyu, and she thought deeply about who Yi Jingjin really was. She was overcome with memories and remembered how she told him to come back to sell his pork pies. Suyu narrowed her eyes and thought even deeper, and in her thoughts she said to herself that she was very cruel to Wind. The guys began to leave and told Sister Sue that they were going out to eat, and then said goodbye to her. The young people slammed the door behind them, leaving the girl alone with her memories and Wind. Suddenly, brown-eyed Suyu's eyes opened wide as she heard rustling noises behind her. She turned around sharply and looked at Jingjin in surprise, because he had finally woken up and came to his senses. The young man scratched the back of his head and asked the girl with a smile if she would like to drink hot coffee. Suyu had something to talk about with the young man and she immediately began to head towards him, while being a little nervous. She covered the white glass of coffee with her palm, and at the same moment turned to Wine to tell him something. Suyu asked the guy to tell him if something happened to him, and he deliberately hid it from the team. With this question, the girl put Yi Jingjin in an awkward position, and he remained silent for several seconds. Still, the guy smiled and asked the brown-eyed Suyu to drink coffee first, and then he would tell him. With these words, he infuriated the girl, after which she angrily knocked the glass out of his hands, greatly surprising the guy. With a loud cry, she asked why he was avoiding answering her question if he was a man. Yi Jingjin did not give in to emotions and remained completely calm, not giving in to the girl's screams. Suyu grabbed him by the shirt and asked why he was hiding the truth, after which she asked him to immediately answer her question. But Yi Jingjin, as before, remained silent, which brought the girl out and she turned around angrily and began to leave. As she left, she told the guy that she thought there was the slightest chance that their relationship could become the same. A few seconds later, Suyu walked out the door and then slammed it, leaving the guy alone with his thoughts. Yi Jingjin only quietly asked her for forgiveness and said that he did not have the courage to tell her the truth. The young man's memories were of how in the past he and his team walked through the arena, and the audience admired him. In his head, he saw Zhao Mingliang and Suyu, who told him that this time, he himself had lost the team. Guo Wei, meanwhile, accepted gifts, and a friend handed him a stone that he had brought from a trip to South Africa. With tears in his eyes, the young man thanked his friends for the gifts and said that he liked everything very much. One of his friends hugged him and said with a smile that Guo Wei was so emotional that he even burst into tears. Yi Jingjin asked him to wait with a smile and said that now there will be cake and they will sing a congratulatory song for the guy. Guo Wei still shed tears of happiness and wanted to kiss the boss, but Wind laughed. When the young players of his team were happy, he said that he would go and open the door, because someone had come. Yi Jingjin door and asked with a smile if he understood correctly that this was home delivery of the cake. But the young man's eyes almost bulged onto his forehead in surprise, since this was not a delivery at all. Standing in front of him was Suyu, who asked what was the matter and whether he was not happy to see her. After some time, the young people gathered at the table and had fun, telling funny stories. One of the players said that the incredible Suyu had really come to them and asked if they would take turns singing in that case. Yi Jingjin smiled at the young man in response and said that he completely agreed to this. Suyu asked if he had forgotten what a cool singer he was and said that it was impossible to listen to him, and it was better to commit suicide. He was reminded how the last time he had time, the number of fans had decreased by 20,000, and Wind denied his poor singing. Suyu said at that moment that she had an idea, hinting at an alternative to talentless singing. She asked those present with a smile how they thought about playing the Tsar. One of the boys replied that this was a cool idea, because he had not played this game for 100 years, and the other guys supported it. Yi Jingjin was different from everyone else in that he did not feel so much joy about this adventure and was a little nervous. Soon a group of young people began to play Sovereign, and everyone took the required number of cards. There was a cheerful atmosphere in the room, and someone said that he was sorry that he only had a king, but he still had to win. Suyu, meanwhile, looked at her card and grinned a little, as if she was confident of her victory. In one, the girl smiled proudly and said that she was the sovereign, because she had the Joker card. One of the guys asked Guo Wei to show the sovereign Sailor Moon's signature move. The young man smiled and happily showed the movement, after which he said that in the name of the moon he would punish her. Suyu, meanwhile, drew another card from the deck, remaining completely calm during the gameplay.